Welcome, my friends and enemies. Glad you are here. We got a crazy weekend-ish thing that happened with Brandon Sanderson and Twitter of Time just erupting, and I'm assuming all of the Wheel on Prime shills out there. So, heard about it, wanted to chat about it. So, today we have with us the fashionable, unbiased-based hater, Matt. Couldn't think of anything else better to say.
Nice.
Bring all the unbiased Baytated New Jersey to you for free.
Well, we might
Nice.
start. You never know. And also the fashionably early unknown sage because Europe.
Mhm.
So
Exactly.
we got Europe
I'm so
representing.
early. I'm in the future.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You were ahead of this entire controversy the entire time. You didn't
Mhm.
even know it. So we'll go ahead and jump into it. We might be doing this in several parts because I guess it's done in several parts. So we'll do it in several parts. And unfortunately, Gadfly will not be here for this particular one, but we're hoping he'll be here the next one. He had some stuff come up, so he couldn't make it. But here's to him
Well,
jumping in the next one.
We shall see.
So I guess let's go ahead and get this party started as my face turns into a blur of white. There we go.
Hey, welcome back to the Dusty Wheel. I'm your host, the Innkeeper, and these are Daniel's well-turned cabs, everyone. Daniel's well-turned cabs.
That's
Thank you for
awkward.
bringing those with you today, Daniel.
Very awkward.
I wish I brought pants. Welcome to our Wheel of Time.
It's also
Season
really
2
quiet, and it's not
live
something we
watch
can
and
do
reactions.
anything
This is
about.
actually the first
Sorry.
time we'll
I mean, it's quite.
Brandon?
Their audio is screwed up at the beginning.
Yeah.
Someone will notice it and they'll fix it.
Also, don't support SAG-AFTRA because they're stupid.
Yeah, can we
That's going to be the fun part for all of you.
And don't support Dusty Wheel because he's stupid.
post? Just edit it, right? Fix it in post.
As we go, if this is your first time watching, you don't want to hear us, then why did you show up tonight? I don't know.
Well,
We'll be
we showed
there
up to
chatting
see
about
Sanderson,
this,
not for
and,
you,
we'll get
to
going
be
here. So
fair.
Just as a reminder, we will be talking.
I don't even
not
like
full
dislike Hatch.
spoilers, but like
I think
we'll be
he's a
chatting
very
before
calm
show.
fellow
Yeah.
for the most part,
So if
but
you're here to just watch
I think he's got some solid bad takes.
You're gonna
Yeah,
have these
that's fair.
talking
But I
about
think he
this.
also
I don't really know any of his takes, but
Okay.
He's one of the ones who wants
he's
to
the
find a
show
reason to like
show,
the
right?
show.
So that's enough of a bad take.
books.
him and Daniel Greene also had their legendary video on how people are racist because they don't like the castings when the castings are inaccurate.
Yeah, no, that's a bad take.
I still want to cover that eventually, but I keep getting told by people that you shouldn't do that. And I was like, why not? Well, there's probably
Just
reasons.
assume that I know this is being simulstreamed to both of our channels, and so you'll just have to follow the mod's directions as far as what's available or allowed in chat. I'm just gonna trust.
Or
my
just
mods
don't
and
talk
pretty
in
much
chat
full book, full
because
series.
you'll
So
get
it's on
banned.
both channels. We're watching it on Sanderson's one, right?
No, we're watching on Dusty Wheel, which is Matt Hatch's.
Okay.
Yeah, it's his event.
Fair enough.
And I believe there'll be a time code on screen, so
Because I saw it on Sanderson's
the pre
channel pop up. So
what happened before.
We're just gonna
this
play it
episode.
right as you hit play.
is it the same?
Yep.
Wanna look?
So you have the timer up for us, right?
I've got mixed feelings on Sanderson because I
Taylor,
don't
put that
know
on
if
screen
I'm
for
supposed to
us.
think
That's
his writing
right.
is
We
good
have
or his writing
Taylor
is bad because
and
I'm so
Adam
confused.
this time.
I have some of his
We
books
have
though.
the full force.
This is the Avengers assemble of Wheel of Time content.
That's true. It kind of is.
Okay, and I
How does the sound guy not figured out this is not working?
You're hearing that in chat.
Don't know.
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Oh, I think you
We're
just
gonna
figured it
do
out.
again. Make sure you guys can hear us out there before we.
Yep, they just figured it out.
There's no rush. We've waited 7 days. So what is another couple minutes here?
I can't believe you waited
Well, I would like an extra year to prepare for that.
to watch
I
this.
did.
Well, at this
I did
point,
decide
Matt
how
Hatch
to follow
hasn't
social
seen
media.
the final
I've not been
episode.
on. I realized I
And Sanderson, I think, hasn't watched the entire season.
would go to my app and I would.
I don't
literally
think
click
Sanderson
on-
cares enough
like my
other
brain
than
knew
like
Facebook
this.
was logged in or Instagram was on Twitter. I would still click the app and I would see the login screen.
Now,
and be like,
for the people out in
no,
the
I
audience,
can't do it.
those
I think we
people
did
not
a few hundred
watching this live
Yeah.
because it's not live. But for you who watching us, watch them because you're a reactionary of a reaction. But
Okay, guys.
basically,
We're just doing some audio checks here. So,
yeah,
bear
this
with
is
us. Chat.
very
Showed up.
interesting
So you're gonna stick
controversy
around for the,
due to the fact that
technical,
Sanderson has apparently hot takes
details
for
of
this.
the,
So
yeah. If you stick around,
um,
then we'll
He'll show you the Trolloc I drew.
That's an impressive Trolloc.
Well,
You should
he's polite about it, but Hatch gets more and more upset with
do
him
not reveal the Trolloc.
as it goes on.
I'll say this: I'm really
Yeah.
looking forward to an episode finale for the Wheel of Time that wasn't filmed rushed during COVID.
Yes.
That is,
So I guess
think, a
Sanderson
very
hasn't watched
shared
it either
sentiment.
at this
Yeah.
point,
Yeah.
so he might be.
Mhm.
I think that's
This is a
reasonable.
commentary
This time I
by
actually
Sanderson. So
read
if anybody's upset that he's talking
um,
during the episode,
episode
it's
8
because it's a commentary.
and was able to give feedback on it.
Yay!
I didn't get to do that last time because 7 and 8 had to film. They did it very rushed and they didn't send them to me. So
Gotcha. Yeah. I can't wait.
Okay,
A little bit
easier
easier
to hear now.
Is there a
So Sanderson did
me
visit
talking.
Thomas on.
So
House.
I am, as I said, very looking forward to this. They you still can't hear Matt?
No, I can hear.
He
But
just
I would say
wants a
keep
little
going
bit
up.
more.
Yeah, you go up more.
I am looking forward to. Well, I can't say because
There you go.
actually,
Yeah.
Matt told me not to tell him what's coming.
That's true.
Well,
Okay,
can't hear you right
maybe he has
I
something.
can hear.
Sanderson
I can hear.
read the script.
Yeah, I know. I can't. Yes,
Well,
that's
you
true.
might
You
read
read
the
the script, so
script,
you can't. If you tell me what's
It's
happening,
right there.
then we would waited 7 days to react to something. that
Oh, so
would
Daniel
be
Greene isn't in this either.
So-
Oh, no.
I'll tell you this: the characters are in it.
I guess it's helpful.
Okay,
I
yeah.
can hear
come on,
Matt.
guys.
Is that true though? Is it?
Lanfear.
The names
Really?
of characters.
I'm very good at talking about nothing. It's one of the skills my audience knows me best for. I'm
Mhm.
fantastic.
I
at
can use
filling
just a
time.
hint more, Daniel, but I'm good.
A lot of people say that actually.
Yeah.
It's a constant theme.
I'm getting the note that much better audio for all three.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I.
Why did they not do the sound check before it even started? I don't understand.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Welcome to the behind the scenes segment.
That's right. Oh, that seems to still be.
Yeah, it seems
that
good
volume
for me.
still.
Yeah,
good
I'm
for me.
fine.
Oh, actually, come up on
Yeah,
mine.
come
Yeah.
up on mine.
Good. Right there.
Good. Okay.
Come up on mine a little bit more.
Wow, so interesting.
This is the
Live in real time audio adjustment.
All right.
Hey, we ready for this, everybody?
I think we're
Hey,
ready.
Taylor, you're gonna put us. Yep. We're gonna start the timer right here, everybody. Enjoy our reactions.
Enjoy us talking for an hour. And
Finally,
hour and 10 minutes.
if Lanfear dies, we have problems.
You didn't have any problems when Uno died, apparently. It's like
I was going to say a book spoiler.
Hey, Adam, can you turn my audio for that up a little bit?
Yeah, mine
I do think
too.
it's funny
Only
that they
down
didn't
again
even bother with
somehow.
like subtitles so people could follow along with the story.
Mhm. Yeah, that's we did better then.
We are apparently.
Criticism of how they were showing men's visions, but I can't think of any other way to do it. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's the right way.
How
It's
dare
Well,
you?
thing with
Yeah,
Perrin, right?
If the
Like,
visions were actually
can't
correct
do
visions,
in
right?
what you did in the books with Perrin and being able.
Say that again so I can hear you over them.
Oh yeah, fair enough. I said you would maybe be able to do it with correct visions rather than just some weird,
Yeah.
vaguely
Yeah, like if you use the vision,
relevant stuff.
actually would take place because if you noticed in this last or when Min has the vision of Matt stabbing Rand, it was literally him stabbing Rand, like actively stabbing him, like
Mhm.
the dagger in hand. But the actual incident in the 7th episode, he does not do that. It was something entirely different.
Yes.
That was,
I mean, to be fair, he's talking about the way the visions are shown. I
Well,
think that's probably fine.
Yeah, like if it shows, like for example, if it shows that Matt threw a spear type thing at Rand and it shanks him, then
Mhm.
that would be like, oh, okay, well that's what's going to happen, and then it shows it later on at the end of the series or whatever, and it's like, oh, so that's what happened. Like it happened as she saw
Yeah.
it.
But I
She
think
doesn't-
you still could probably make it more similar to the book visions
Well, yeah.
in that it's
The
just
book
symbols
was simple.
around people's heads, right?
Well, they were simple. Well, it was
Well,
like it was an objects or something like that. Like
Mhm.
I mean, there's instances where Min sees like blood draining down someone's face.
Yeah,
or-
but it's always around the person's head, mostly.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm saying like when she saw it, she looked at an Aes Sedai. She saw blood coming off of the woman. Like what she saw that was the aura around them was the blood around their face. So
Okay.
like it could be on them per se, as well as which would actually be kind of cool to see in that regard. Or it was like an object or something floating around them or something like that. It wasn't like a scene. It
I
wasn't.
think
like,
that would probably be very doable, actually, with
Well,
which
yeah,
is
it's like you have.
basic CGI skills, I guess.
Well, I mean, you just show Min's face. Go and look at like she's looking at an Aes Sedai. She's walking by or something, and then
And
you
then
see
you
the.
just overlay the vision over the Aes Sedai.
Well, no, you just do like a cut thing where like you cut the first time it's the Aes Sedai walking normally. Min looks at her, and then
Yeah.
now you go cuts back to the Aes Sedai.
And then
now
you have the vision around the Aes Sedai.
well, not even around it, just like have it look like she's got blood draining from her face or something. All of a sudden,
Oh,
you
yeah,
get, like,
no, that's fair. Yeah.
like,
But I'm talking about the things floating around.
Well, yes, but the floating around is only certain things. It's not everything. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There are recorded instances where it's not just that. There are those, of course, but you could do those as well. Like it's literally just a cut between type of things, like cut between.
But to see a completely separate vision, I think.
Well, it's like so. What you're saying, according to the show, is that Min just watches movie scripts of things that are going to happen. Like that's essentially.
Yeah.
It's like.
Well, sometimes she watches
Seems a bit
alternative
weird.
movies.
And also, she's supposed to not always know what happens.
Yeah.
Only sometimes she knows.
Whatever she sees comes true, but she doesn't always know what it means. But when she knows what it means, that's what it means.
Yeah.
But it's very, very specific. It's not like.
But it's very obvious if you just have Matt stabbing around, right?
Yeah, but Dudkin does not want her visions to always come true in the show.
That's true.
What good are her visions? It's like foretellings. Like if I foretell something and it doesn't come true, it's like, well, then you either didn't properly give the context for how it's supposed to happen, like what Elida does.
Or you break the story in that foretellings aren't always correct.
Well, yeah, but like a foretelling comes true. We have the foretelling for Greene. We've got the foretelling for Guitarra Morosa. You got the foretelling for Elida, but Elida's the one that doesn't come true because Elida looks through it through her biased lens. The other one's just here's what it is.
No, I get that.
Yeah, but that was
they seem to be going for some vague idea in the story that there is the idea that foretellings may not always be true.
Well, it's not that they're not true. It's that they don't happen the way you think they'll happen.
No, but in the show they specifically doubt the validity of the foretellings.
Yeah, you see, they don't
So
have.
maybe they just want to not have foretelling as actually being fully real in the show. I don't know.
I'm convinced that if Dudkins could have did this without any magic at all, this show, and he would have done it. He just wants to do a soap opera.
That's probably fair.
Like,
I mean, how much magic did we see until the end in Falm?
There's a decent amount. They had all the Sol Dam Damane.
Sure. But I mean,
got to the Falm.
the Suldam, of course, and the Damane do a lot of channeling. When they're in the tower, there's a bit of channeling, but not very much. And at some point, Lan gets captured by Alana, and of course, Lanfear Carrion.
Yeah,
burn them down. That's all the channeling I think there is in the show. Rand's weird of a fire dream, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll smell emotions.
Yeah.
It's not visual. There's not really. And so I was actually a fan of how they tweaked that for Perrin, just giving us something a little more visual.
I would have been a fan if
The fact that people complain that he's talking over this, like, that's not the point of them sitting down and doing this. It's like.
Exactly. I do agree with Sanderson, though, that Perrin's visions probably are in the best format in a visual form. But
I mean, they could have, but what they did was they showed the actual incident. They didn't show which they would have to do because like Perrin sees them and understands the vision. The actual scent from the wolves are totally different.
But it's more like sense or feelings that you can't really properly translate in video medium.
It's like the
they also do images, of course, but
it's like an image mixed with a scent, and the scent usually like fear, anger, happiness, joy, that kind of stuff. Like they add the scent to the scene, and then you'd say like, okay, here's a picture of a deer, and then you'd say scared. It's like, so you have a deer that's scared. Let's go hunt. Like that's what you get from the scent. But all you see was a picture of a deer and the scent of afraid or something. Like,
but you don't have that in video, obviously.
No, But so them changing that, I wouldn't mind them changing that if the stuff made sense.
Yeah, no, of course.
They're going like, oh, the wolves somehow spotted the Tuatha raid thing, and where the Tuatha get slaughtered, and recorded it in their brain, and then recorded
I'm
it on.
mostly thinking about the specific bit where Hopper is jumping, and that's the only thing I think that makes sense to translate Hopper's meaning into an image.
On the scale of things, the show screwed up. Things like the parent wolf visions. It's not even in the top like 100,000. You know what I mean?
No, it's
like,
way down there.
But I'm just saying, like, what would have been nicer to see is like seeing like wisps of stuff hitting around and being like parents saying somebody was like people were murdered here, which obviously they could see.
Well,
Like here's the kind of things that would happen. Like it's evil, it's darkness, it's like that kind of like feeling to kind of like mystericize it to where it would be true to him, like not fully comprehending the endings because they're new to him. And
what they could have done is when he starts having them, and Elias is there earlier, he said, "Look, that's your brain trying to interpret the wolf's sense and hearing into something visual because you're a person."
That's type of thing.
Maybe they could do some weird psychedelic stuff,
They don't
right?
use the words like brain. Brain's a very modern
Well,
word.
I'm using our modern words to say what they could translate that into show ease or whatever.
Your mind is trying to comprehend what the wolves are sending
And
you.
they say, look, when you're used to it, it won't be scents and smells. It'll be like a vision or something. So then they tell an audience that we're going to interpret it as a vision. You know,
Could be.
there's a way they could have done it better than what they did.
It's a little rough.
Okay.
Sanderson
Two
looks
Forsaken
very
has just been
uncomfortable.
so good this season.
Mm.
Have they?
You know, that's I will give them this. I do have some complaints about the adaptation.
Okay.
I think the villains are uniformly stronger than in the books. I think that being able to lend
agree.
these great
I
actors
don't agree either.
to it,
He's conflating acting performances with like villainousness. Like
He's putting the performance over the narrative. Let's say.
yeah, but it's like, oh, they performed really well. It's like, okay, but I don't care if they perform well if they're not like if they're performing in the circus, they're performing well, but they're not circus clowns. They're villains. They're supposed to
Well, I
also
would.
do certain things that they're not
But
doing.
Alcemon is definitely weaker in season 1. In season 2, he doesn't really do
How do
anything.
you ever see him as Balsamon though? Like he's Balsamon for
Yeah.
2 scenes, one in the little flash in the back, and then one at the very end of season 8, and then or season 1
And
episode.
then
8.
at the end, that's just a weird. I don't know what they were thinking in the
None of it makes any
finale.
sense because it's like I don't even think we hear him say Balsamon, do we?
Well, I would say.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, so he's not even parading as the Dark One because the Dark One doesn't exist apparently in the show. And then he's all of a sudden Ishamael. Everyone under the sun knows who Ishamael is, which is like he's like who the Betrayer of Hope exists, and people know of him, but they don't necessarily know much about him in terms of the average everyday person. Like you'd have to be an Aes Sedai who studies this specifically, like Moraine might, or something, but or maybe a Brown sister. But no, like everybody under the sun doesn't just know who Ishamael is. That's 3,000 years ago history. It's not valid to them at this point because they don't know he exists anymore.
Exactly.
Well, I would say, kind of in line with what Sanderson is saying, is the reason the villain seems so much stronger in the show is because Rand has been nerfed.
Well, I think they seem stronger is because they're the strongest.
I mean, Lanfear, apart from the vampireness, let's say, was probably it's probably reasonably okay.
I mean, she doesn't behave like Celine / Lanfear in the books.
But, I mean,
her acting
you
performance.
sort of might get the idea of her character. She likes Luce Therin, obviously, not Rand, but maybe also Rand. I'm not entirely sure how that works. But yeah, I think narratively she was less damaged than Ishamael, at least.
Yeah, but like, what villainous things did the villains do in this series?
Nothing, because they're the good guys in this.
I mean, the only thing I think of is the one stupid scene with Lanfear walking down the gates, going like this.
Yeah, okay, that was
That was stupid.
weird.
That's not something any of the Forsaken would do. So, what was the why? Like, well, she needs to show she's powerful. I'm like, if you're smart and you make good decisions, that shows you're powerful because you're not losing, you're winning. You're what your goals are being accomplished. That's what shows a powerful villain. But you also have to have villains doing villainous things. If they're not doing villainous things, like I argued, I'm pretty sure the last time we covered the episode, like with Barthanas. Barthanas was not stupid. He was actually a dark friend.
Well, in the show, he's
Well,
okay.
no, I'm saying like Barthanas, as like if you're in that position to marry the queen, which obviously wasn't the queen, was his rival in the book when it was a dude, but whatever.
Or maybe he's gay. Who knows?
No, it's they have a girl. Yeah, it's whatever. Anyway, my point being is that he would have done something like sent knives in the dark to kill Maureen. He wouldn't have gone there himself, let alone his guard that works for him wouldn't have let his mom lock him in there. Like, there's a whole lot of problems with it that just doesn't make sense. Like, why did this happen? Well, we need Barthanas to be caught and to be shown that he's a dark friend. We like that his mom teleporting from out of the room to the basement underneath in order to hear the Aes Sedai or Leandrin talking to him about all this dark friend stuff. Him not knowing that there's freaking hearing spots everywhere, like all those stupid things. Like
Exactly. Yeah.
it doesn't make sense. But that there's certain things
Actually,
like
why did his mother, spy on him?
well, because it's Aes Sedai and she plays the great game and you don't trust anyone. You always do other things this way than that. Why they didn't do it in an actual like garden where it's private?
Good
Why
question.
is Leandrin
Yeah.
raising her voice? And
I mean, if I learned one thing from Game of Thrones, it's that the walls have ears.
I'm just imagining like a statue of an ear sitting on the wall.
Yeah.
The walls have ears.
So,
And
yeah.
leading into how good they all are, like it's great. I really like all the villains.
But I don't see them as villains. I see them as good guys. Like they do more good for the world than they do bad.
Mhm.
That's what makes them bad villains. I'm assuming they read it out of a theater for this or something.
No, this doesn't look like your average theater
America has specialty theaters for this.
with super fancy chairs.
Mm.
I've got one down the road.
Shield there. I like that.
You can rent them out for like 200 some bucks.
I like a more gruff loose Theron.
Do ya?
Yes.
Mm.
They're in the scene with the
Gruff?
shotgun being sealed away.
That's the opposite of gruff.
Why does Danielle keep looking at the camera? He's probably reading the chat.
I'm not sure 100%. What I think this is really handy narratively, right? To show the Forsaken being sealed away. And to
Except, of
show
course, it doesn't work that way. Yeah.
Well, think of it this way. One of the things I've always questioned is like if the Forsaken are sealed away, how is Ishamael there when Lutherion kills his entire family and then creates Dragonmount?
No, that never happened.
It didn't happen.
Not in the show.
No. I'm saying even in the books, like even in the books.
Well,
How
there was
is that-
something about
Was Ishamael just never sealed?
Well, there was something about
Shamel has a slightly special status, I think. He is half sealed, so he can get out
Yeah.
every now and then.
like his spirit can get out or something like that. You can
Because
find
he
questions.
also
Clear in the books. Let's put it that way.
he helped with the Trolloc Wars, which is way
Well,
ahead of the.
The reason is like Lutherion says in that introduction, the betrayer of hope. Like they know he betrayed the light, and he's like, "So you do remember," like all that kind of stuff. And then that's when he takes away the madness, at least for a time, from Lutherion, so Lutherion could know what he's done. Like that's the whole
Yeah,
prologue.
I know.
So with
But
that,
Shamel's not fully sealed, only
Well,
partially.
he's there physically. He has the ability to remove the madness, so he has some power. So if he's not fully sealed, is it just his powers are sealed?
I don't think it's he that removes the madness, though. I think he has the Dark One do it.
Well, I mean, he's using, I think, the true source to do it, which would be the Dark One's powers. He didn't use the one power to remove it. He used the Dark One's powers to do it, but he didn't like say, "Please, Dark One, come in, Dark One. I need you to remove some madness, Dark One. Thank you, Dark One," and then hang up. Like that's not what he did. He's like, He says, "I release you from the madness," or whatever the wordage was, basically for this time. And then he removes it. Lews Therin realizes Ileana's dead. His kids are dead. All of his kin are dead. And then he goes berserk. That's how we get it. But it's like, but if he was sealed, are the Forsaken sealed in power only, or are they sealed physically?
All of them except Ishamel are sealed physically and power as well.
Okay, so but
And
none of
Ishamel every now and then gets thrown out of the seal and then re-enters it.
which doesn't make
Jordan
sense.
never explains it.
Yeah,
Because he gets out in the history at some point several times that we know.
yeah, that was just the thing I had noticed. I was like, I don't know how this makes sense. Here they're showing him sealing him away like one at a time. Apparently, like he's like the last one to get sealed or the first one to
Remember,
get.
in the show, the seals on the Forsaken are not the seals on the Dark One.
Yeah, they have we have 7 seals for the Dark One, and then a bunch of seals for the
8.
Forsaken. So, yeah, was there 8?
There are 8 Forsaken in the show.
No. I'm talking about the books. Like
There's 7 on the Dark Ones. On the Dark Ones.
There was whatever. I thought the Forsaken were tied to those seals for the Dark One, but I guess.
The Forsaken in the book are sealed along with the Dark One.
In
Yeah,
the book
As
itself,
and when the seals break, the
Forsaken are let out.
seal as a whole weakens, and
Yeah.
the one closest to the outside will be released first.
yeah, the seals in the book.
That's why the
they're
first one they
layered.
encounter is the people who were half dead, right?
You mean Agadon and Belthamo?
Yeah.
Well, they weren't the first ones they encountered, though. They had already been encountering.
Yeah, okay, but as we established, Ishamo has a special status among
Well,
them.
we didn't establish it because it was never established. We're just assuming.
No, Jordan established it.
Yeah. We know Ishamo gets out of the seals by himself for some reason.
And just goes back and takes a nap for a couple thousand
Well,
years.
maybe he can only get out for a few years before he gets rebounded back in or whatever. I don't know.
He might have to
Because
exert
we
an amount
know
of
he
power and
was
run
there
out
for
of
the
energy to
Trollic
pull
Wars.
him
We
back
know he
in.
was there for the 100-Year Wars, and he is also out when Lews Therin kills his family, and he is out before the others during the whole chase sequence towards the Eye because he happens to be in everyone's dreams.
Yeah.
Theron and things like this. One of the things I miss from the books is the ambiguity about the madness and Lews Therin. And like as a kid, I didn't buy in to there actually being reincarnation in this world until several books in.
Really?
I thought, well, this is their lore,
Mm.
but is it actually really part like? And I liked that discovery. I liked discovering that. Oh no, like Rand really is the reincarnation of somebody from before, and I think taking that away means that he starts having.
But is he the reincarnation? I thought
Yeah.
he was just the soul.
But the soul
soul
is reincarnated, so that means he's the reincarnation,
I
right?
thought reincarnation was like you as a whole person came, like the concept.
No.
behind-
That's our real world concept.
Well, also not really.
This whole series is supposed to be based on our real world. That's my
Our
point.
real world doesn't have a reincarnation where the whole person gets
They have-
reincarnated
Well, that's the
because
thing,
it's
they don't-
just the soul.
Yes, but we have things that are from our eras and our ages, like the Mercedes Benz,
Yeah.
and everything. So it's RJ established that it's our world. Just later on in the future, and then new things happen. Like we find a source of magic called the One Power. We go through all these eras and all this stuff. But the concept of reincarnation, as we know it, would be the same, unless
That's as we know it.
Well, yes, but I'm saying like what in that time period would have changed it if the creator makes
It's not a change.
Well,
Yeah,
it would be
what's changed?
because you have like all the Hindus are like reincarnation. You
But
do this.
they don't know they're really reincarnating.
It's just the soul that reincarnates in both Hinduism as well as Buddhism and in the Wheel of Time.
Hmm. Well, I
Maybe
guess-
there are traits ascribed to the soul
I
that
guess.
go with it, but
That's true.
the person as a whole does not get reincarnated because you don't have memories of your past lives.
Well, I guess yeah, it depends on the source. I don't know I don't remember what his source was for that, but it's
Well,
just,
he clearly made it up. He said it fairly explicitly. We argued over it that the memories are temporal to that life. The soul moves on, but the
I know.
memory.
I don't know what he based it off of. I don't know if he based it off of Hindu Buddhism or if he based it off of something else. Because there's other reincarnation myths and stuff that basically state, it's the entirety. It's not just the soul.
I think he just made.
Yeah,
up
okay,
his
but
version for
that's
this.
probably a very specific set of sub beliefs of various religions. Right?
The Hindus are it's very specific to Hindus. Like my point.
Yeah, but it's one of the largest religions still, right?
Well, it's a large. Well, it's actually not because it's broken up into so many subsections. And
Well,
everything.
fair enough.
But
as
then if you do
as a
it that
group,
way, they have different takes
maybe.
on reincarnation in different subsects.
I know, but my point is that out of all of them, I don't know which one of those Robert Jordan said that's the one I'm basing it off of. Because if he
didn't
says
do any of them.
he had to get something. Like, he didn't just say reincarnation.
He could have made up his own concept of it for the book.
I mean, he could have, but he just happened to do it with a whole bunch of other ones. He took a lot of inspiration from a lot of things. Like all the cultures are mixtured. Why would he not take the concept? Like he took deistic approach.
But why would he? It's the same question of why would he? Like, in other words, you can't assume either way. You could just take what he did.
Do it. I'm just saying, for every other thing, he has like a reason. Like I use this because X, and then this is the one thing he doesn't have a reason for. It just seems kind of weird. But I'm not saying he couldn't have. I'm just saying it just seems strange that.
Well, there's actually Sanderson talks about in an interview. There's a whole list of things where Jordan says should never ever be explained, and then there's a list of things he said would be explained in other books.
I'm not saying like explain how the reincarnation process. I'm saying the inspiration to use this particular form of it. Did he get it from Asian personables, or did he get it from European histories like Greek or Roman mythology? Did he use it from the Middle East? Did he use it from South America? Like, what inspiration? We know his inspiration for like the Tyrants is a mixture of like Vietnamese, Spanish, and a bunch of other things put together. We know that the inspiration for the Aiel is the Bedouin, the was it Zulu, and the Japanese mixed together to an Irish group. Like we know he used those inspirations. They don't need to be explained. Like I'm not asking for the explanation of how they came to be in the story. I'm saying where did he get the inspiration to put them in the story in that way? Like how did he?
All I'm saying is, even if he was inspired by, say, Buddhism or whatever, it doesn't work the way it does in Buddhism.
Okay, well that's what I'm saying. Is like I was just interested and intrigued. Like where did he get the concept from?
Sanderson has a comment which I don't know if Harriet ever did, but supposedly after he finished his books, she was supposed to work on like collecting all of Jordan's notes and putting them together, like like how there's history of Middle Earth for Tolkien.
Do kind of a letters of Tolkien, but for letters of Jordan.
Yeah, like the history of Randland for
It's such a funny name.
Well, he doesn't name like Tolkien names everything. Jordan doesn't.
It's like what?
I mean, the continent is called the Westlands, even though none of us ever call it that. It's called the Westlands.
Yeah, it's just funny because it's east of Chongqing, so
Yeah.
His
It only
madness.
depends on where you put middle, right?
We're going into
Middle
spoilers in the books. I'm just gonna warn you. When you start going into his madness, there's never going to be any question, right? Like,
It depends. I mean,
oh, was that me?
I think that was you.
Wasn't I at the end last time? I thought I was like the last. I thought it was.
I still think the questions can be made,
apparently
which
he was in
is,
it.
Yeah.
is this really
Is this
him?
really him or
Yes.
is Rand? You can do
Yeah,
that.
I still think
can
you
do
can.
that.
Yeah.
It's just one of those little things I missed from the books.
Yeah.
But
I love that we get this for the
last one,
This
yeah,
wasn't in all
yeah.
the episodes. I love
first
that we
and
have
last
it.
one.
Yeah.
You get to see my little name pop up.
See, I always believed in the reincarnation from the series
Yeah.
because when I was a kid, I had a theory it was all a computer simulation because I was a big fan of The Matrix.
Okay. Somebody had seen The
Matrix
Matrix
came
before
way
they
later.
read Wheel of Time.
Yes.
Somebody was not reading.
What's wrong with you?
He's young.
That didn't work.
He is.
28. I'll take every year I can get.
Hit the wrong trigger on the seat. Like hear the trumpets in the background.
Oh, that was my text message.
Down
So,
at the White
Oh,
Cloaks
I thought they were
near
sure.
Falmouth.
This is some nice cinematography here.
and that is probably the best thing about this whole show is the cinematography.
Certain shots, yes. There are some shots that were not like.
Well, all that beautiful desert scenery, you know what I mean? Because everything is in the desert.
Which
I don't-
scene are we in at the moment?
Everything's Tatooine. It's really annoying. But like, I like how the thing he says is like
So White Cloak, I love it.
he says, you know,
Okay, yeah.
well, the cinematography is really good. And I'm like, that's the best you can get for praise for the shows. It's pretty telling.
I mean, and the rest is all shit. So
But I gotta say the Children of White Cloak was a very weird thing. Like, I didn't make any sense at all.
well, I mean, they're not also the good guys, right? So
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Is like, it didn't make sense if they're good guys or bad guys. It doesn't It doesn't make sense. It's like, why do the White Cloaks have literal children in the like? It's like when you hear Black Numenorians.
yeah, with the smoke. That's right. I forgot about that.
The literal children. It's like
I have my
Would be-
overriding
that was
theory
very
for
sad.
stuff like that is
Numenorians are actually black. They're actually African. I'm like, no, they're black because they're evil Numenorians. That's
Yeah.
literally what that means. And it was like, oh, they're the children of the light, so they have to
Right.
have.
Magna, if you're black, you're evil.
That's exactly what they think. If you're orc and you're evil, it means you're black, right?
Yes.
But it's like they're children of the light, therefore there must be literal children. I'm like, okay. So you have the entire force of the White Cloaks on horseback, and then you have these little kids walking with little sensors, just shaking them back and forth, and somehow magically make a bazillion tons of fog and smoke to where you can hide not only the visuals
Maybe
a
just all secretly channelers, right?
of course, because that would totally go.
well, you know why it worked out.
That's the
Because
only
this
thing that
is-
makes
this is take
sense.
your son to work there for the White Cloak. Just happened to
Oh
work
yeah,
out.
no, that could be it.
Oh,
That's
so
why.
they have
That's why.
10,000 little children with sensors to cover
That's
them.
why
about-
Dane's there next to Joffrey, right?
Yep.
It works out completely. Father, of course, doesn't have any children, so
It's like, thank God Valda doesn't have any kids. His kid's probably in the back peeling off someone's fingernails. But no, it's like it's really funny because you can block this. But what about the sound of 10,000 freaking horsemen or whatever? How many?
no, that's negligible. We don't care about that. If it's not on screen, doesn't exist.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Guys, but they can be on the right side.
I mean, as long as he's alive, they can be on the right side.
Mhm.
He is one of my favorite characters from the books.
Jeffrem? I'm assuming you talk about Jeffrem.
I love Dane getting into the prophecy side.
Mm.
Matt's.
Well, he did the prophecy wrong, so
These four
that's-
walking together is so strange to me.
This is so fantastic.
Mm.
Oh, I was talking about Lanfear, but yeah.
He's such a simp.
Mhm.
Like I can understand. I guess I'll let it play. I can understand that you might like an actress or an actor, but like saying like I really like them and overriding all your judgments literally just shows and proves you're a shill. When you don't need to be, you can just be like, I really enjoyed their performance, but that's not how I'm basing my grading or anything off of. Like I can enjoy somebody's performance in the show. I thought the lady who plays Varen, I think she's a good actress. I don't think she's presenting necessarily a very good Varen.
Agreed.
She's probably better, but I think she came across as a good actress. Who was the other one I thought was pretty?
I think
good?
there are actually a
She
bunch
could
of good
play
actors
Baron,
in the show.
and she adds a good script.
Yeah. If well, first off, she's not fat enough to be Varen.
Well, but that can be.
Things like Logain,
I
I think the
guess.
actor for Logain could be interesting. It's just they put too much focus on the madness aspect.
And he's not even supposed to be mad yet.
But that's not how Logain acts. Even when he starts getting a little mad, that's not how he acts.
Yeah. That's the thing is like they changed the personality. So it's like the guy did a good job with what he was given,
Mhm.
Like there weren't a whole lot of like performances. Like the guy who plays Ishamael, I think he did a good job playing a character. I just don't think that character was Ishamael.
Yep.
The performances were good. They were just in the wrong roles
Yeah.
or in the wrong show. Like you put him in a different
Mhm.
show, that might make more sense. It'd be like, oh, well, yeah, his persona, his personality is kind of like, you should agree with me because I'm just the misunderstood villain. I'm just hungry. You know, like, like that kind of stuff would be fine probably in another universe because a villain like that can't exist. But they put him into this, and it didn't feel natural to me in that regard. But there are good actors. I don't think Rosamund Pike is one of them.
It's like the guy who plays Ferris. The role he's playing is more like Grendel or Morgedian than like Ishmael, a manipulator, someone just passive, snarky stuff. You know,
Mhm.
Well, I mean,
someone,
while he
I
was
think the way Morgedian was portrayed was probably maybe better for
no, because
maybe.
they're
No,
portraying
it's not good for Morgedian, but it's a good portrayal of maybe Samarag.
Samarag.
Wow.
I mean, I guess
Potato.
Samarag's black, so they're whitewashing characters now. So, like the spider being more powerful than Lanfear is absolutely
No,
laughable.
that's definitely ridiculous.
That's laughable. Lanfear saying the light protect Rand is
That's
also
also terrible.
But the fact that the spider is able to like literally do webs with the one power, and then they're like literal webs,
That's very strange.
silly. Because the whole reason she's called the spider is not because she makes webs out of
That's
physical.
because she lurks in the shadows.
she's a yeah.
She hides in the shadows, and she
She
lays
makes schemes. Yeah.
that schemes and plans that she makes fall into place. That was her power. And she's not super crazy strong amongst the chosen / Forsaken. What she is she's crafty, she's cunning, but she's also stupid because she gets offended by Nynaeve, and that's what makes her do something out of her character, and that's what ends up losing or causing her to lose to Nynaeve and that. So like, the acting is okay for some characters. A lot of them don't play it very well. Like Daniel Henney might be a good actor. I just don't think he's a good Lan because he just doesn't.
Oh yeah,
act.
that's totally yeah.
Like maybe he's good outside. I don't know. Rosamund Pike. I've heard good things about her acting. This is horrendous acting.
Yep.
I can't tell if she's supposed to be angry, upset, sad, happy, lustful, whatever. Like, she's too all over the place, and nothing she does has a point to it, and none of it
I've
feels.
literally never heard of her before this show, so
She was in Gone Girl, I think, with Ben Affleck, and she was apparently really good in that. And then she was in a couple of other small things. But like, they're trying to get a big list actor to take the front stage, but they should have picked it for Rand. They shouldn't have picked it for Moraine. It is what it is.
She's great, by the way.
Yeah, I
But
don't know who she is. But
I fought pretty hard against the Moraine not having her powers thing.
Moraine's great. Is that what he
I
said?
think it
Yes.
worked.
I guess, yeah. Like for all the flack he's getting from the TOT people, I think he's gonna get just equal enough flack for saying something really stupid. Like he's supposed to be a brilliant author, I guess, and he's saying some really stupid things for some reason. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know
I
why.
think he has already disconnected it completely from the actual story in the book, right?
I don't understand how you can completely disconnect something from something else. Like I don't understand that. Like how do you take away the very essence of something and then have something that looks like a poor man's attempt at it, and then be like, yeah, that's great. Like, well, no, it's not because
Well, we're not like that, but I told you there are okayists out there who are. You know?
well, I get that, but I'm saying like I literally cannot understand when people are like, well, when I stop thinking about it, it's great. I'm like, oh, so you have to be stupid to understand this and enjoy this.
Yeah.
But even then, I'm looking at it from like not even if I look at it from a non-Wheel of Time perspective, it's still crap. Like there's so many plot issues, plot contrivances, plot holes, plot armor.
Plus, I think they're used to a lot of bad TV being considered good TV. Like, forget about the Wheel of Time book series. Like, this is just a badly written TV show on its own. You know what I mean? So, but the people nowadays are used to so many bad TV shows being considered okay or good TV shows that when you get crap like this, which is, it's not writing wise, it's not as bad as Rings of Power, for example, but it
Yeah, let's not go there. That's a silly place.
It's just a silly place. But no, like the Nielsen ratings. I don't know if you guys looked at those since they came out for this. Like Wheel of Time's losing to
Yeah,
Ahsoka.
it's not
How
very good.
embarrassing is it to lose to Ahsoka in time period? Which is obviously losing to One
Yikes.
Piece because One Piece is fantastic. But yeah, it's just like I only saw the first episode of One Piece, and I'm already like, they're really blending the manga and the anime together. And the young Luffy, I don't really.
Wow, so I've been told.
Yeah,
I haven't actually watched the live action version yet. I am
entertaining.
now on episode 75 of the anime. So
Oh, you're such a poor little youngling. I'm on like 1,000 something. But anyway,
I'm getting
and
slowly.
maybe again, it's just me
it gets
looking
better.
forward.
It always gets better, and it starts out very
but-
good too.
Like if we're having people lose their powers and get them back,
Yeah, Giant
just for
Island.
convenience of like a few episodes, it really detracts from the idea of losing powers, getting powers back.
Fully agree.
He's making literally the same argument of, killing somebody off and then resurrecting them, killing somebody off and then resurrecting them, killing somebody off and then resurrecting them.
Wait, didn't that happen?
Like one for one. Yeah, it did. That's the point.
I don't think we needed it. I tried on that one.
I like.
Oh. Let's just continue. Right.
Yeah, well, he muted himself, so I think that muted the audio.
Of the
Oh,
season
did it mute the audio?
being like episode 1.
Oh, apologies. I forgot that does that. I'll go back a little.
Did it? I thought they were just sitting there saying nothing. And
No,
watching.
because you could see Sanderson making gestures like he was talking.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
No, see, it's
I'm back.
silence.
So. Well, yeah, they're not saying anything right now. They were talking. I think it's this part where he starts talking about the powers being lost and coming back.
This is me. She's great, by the way.
Oh, we're a little too
Yeah.
far back.
But I thought really
There we go.
detracts from the idea of losing powers, getting powers back. I don't think we needed it. I tried on that one.
I liked how it played out this season. If
Did
watch
ya?
all the episodes, I actually did like. At first, I did not like it, but
Why didn't he like it, and why did he end up liking it? Like he gives no explanation. He
Because
just said, I didn't, and now I did.
at first he thought, no, I don't like it. But then he thought, oh, I need to shield.
It's
So
my own private thing, but when I saw the public was going to see it, I say, "Oh, I actually do like it," or "I didn't like it, and now I do like it." That means it's good, right?
It does some good things, but I think it led
That's
to some of the weakest parts of the season being like episode 1 and 2, Lan and Moiraine. And sorry, you haven't seen any of this. You're just trying to actually pay attention. And I'm just talking.
Lanfear's on the screen.
Okay, yeah.
When Lanfear's off the screen,
Okay, I'll wait till Lanfear's off the screen. I
oh, that was cool.
disagree. I don't think it worked, mostly because it led to a weaker start, which is a problem, right? A weak start for Moiraine and Lan, who are two of our strongest characters.
They're not though.
Well, no, okay. Here's different. So let's pretend like we're fixing this show. The book didn't exist for sake of what I'm about to say, right? We ended the season on two big things, like Rand pretending to be dead and Moiraine losing her powers, right? So by logical show construction, the very beginning of next season, we should have addressed one of those in a conclusive way as the main plot of our opening episodes. So within the context of the show, pretending the books don't exist, Moiraine should have gotten our powers back, say, by the end of the second episode, let's say. And so the whole thing Lan did
First, because if you're going to go that long, unless you're not showing her very much in the first,
depends on how many episodes you have. We only have 8, so it has to be very soon.
Well, I would have had, like, if I were doing it like with the show's storyline, I would have had in the first episode, Lan goes after Rand because he finds out he's alive, and you see Lan suspects that she's been shielded and not still or whatever. And then the second episode, he brings out to him, Moiraine and says, "Now," Rand then breaks the shield on her, right? So then we skip all that stupid Carhane stuff, which it was utterly pointless.
Swan being all I'm almighty and powerful, I can best Rand by myself without the help of 12 other sisters.
Well, then Moraine could have said, "I got Logain to Carhane, so you could train with him there, right?" So then they could all three of them go to Carhane, take Logain, and go on the road in hiding so Rand could train. You know, that to me would have been a much better way to do what this stupid show was trying to do.
Yeah, no, that's probably fair.
I mean, you could also
And
do.
here's the thing.
How about this? You could also have her actually get stilled, and then in the beginning of the first episode, have Nynaeve heal her on accident.
Well, I'm just running with the Moraine Loran storyline.
That would at least hold somewhat to the original
Yeah.
story, albeit way off of the proper timeline. But at least it would be something that would make sense, because it's like, if you got stilled, wouldn't you look for a way to get healed? You wouldn't just be like, okay, well, I guess it happened. Oh well.
Well, and then leading into the whole
Avoid
Swan.
Nynaeve, heal Moraine if that were the case.
That's what I'm saying. Is that she would, in the beginning of the first episode, or not in the beginning, about midway of the first episode,
Yeah, but
we show Moraine searching to find a way to get cured or whatever, and then she's like failing, and then Moraine gets.
Are we also delaying the girls getting sent to the tower then?
Well, no. I mean,
because Moraine's
That's why I
banned,
would keep that separated.
right? So
Like it's just like we combine Lan, Moraine, and Rand into one storyline with Logain,
what's
and
something
then
else?
yeah, you know, and that's what makes Swan mad at Moraine is Moraine goes off the grid, doesn't even send any messages. You know what I mean? So when Swan
But
shows up,
Moraine's gonna be intercepted and a whole bunch of things. So Moraine did the right thing, hands down.
I'm not arguing that. I'm saying like a more logical reason than you had him for 6 months, and I mean.
also sending messages while you are supposed to not be friends in public with the Amelin is not a smart idea.
For her, but it enabled, in my opinion, Rand to stay put in Kyrian because she didn't have the mechanisms or didn't feel the power like she could take him out, and so it allowed them to establish what they'd established with Rand and Lanfear.
Yeah, and the Rand stuff at the beginning is good.
Yeah.
Right. I really liked how that tweaked and played out, but you could have done that a dozen different ways.
Sure.
Right. Particularly what they
Dozen
had
better
at
ways.
the beginning, where Rand just walks off.
But the thing is that like they're like, if it was a totally different series, if it was a totally different show, then sure, it wasn't bad. But you're trying to cram 15 books into 8 seasons, and that's if all 8 get greenlit. You've got 64 episodes so far. We're almost 1/3, or well, I guess 2/8 of the way through, or whatever.
I mean, I guess most of the problems come from trying to smush book 2 and 3 together into one season because they are basically the same.
They didn't even really do book 3. Like they barely even got to end of book 2.
Yeah.
Like we get to the proclamation of the dragon and Falm.
Well, it was
I'm betting Tia won't exist. The book 3 stuff is
skipping
Rand
most of the
learning to channel.
Calendar, anything like part of the prophecies, like any of this stuff, is any of it going to exist?
I saw something like
The book 3 stuff, actually, the
the,
Aiel cage is.
I saw one of the Comic Con's Amazon announcements, and supposedly someone said that they're going to skip most of book 3.
Yeah, because it's basically the same as book 2, according to them. So they don't need Tia because they already had Falm.
Well, I mean, they could, at the very least, they could have done Falm in mid of the season and had Tyr at the end of the season, and just kind of fast forward through a bunch of stuff, and then we would get Calendor, the importance of it. We'd see another Forsaken. We'd have that get taken out quickly.
Calendor's problematic because it gives Rand extra power. And then Egwene can take out the bad guy, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we're done. At the end of last season.
That doesn't fit his character to me. It feels strange to have him just be like, tell them all I'm dead.
Yeah.
I like that they fast forwarded that part. That's where he gets mentally, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we have to kind of accept that as the Rand who walked away from his friends in book 3.
Yep.
And I can make that.
He doesn't walk away from his friends. He just
that
doesn't
Rand
want anybody
did
else to get
exist
harmed and goes
in
and
the
does it
books.
himself.
He just exists earlier, and it
That's
does
not
fit.
the same thing.
By the way, I love him.
Yes.
Just
I mean, he still
love
runs away on his own.
everything they've done with him.
I did not like him in season 1. I loved
Didn't
him
you?
in this season.
I
loved
really liked him in season 1 too.
I just didn't think we get enough in season
I don't know
one.
who we're
I
talking
couldn't make a
about.
judgment
I
call.
don't know either, but it's probably not really the case.
Took what I did with him in the last books and brought it forward. And I really
This
liked
round, yeah. I think Sanderson here is being
Really good job with the set design of Falma.
clouded in his judgment by because there's parts that may overlap with some of his own writing in the series.
Yeah, most of this doesn't have anything to do with him and his writings. So, like, I don't know what the point is.
They're Forsaken are so good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
late this season.
I think
They
the
made-
very
Forsaken,
Like they've
the Forsaken made the season because everybody else is trash.
yeah, no, that's not a good look.
Hands out for him. Oh yeah.
been around for thousands of years, and they feel like they're from another time.
They
Yeah.
feel
They-
control and
I love the costuming for them. I love it that it's so kind of like feels modern.
Mhm.
But why are they wearing modern clothes in an era that they have to blend in?
Exactly. Where are they even getting the modern clothes, right?
Who's making the modern clothes?
Are they making their own?
I bet they're all tailors because they can weave.
Yeah, no. Ishamal's just sitting there knitting his own.
They can weave just like the Black Numenorian Children of the Light. You know, it's the dark
Oh
elf.
yeah, no, it all makes sense now.
It makes perfect sense. In the case of hyperliteralism, it's a disease.
Yep.
Come on, caress his face. That's what needs to happen here.
Oh, Matt.
It's the whole season. Shamil's been caressing everyone's face.
Oh yeah.
It would have been a good bet.
I should mention that I haven't seen the whole season. People will be wondering what. No, I'm jumping. I've read all the strips. I have not seen the whole season. This is the first chance I've been able to sit down and watch. So
That makes a vibe. That's effective.
I like this.
There was some weaker screen earlier I reacted to, but
mhm.
I do like visually this episode so far.
Mhm.
Is this the part where Matt's
Episode last time was the most rushed.
Yes.
The
I don't know.
cloud
I don't know.
pulling in like
Not sure.
I
you
don't
could
really
do.
This is the sad part. I don't really remember the last episode.
I'm gonna load the episode on the side so I can see what they're doing at like 11
Like,
minutes or whatever.
Like the last 10 minutes of the episode is what I remember. Everything else is kind of like it's just kind of like
So
I
11
remember
minutes
vague
was the
details,
charge.
but otherwise not too much.
when the White Cloak's charged.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, does my episode have that stupid screen? Yeah, well, I have the previous. 11 minutes is the charge, basically.
That though.
I can suspend this disbelief.
Can you?
for something this cool? Yeah.
Okay.
It looks ridiculous.
I've been really cautious about the whole I can suspend disbelief thing because suspension of disbelief isn't supposed to be a tool you flip on and flip off left and right. It's supposed to be it's a thing you expect. Like when you watch Star Wars, you don't think, well, they're making sounds in space. You can't make sounds in space. It's a vacuum. No, they're saying for the sake of action, I'll allow it. But like it doesn't bother me because it helps with the overall setting. Otherwise, you have a whole bunch of happening and you don't hear anything. Like it's not good for the medium. But like in this case, they're like, oh, I'll suspend my disbelief that a bunch of children are walking and using sensors and they somehow don't get trampled. They somehow don't get pulverized by the Shanshan. There's a whole bunch of things that they just don't do. I'll just instead of suspending my disbelief, they're like suspending their brains. They're like pulling out their brains, slapping it on the door outside the building, and then going in and watching the film and then saying that's my suspension of disbelief. I'm like, your disbelief doesn't mean squat if that's what you're getting out of it. Like, oh, I enjoy it, therefore a suspension of disbelief. And it's like, but that's not what you're supposed to. You're supposed to say, I enjoy this, and this is why this irritates me. It's like I like this part, but it should have been done right. It should have been done better. And they just don't do that.
okay.
We are just starting the battle. This is just happening.
Mm.
And there's no explanation for the kids either. The kids being there.
They didn't get the
Nothing.
gate closed. those are some.
I mean, this is a Sean Chan. Why would they believe that they would have any?
They'd have anyone to rival them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, they didn't have walls around Falma to begin with, so
Yeah.
whatever. But in this case, you have walls, you have a gate. Use it.
It's so stupid.
Mm.
Because that gate closing, game over for the White Cloaks. That's it. That's literally it.
Oh no, they had that army of trebuchets, which even though they only showed 3 of them, there were clearly at least 10 or 15 of them firing.
Yes, but all the Damane have to do is sit on the tower and go trebuchet, trebuchet, trebuchet.
Yeah, well, it took one of that to take them all out. So,
Well, that's because all the Damane and Suldams are stupid.
oh yeah,
Because the plot demanded it, not because they're actually incompetent. Like the Shanshan were brutally efficient in their warfare. Like that's the whole reason they're the ever victorious army, not the ever victorious.
actually, I kind of disagree with that. If they didn't have the Damane, they would not have been nearly as effective.
Yeah, no, but the Damane used for
They're part
sneak
of the
attacks is the reason why it's the ever victorious army.
That's why. If they ever come against somebody who's an enemy channeler, they brush aside the enemy channeler because they can outnumber them just due to the fact that they have Damane that can do violent things to a world.
Until they run into the Ashaman.
Well,
Yeah,
yes, but
and that's why Rand can defend.
the Ashaman didn't exist, and the bad Aiel, I just totally forgot their names.
The Shido.
The Shido Aiel channelers, the wise ones. Until them and the Ashaman, there was no. They weren't running into that kind of thing, but they were
because
totally efficient in their war because they didn't have to rely so much on the infantry as much as they relied on their Damane to win things for them. That's
it's
why they were.
basically an army of heavy artillery versus medieval foot soldiers.
Paperweights, more like it, but yeah. But it's basically like if you have a bunch of foot soldiers going running, and you're somebody like fire the dynamite and blow up all the front line.
Exactly.
Like, which one's going to win?
Of course, the Seanchan would win.
Yeah, hands down. Now the Shanshan didn't necessarily expect an enemy force to actively come after them. That was not something that was on their bingo card. But it's like, at the same time, if you have walls and you have guards posted on the walls and at the gates, dropping the gate is the least of your worries. And if they have to force them, it gives the
dropping the gate is usually done from inside the gatehouse, which is the building on top of the gate. So all they had to do was say, "Oh, we're being attacked," and someone in the protected building could have just lowered the gate, right?
Well, they also didn't give any of the Shanshan like spears, except for the ones guarding Turok for some reason. So they could have just held spears and crammed in there, so any horse coming in there is going to get skewered. There were strategic, tactical ways that you'd expect brilliant people like Turok to have his men do, and they'd be familiar with these things. And you'd also be from Joffrum's perspective. If Joffrum was so concerned about this, he should have thrown a trebuchet and aimed it straight at the gatehouse, obliterated the gatehouse, and then they would have gotten through for it perfectly fine. But no, they're like, we're going to cavalry charge in, and then we're going to just dismount because of reasons. You know, like there's so many bad.
Farm has pretty narrow streets in the show, so cavalry isn't going to be great there.
They're narrow. Well, actually helps the cavalry because that means that the men can't get out of the way of the cavalry.
No, but it's also got random stairs everywhere. It's not great for.
If the case, you would just foot charge because you would just have the.
No, and I think they did that in the book as well.
Well, no, in the book they never actually made it to Falma.
Well, no, but they went on foot towards Farm and then got blown up.
They were on horse. It was 1,000 cavalry. They charged. It was a cavalry.
And they got blown up either way, so it's kind of irrelevant.
Exactly.
They were on the way and we're getting torn to pieces, basically. But it's the lack of tactics by supposedly really intelligent commanders. It's just like mind-numbing. Like people like, that was a great battle. I'm like, dude, that was like 2 toddlers using Play-Doh swords to slap each other in the face. Like that wasn't even like good. Like give me something that makes it sound like the character knows what they're doing. Because they don't, from what I can tell.
But if there are tens of thousands of them, where are they?
And it's just tens of thousands, which in the books it was only 1,000, but apparently every single White Cloak under the sun shows up. what happened? I don't even remember from the books, but like, what happened to the White Cloaks once the pronunciation was given? Did they flee? Did they give up? I thought the Shanshan were beat. So if the Shanshan are beat, then why did the White Cloaks not stay and occupy it?
Maybe they all died.
But they didn't. They were wiping the floor with the Shanshan.
Oh, in the show.
In the show, yes.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking of the book still.
Get your mind out of the books, man.
We don't know. We won't know until next season for the show.
But that's the thing, is like we show like Jeffram gets killed.
No, they all run away because they're scared of the dragon.
But they wouldn't be.
Not
They'd be like,
Rand, right? Not Rand, of course, but the fiery
the big
dragon.
fire dragon that doesn't exist in the books because they
Yes.
don't even know what a dragon is.
They
Mhm.
were intimidated by the epic pose off on top of the tower.
Exactly. Yeah. So they all ran away.
It's like a freaking episode of a soap opera. Anyway.
So this is around the Nynaeve, Elaine, and the Suldam scene.
Yeah. I've also booted it up just to see what's going on.
So, how did you feel about what happened at the end there with like?
When you say the end, as far as with Egwene, and
Yeah.
Rena,
Mhm.
they've done amazing.
Well, I know it was.
Strong disagree there. I don't think
I
it was
love
very
what
amazing.
line that episode is. I will kill you. I
Respects the
thought that
devil.
was really powerful.
It was actually very boring, I'd say.
The scripts for Egwene all the way through, and Nynaeve all the way through.
I still find it absolutely hilarious that not once did the Shanshan ever like, let's just put the bracelet or the idom on every woman in general just to see like, oh, we have some soldoms, like let's just try it on them. See, like, not once in thousands of years did that ever crossed anyone's mind. It just blows my
Well,
mind.
I think the way
Maybe
that
they
set
immediately
up
got executed. Who knows?
in the book, on women who can channel to begin with, that's the one to automatically lock onto. Whereas the women who could learn how to channel, it won't lock onto them until they've learned how to channel. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
the soldom don't learn how to channel, and it still
They
works.
do by osmosis.
Like there's
Reverse-
two types of people who could in the book. It's indicated there are two types of people. There are like natural channelers,
Yeah, the
The ones-
spark people and the non-spark people.
and the ones who could like learn how to do it if someone teaches them. Like that, yeah, you know. But the soldoms have to be of the type that could learn how if you teach them, in order for them to control that end of the link.
Mm-hmm.
But until they actually can channel, the collar won't actually work on them.
So we just got really, really ridiculously lucky with Rena and Sita.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe.
as far as the book goes, yeah.
Now, I'm not sure when exactly the trigger point is, right? Because I would argue it's when you touch the source for the first time. After that, the necklace
But
thingy
touching
works.
That's
maybe.
touching the source means channeling. That's what I mean.
Yeah. So you need
Well,
to.
no, you can touch the source without actively channeling, though.
Can you though?
Embracing the source is not actively channeling. It's just
Okay,
embracing.
but you're
It's
still
ready.
channeling. You're just not making any weaves, right? Is that
Well, channeling is weaving.
okay? Then we need a different.
Channeling is actively.
Okay.
Well,
In that
okay,
case,
so-
I mean embracing the source.
yes.
Embracing the
That's
source
the
for
trigger for the necklace, I think.
is surrendering yourself to the source. That's all it is. That's not, you're not doing anything. It's just you are basically opening the door and letting it in. You're
Yeah.
not
Well,
causing
in,
it.
in that case, then there were two types of women in the show, in the book: those who can embrace the source instinctively, and those who can be taught to.
Yeah, that's the spark. The spark people automatically will embrace the source sometime during their early.
But that's the thing is that Rena and
I don't
Sita
know.
being essentially
teen
plot contrivances
years.
because there was no Taviran at play for this part because it wasn't Rand's knowledge.
Are they Suldam?
Ren and Sita were the Soldom that
Yeah,
captured
but
that.
those learn how to do that by linking up with the Demane.
that's my other thing is
that
that if
is itself a
if you
channeling
are a
thing.
soldom and you because all soldom can be taught. That's what we
Mhm.
know as
Yeah,
readers. So every single one of the soldom that when their damane embraces the source, is that then the soldom embracing the source? Are they being
I would
essentially
argue yes.
damane? If that's the case, then that would still remain over in
Mhm.
Shandar. And that's like we have all these women here who can control the channelers. Maybe we should see if this works because as soon as
Well,
they
why would they do that?
Yeah.
to make sure that they have all their bases covered because if not, then that could be a horrible idea.
But why? Again, you're making an assumption of like they have like 1,000 years of history. Maybe
I'm just choosing the path of whatever would be logically strongest for
No,
you to
that's
pass.
fair, but maybe they are fully convinced that only people who naturally learn.
I'm sure they're fully convinced, but that's what makes it a weakness. That's my
Mhm.
point. Is that the
Yeah.
Empire was always big on like we're strong, we have no weakness, and then they have
well,
this.
so
layering
is any government, though.
True, but I'm saying and there's people in authority who want to shore up their weakness, like defend against weakness, and then there are ones who don't care if there are weaknesses. But sometimes, depending on the government, there's a weakness is built into the system.
But if they don't think they have a weakness there,
It's very
they would
unlikely
not
that
act on it, right?
Rome with an emperor that has like the emperor's just like, oh, if there's a blaring weakness, I don't care. They want to make sure it's locked down tight. But in all the strong, good emperors, which is what we'd expect a country to be run off of, or an empire to be run off of, that successfully did their parts, they don't have those weaknesses because they shored up against them. But when you have a weak emperor or empress in this case, I don't know if she's weak or if she's just dead. I don't know the timeline of when she actually officially died to Sumerog.
Not sure either. But see, the problem is that they test everyone when they're young, and that's when the Sparkies, let's call them, have already learned.
Then a good argument for that would be that the Shanshan were not aware that you could learn to channel,
Mhm.
which maybe Tuon mentions. I don't remember.
I think
But-
that's the case. Yeah.
Which would be a solid reason as to why they didn't do it, but it just seems strange, especially after Tuon finds out that's the case. Greene finds out that's the case. It's like,
Well, no. To be fair, they had bigger problems to worry about at that point, right?
well, I mean, they were returning. They could have returned back to the Empress and been like, "Hey, we got a problem, like a pretty big problem."
But you gotta admit, the way Sean Chen is described, like Tuon's at war with her own family with assassinations
exactly.
and enslavement. Like
Yeah, but
She's trying to get the throne.
Tuon, though, my point. Like, Greene
First you get the throne, then you stabilize the empire, and only then do you.
That's what my assumption is. Like, I
Minor
want to
issues.
learn more about Matt's story afterwards because
Mm-hmm.
that could be the part in which we find out that they changed their ways a bit and something happens, and then everyone who doesn't like the Shanshan up to that point could be like, "Oh, well, they legitimately are just ignorant." Because a culture not doing something because the modern people didn't do it that way, it's like, well, duh. They were from a time and a period where that was commonplace. Like, for example, the Shanshan are like, oh, they're slavers. I'm like, well, yes, but up until basically the abolitionist movement, the entire planet, every country, every culture, everything had slavery in some shape or form. So if that's the case, they didn't not do it because it never occurred to them that it wasn't good. Because everyone thought it was okay. It boosted their economy because whatever country or economy has slave labor has a stronger economy than those that don't by default. Because it's
Well, depends on the technology you have available.
go back all the way before Egyptians, the Mesopotamians, and everything.
No. But see, at some point when technology takes over, then slave labor starts getting not so good anymore.
Well, no, it still stays strong in certain areas, particularly in those of physical labor.
Yeah,
Like,
no, sure.
You might not get better in technological, but those also go up in price to actively use. Like to hire a bunch of programmers and developers is more expensive than to have a bunch of slaves go mine the parts out of a mine to build the chips.
Well, no, I mean, historically, the change
Well,
happened.
we have
when-
super heavy machinery now, and they can do it much more
use
efficient.
Well, yeah, they're efficient, but they're more expensive. Slave
Well, no,
labor.
it wasn't machines that ended slavery because slavery's still going on.
No, that's right.
You know,
But it does help
Well,
with
what killed it
reducing the
was
need.
with free market economics, where Adam Smith basically proved that beyond a certain point of productivity, paying workers to do things who are free and could choose is more economically productive than enslaving them. And that's when slavery began to die off.
More productive, but it's not cheaper. That's my
It's inherently cheaper if it's more productive.
There's a reason China is making everything that we have. Made in China is everywhere all over the globe. It's because it's cheaper for them because they don't treat their workers well. They pay them practically nothing. And in some instances, they literally do have slaves.
But also, is the quality good?
And that's the thing, is that in those situations, you got Nike, you've got a bunch of big companies and whatnot, clothing places, all that type of stuff comes from China in a lot of instances. And in some cases, they are still good. Because also, while having slaves, you can also be extremely harsh with them if they don't do what they're supposed to. Unlike here in America, where if we try to do that with prisoners, you would not be able to get away with that because of, rights, what they don't have in China. So there are some instances in certain uses of it that it's better than others. Now, if you put like programmers in China versus programmers in America and say, I don't care what the volume of money is, just which one's better, I would say America has better programmers.
It's been proven economically that you will make more money paying workers than owning them. Proven. That's absolute.
I don't know who proved that. I've never heard that before
500 years of economics since Adam Smith developed free market economics.
Well, I believe in freedom of the freedom market and all that stuff. Like, I think that's definitely the better form. I'm just saying that when you have people you have to pay, where your prices are going to have to go up because you have to pay for those workers. When you don't have,
if there's slaves, you also pay for them.
Can stay lower. That's my point. Is that when you're playing competitive pricing will always go in favor of whoever makes more profit off of it. Because if I don't have to pay these guys anything but a pittance or less to like nothing. Versus these guys over here have to pay more.
Yeah, see, slaves have a minimum amount of money you also need to put in because you need to feed them, you need to house them, you need to make sure they're healthy.
That can still be cheaper than you paying them $15 an hour.
But it will not make you as much money.
Not necessarily. I mean, if everything has made in China written on it, it's obviously doing better for them with their economy that way than it is us.
But I think that's maybe mostly because we have all these rules in place.
Yes, that's my point. Is
fair enough? Yeah.
Things are cheaper in China because we're subsidizing them.
Are we?
Well, there's that too, but also every corporation is trying to establish themselves over there because it's cheaper for them to make, and then people over here will still buy it. It may not be the best product, but it is cheaper for them to make. And
that's one of the forms of subsidization when people aren't selective in what they buy, so they'll take an inferior product that costs less.
Yes, and that's part of free market to some extent. Is that you want whoever the cheapest on the market is typically what people go for. But if you have two good quality companies doing it and one undercuts the other, people will go there. And then if the other one's like, oh, I have to match them or undercut them, then people go there. Like, that's the whole point of competitive pricing, is it drives the price down as far as it can, which makes it better for everyone to purchase from. But if you're in a country where everyone just wants the cheapest thing, and the cheapest thing is produced by people in a slave state.
Well, this is why you have to regulate the economy in the sense of why you have to put tariffs on foreign goods, which a certain president did. He put $1 trillion of tariffs on China, and that's where all the business came back here.
Which is what countries used to do in order to fight other countries taking over their economies. But they don't do that, at least not high enough for it to.
No, because that's racist.
Well, I mean, you can't be racist against Asians, remember?
I think we're in agreement there, but let's.
No, but the West is being racist towards China if they put tariffs on Chinese goods because that's I don't know how that works.
If we're trying to build an economy here for all of our stuff, but our paying's higher. But it's the same thing as if you have people who don't want to pick apples and oranges in orchards and stuff, but then you have an entire swath of people from the South in Mexico coming up over here, and they're happy to do it. You can pay them less, and they'll still be happy doing it because they get everything they need taken care of because their view on things is different than how we are up here, where we're probably a bit more, I'm too good for that. I don't need to spend my life picking apples and oranges when I could be running companies. We have a different mindset from different cultures.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So that's why, like, if you go everywhere, like the running joke of, the Hispanics have taken over the cleaning industry because they don't mind doing it, and they typically do a really good job of it. Versus like some snotty, snooty college kid trying to clean something. They're like, "Man, what's this for? Clean a toilet, dude. I don't know how to use it." They're stupid. They're
How
really
difficult could that possibly be?
college kids are notoriously stupid. They're not intelligent
enough.
for a reason. They went to college. They paid a lot of money to learn little nothing. That's why you go to tech school and become smart. But that's a different story. But in terms of like the economy's fighting, China's economy is better because people use it more and it's cheaper because then companies can sell it for the same price as something higher and make more money off of it. The profit margin's bigger because they pay less for it. But everything happening between it, and there's a clip, I can't remember who did it, but it's basically like a pencil. And it shows all the pieces of the pencil and everything put together, but then they like take it apart and say, this was made here, this was made here, this was made here. But every time somebody touches something on that pencil, somebody's getting charged. Then you make a whole bunch of the pencils. But then when you buy in bulk, it drops the price because you're buying in bulk. So it's a guaranteed income for somebody. And then that has to get shipped out. Well, that gets charged too. Then you have a warehouse and people have to work at the warehouse to ship it out. There's that. Shipping costs.
So where's this going?
The whole point is that everything becomes more expensive when you have it touched by so many different people.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair.
In a slavery,
you have what's it called? I don't know the English term, but it's toegevoegde waarde in Dutch. You
Whatever
add
that means.
value every
Yes.
time.
Everything has a cost, essentially. So when you have slavery, you don't have those costs because your cost is I got to pay for their food for the day. That's it.
Well, no, you have to pay for more than that.
Well, no,
was-
that depends. If it's still separated everywhere, then you still need to buy all the individual pieces from whoever owns the slaves that produce them.
But not if you own all of that stuff. If you own the mines, if you
Yeah,
own
okay. If you own everything, sure. Then
if you own all that stuff, you can cut your costs drastically. Like even the great robber barons of American history, they bought all the stuff they wanted, so they didn't have to go to somebody else. They owned those things, so it's part of their company. So their costs were all in house, so they could control what the costs were, and then they could control what the output cost was.
How much time do you have left, Sage?
probably 2 hours.
Oh, plenty of time, right? Let's keep going, I guess. Anyway, that was a side tangent.
This is the most we've gotten, I feel, of the books since like
Since episode 1.
Yes, is the Egwene Nynaeve through line in this whole season, and I had almost no notes. I was just like, "This is great. This is great."
And it's
Oh,
strong.
the Sultan Taman scene.
Oh,
Oh, what are we looking at?
When
13?
Nynaeve is doing the Sultan impression.
not sure what I think of the ball
Totally
gag.
not a thing she would do.
Me neither.
I mean, I know Jim liked his S&M imagery.
You know, in the books they were trying to infiltrate the thing, and they
leaning into that,
have
aren't they?
Nynaeve.
Finally, more
doing
faint.
Sultan.
Yeah, he's so good.
Fane is so good, and he doesn't behave a thing like Fane.
Mhm.
That
He
was the
switches
only
to a
thing I did
Mirandian
disagree on earlier,
accent
was
because
the
he'd be
one
like,
villain I
what was
want
it,
more of now is
Scottish or
Fane.
whatever?
Are they Scottish?
Was Ilion Scottish? They were Irish, I think. Mirandy was Irish.
I don't remember.
I'm gonna randomly eat snacks while we're doing this. Keep my voice good. Don't mind me.
So they're in the scene where Ishmael is talking to Fane.
About
Oh.
Matt and the dagger.
It's back.
But if you notice that Fane and Ishamael aren't talking to each other as like master to servant, they're talking practically at equal levels of teammates. It's really weird.
Yeah, no, that's because Padam Fane is promoted to chosen.
The transition between these two actors
Without
has been
Payne,
so
yeah.
successful. Donald deserves a lot of credit.
Oh yeah, we're at the dagger scene.
I didn't even mind the guy who plays Matt now, Donald, whatever his name is.
Mm-hmm.
But-
He seems like a fine actor, but
Well, I mean, like he
it's just not Matt.
he could pull off a Matt if he was given a proper Matt stuff.
Mm-hmm. But alas, he is not.
Yeah, alas.
Anyway, I like how this video is just going to
Feel
be
about they're not on a physical leash.
They do have a physical leash.
us silently watching a bunch of people
They have
silently watching an episode.
I don't think
It's like
you need
one
it
power leash.
Okay.
And then later on,
personally.
you know you don't need it. But
I don't know what Daniel's writing for notes. 'Cause
I know he's drawing a Trolloc.
he already has it
this
drawn.
is
That's
starting
the whole
off a lot
show.
stronger than I thought it was going to.
Ah. Maybe he's drawing a second one. I don't know.
Maybe
I said the
Daniel
last
was
episode
hungry.
felt like a lot of setup, and they're just okay, go.
A few things I'm waiting on that I can't say anything about.
That's true.
Imagine
Lancer
being
just, like,
in the
drop
position
Randolph into the
where
sewers?
you know what happens, but you haven't
Whoa.
seen it actually like
Okay.
play out.
Right. Okay. That,
How weird
yeah,
would that
that
be?
makes a lot of sense.
This is the
And then
show.
you see this.
Can't believe I'm going to say this, but I did not like how they handled Rand and Egwene in season 1, but his need to kind of save her here, or his kind of desire to get the.
But he had that same thing in book 1, where they both realized that they're not for each other,
Mhm.
and he still knew, like, I can't be with her, and she's like, I can't be with him, but they still cared about each other because they're still friends. Like,
And then they're both thinking that the other one's going to be devastated.
yeah,
He's trying to hide it so well.
Kind of stuff.
It does give a good replacement to a lot of stuff they had to cut, right? Like the hunt for the horn basically being gone.
Yeah.
Rand's part in it definitely being gone. You need something.
Yeah.
They're bringing in some late series stuff earlier here too.
Where it does not belong.
I
Interesting.
like this.
which part are we at? 18 minutes.
I think it's still Matt and the dagger.
Scene I'm not sure on.
Yeah, Ben Fane's trying to make Matt take the dagger.
How is this a late book thing?
Don't know.
Oh, okay.
Cat and Fane leaving the dagger. Okay.
It's not book Fane.
No, it's not. But let's
You heard it here first, folks. It's not
Mhm.
book thing.
to be honest, Bookfane is one of Jim's weaker characters.
Yes.
Right?
Only because he didn't do a whole lot with him. Not because he's a weak character. Like, he was evil. He had his own plans. He wanted to pull them off. And he basically wanted to be the Sauron to our Pharazôn of the world. Like,
Mhm.
that's what he was trying to be. And he couldn't because he kept getting interrupted by the good guys. That's his plot. Like, duh.
Like a lot of the Forsaken, I should say, they're stronger than Book Forsaken only because they have the actors to make good on what Jim did with them, right?
That was kind of my point earlier. Is that the actors themselves
Mhm.
make them fun to like watch, but they're not portrayed the same way.
And I think seeing them in real life just makes it pop so much more. I think he did a fantastic job with them, but Thane is a little bit weaker. And I'll say, I was weak with Thane too. I had no idea what to do with Thane. And so one of the
Maybe, I don't know, corrupt a nation, make them betray
Yeah.
in the last battle.
Like say Amadeus.
Well, Amadeus was under Shan control at that point.
Well, okay, fair enough.
You could do it with Ilion. Have him sneak into the council while Rand's not there and poison them. And then they show up and then they backstab everybody. I mean, that could work.
We don't know exactly what like
Here was
there's
a
chunks
too.
there's chunks of the end that Jordan wrote that he had to work around, you know. So Jordan might have wrote all the places you could put Fane in already, and so Sando's like, I got to make something up to fill the gap. Can I fit Fane in there?
Well, he was saying that it's the weakest, so I was like, eh.
The valid criticisms, there are lots of them, but is that, Brandon, what are you doing with Fane? I have no idea what to do with this guy. Did my best, but
he's saying he doesn't know what to do with Fane. So he has pretty much room to fit him wherever he wants to. Like,
No, he doesn't.
well, he does.
He doesn't know where he wants him.
Because Jordan wrote large chunks of the final, what we call the 3 books already. So he's not changing any of what Jordan already wrote. He's filling in the gaps.
Yeah, but those gaps leave room.
We don't know that.
But
he's saying he could.
the problem is trying to fit stuff into those gaps such that it ends up with what it's
Yes,
already
but if you
written.
take a character, if you're like, I have this character, and this character is based off of another character previously in there, the whole, is it Mordeth? So
Yeah.
Mordeth is a character from the olden times that was the silvery serpent, grim worm tongue type character that
Mhm.
turned an entire nation against their allies and then themselves, and they all destroyed. So it's pretty easy to tell what you do with this character. Well, you go do the same thing again. You go find a country, you go take advantage of it, and like how many different countries was Rand not paying attention to?
A lot.
Yeah. So even the ones he took over, he wasn't paying attention to Ilion. He wasn't really paying attention to Tyr. He wasn't really paying attention. Like, he had their armies on the front, but there's nobody back there doing stuff. And then this would also be a good counterpoint of Fane versus Tom's wisdom. Tom's like setting up politics and everything, but then he goes out gallivanting with Elaine and Nynaeve, right? So in that case, those things that Tom puts into place, Fane could show up and counter them.
Yeah.
Like, that could be an epic way to use the character and then make everybody be like, oh, wow, he's not actually a weak character. He just wasn't.
But what if Jordan wrote that Fane specifically said where Fane was already during this time period?
But that's the thing, is he said, I don't know what to do with him, which meant
Given the constraints he was under.
I know, but I'm saying, from what he's saying, is that it's not that he was used differently, because like we have Fane disappear and then he appears in the last battle. That's literally it. It just he's not there, and now he's there
And
again.
what if Jordan said Fane only reappeared at the last battle and does nothing in between?
Then it would be a horribly weak character.
Well,
But I don't think he would say that, because that's him saying, I made this character, he's used for something, I'm not going to use him.
well, we don't know that. Again, this is the whole thing we say where like why the
I know.
Sean Chan feeling complete, why and all
But
that
that's
sort of
what I'm saying,
stuff.
is that you were saying that, what if he said this? Well, that's a heavy assumption that he did say that, which I don't think he did, because that doesn't seem like his writing style.
My assumption is that Sanderson was given an outline with prose filled in and said, take the outline parts and make them into prose.
But what I'm saying is that what Sanderson's saying right here isn't Jim said I couldn't use him in his notes because he already had it planned out. He's saying I didn't know what to do with him. That implies that there is something he could have done with him because there was a lot of freedom with the character. But he didn't say that. He didn't say, well, Jim
That doesn't imply that.
Yeah, he said I didn't know what to do with him, not I couldn't do anything with him. Those are two
I
different
didn't know
things.
what to do means he didn't come up with an idea. That all means is I didn't come up with an idea what to do with him. That's all
That's
it
what I'm
means.
saying. It's like I, who am not Brandon Sanderson, world-renowned fantasy writer, literally came up with an easily way to manipulate.
But you don't also know what his other constraints were based on the material he was given by Jordan and permissions by Harriet.
That's what I'm saying, is that you don't know that there is any either.
Neither do you.
I know, but I'm making the assumption off his comments and the way he did or did not use characters.
But that's just an assumption. There's no evidence that could support that.
But it's highly reasonable that
I would disagree.
You think it would be highly unreasonable to use a character the way the character has been told in the story when there is no prevailing
I think based on evidence that there's a large chunk of Wheel of Time that Jordan couldn't fill out complete, that had he lived, it would have been 6 or 7 more books, not 3, which is really 1.
I'm not arguing that, but evidence saying that there was or wasn't information does not mean it's unreasonable to use a character that has a particular tendency, a particular pattern in behavior, which is corrupting of individuals. That's
But
Fane's
that would be
character.
making up something new that's not in Jordan's story.
Sanderson did that all the time.
I don't know how much he actually did that.
But that's my point, is he has his character, and if Robert Jordan hadn't thought of, like, how do I want to fit Fane in all of this? If he hadn't gotten to that character, he's got a lot of characters, so you can't be like, well, he didn't have every character mapped out. Well, if he did, he'd have the whole book written already. But I'm not going to say, oh, it's his fault in not having the character. I'm saying he had a character that apparently he didn't have written out enough detail. And if that's the case, he could basically put the character in a way that would make sense for the character, that would stick to the character that Robert Jordan made. He doesn't have to work around with him too much, because
that's you saying he could do that. I'm saying that Sanderson didn't think he could do that based on just what he said.
But he's saying I didn't know what to do with him, meaning he couldn't think of a way to use him. I'm saying I just came up with a reason that says...
I'm not saying you have a bad idea. I'm saying that Sanderson is saying, based on his constraints, he couldn't come up with an idea for this character.
He did not say based on his constraints. He said
that's built in. That's built into it.
No. I'm taking it from his actual words. I'm not assuming what his words are. I'm saying
I'm not assuming his words are. I'm assuming he was under a contract as to what he could and couldn't do.
Yes, but he could easily.
He's saying, I didn't know what to do with it.
Correct.
It's obvious that is given what he knows Jordan wrote.
Yes, but if you have a character,
we don't know if there's anything written about Fane or not.
Or Abel Cawthon, you don't say, I didn't know what to do with them. You say, what would this character do based upon who this character is? And they obviously still exist, so what do you do with them? We know that...
Well, let me put it this way. I agree you would say that. I have no problem with that. I don't think necessarily, since he didn't say that, he doesn't agree with your take of it.
Well, he doesn't know what my take is, so he can't agree with it or disagree with it. But my point is that...
Well, no, his concept disagrees with yours, even if he specifically doesn't. You know what I mean? You have conflicting ideas.
Well, how do I have conflicting ideas? His idea...
Because you're saying he could have done something with it, and he's saying he couldn't.
No, he didn't say I couldn't. He said I didn't know what to do with them. He didn't say I couldn't.
And you say he should know.
No, I'm saying a character... This guy's supposed to be a world-renowned fantasy author, correct?
Yeah.
And you think a world-renowned fantasy author knows that there's a character with a personality, with a set of things that character...
But do you know exactly how the personality works?
Yes.
Only...
Because we know Mordeth's personality. We know the history of Mordeth.
Yeah, but we know Mordeth is not Mordeth anymore because he's fused with Fane.
Yes, but we also know how Fane was, but Fane wasn't completely there afterwards. It was mostly Mordeth who took over. But he still had Fane's personalities of his Lugarder accent. We know he had a little bit of details of charisma and stuff, but we also know Mordeth had a little bit of charisma too.
None of us have access to Robert Jordan's notes.
I know, but I'm saying...
He does.
In order to make... Because you can't say this character's a weak character when nobody, neither Jordan nor Sanderson, did anything with him. It's not the character that's weak. It's the writing of that character that was weak. The character himself is fine if you use him. Now, it also adds more to the story that supports the story by saying that this character, who's notorious for corrupting entire nations into backstabbing people and killing themselves off because of all the hatred and anger that they created, having them do that to an ally in the middle of a last battle creates tension, creates a narrative that would make sense. And I'm not saying that this is the only one that should be chosen as an option. I'm saying this is at least one possible way he could have done it while holding to the source material and still...
Well, you don't know that, though. You don't know what the source material is. He knows the source. He's seen the source material. We have never seen that.
I don't know the source material either, but you're presuming it wouldn't work because of that. I'm saying it's reasonable to use...
I'm not presuming it wouldn't work. I'm taking him at his word that he saw the source material and couldn't come up with a way to do it.
You keep saying couldn't. He never once said couldn't. He said, I didn't know what to do with him. He didn't say I couldn't.
He said I didn't know. I'm saying he couldn't because that...
Yeah,
I can't say he...
presuming him. That's my point.
That's the thing. I don't know what he does or doesn't know. Okay?
I do. But
so
I know...
can't say he does or no. Neither can you, by the way.
I'm not saying he couldn't or could do something. I'm saying he himself explicitly stated, I didn't know what to do with him. Not that I was bound by contract. I couldn't do this with him. I couldn't do that.
But that's built into the statement.
I know, but my point is that reasonability does not have to be based on evidence. Reasonability is based on aside from evidence. So it's reasonable.
But it doesn't go anywhere if you have no evidence.
No, it does, because can you utilize a character that was created and utilize them properly while still holding to the story? Can you still accomplish those story goals and still have something else that makes this character make sense? Because he was created obviously for a particular point, and then now he's not. That's my point. Is that
in the broader context, you are correct. In this particular context, we don't know the lore behind the scenes that only Brandon Sanderson knows.
I know, but I'm saying aside from whether Jim did or didn't say, if he said don't ever use pain, then he couldn't do anything. But that's not what he said. I'm basing off of what he said. That's the only evidence I have is what he said. If
Correct.
he does have that, if he does have that limitation, he hasn't mentioned it. Maybe he will later on.
It's built in. If he says I didn't know,
It's not built
in the
in.
context of I didn't know based on the law, the contract I signed.
Yes, but that's not what he stated. He didn't say that.
It's built into it.
He said well, no, it's not.
He doesn't own Wheel of Time. He can't do stuff on his own.
I know, but he could easily have approached Harriet, and he would have said Harriet didn't want to do anything with him. That's a different story. But the words have different meanings. Didn't and couldn't are not the same word. They have different definitions. So when they're used, you expect certain things from them. That's my point. Is that
maybe then didn't is past tense, and he now does know how it
well,
works.
he can't say I don't know because he already finished it. It's
Exactly, yeah.
it's in the past. But if he said Harriet decided she didn't want to do anything with them based off of the notes or based off of the contract,
He would never say that though.
he could find another way to say it or imply it rather than saying I didn't know what to do. Because if he didn't know what to do and Harriet turned him down, then he wouldn't say I didn't know what to do because he did know what to do.
Well, he didn't know what to do, and Harriet could still have turned him down. He
Yeah.
may have had an idea what to do, and Harriet said no, and he said no.
I had an idea, but it didn't work out. Like that could have been that's easy viable, and that doesn't throw any shade at Harriet or anything. It just says I had an idea, but it didn't work out with the story. That's one thing. But he's like, I had this character, I didn't know what to do with him. I'm like, but you know what character it is. Like if you have Rand and say I didn't know what to do with him, it's like, well, what's Rand doing? What's he supposed to do? Who is he supposed to be? The character itself is the narrative of what that character should be moving towards. When you have a chosen one for a character or story, then the chosen one is supposed to do the chosen one's stuff. So you go have them do the chosen one's stuff. But if you're like, I didn't know what to do with them, so I didn't do the chosen one's stuff, well, that's obviously silly because you know the chosen one's supposed to do the chosen one's stuff. Like what the character is designed to do is what that character is supposed to do. So you just find a way to make it work. From a reasonable standpoint, this is one of possible many options that you could do. Some could be thrown out because contracts. They could be thrown out because of notes. We don't have those, so it's still reasonable until those evidence is shown. But it's reasonable to say there is something he could have done. That's my point. That's all my point is.
I don't disagree with that, but you're saying that he's lying to us when he says he didn't know.
No, I'm saying he should have known as a world-renowned fantasy author what to do with the character based off of the history of that character.
Why should he?
Does he? Would he be like, I wrote my own book, the Sanderson trilogy of blah, and I didn't know what to do with my own characters? Nobody would be like, no, that doesn't make any sense.
I read one of his books and I didn't think it was very good.
Well, yes, but that's. I hear a lot of people say he's not good. He's great. He's not good. He's great. I said he's supposedly a world renowned because supposedly he is. He apparently sells a lot.
I don't base my assessment of him based on that. I based it on basically the 3 books he wrote in Wheel of Time. And there are a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm not going to do it here. It's broad, but I can pick apart his 3 books way more easily than I can pick Jordan's apart. You know.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that an author, somebody who's well known, he's obviously well known enough for Harriet to be like, "Can you do this?" I mean, obviously there could have been other choices. I'm not going to say that he was the first choice or whatever, but obviously there were people that are capable of doing it as authors. You've mentioned a couple authors yourself.
He's the first one we know said yes.
Yes, that's my point. Is that there could have been others. We don't know who it is, so it's pure speculation on if somebody else was asked and they said, I'm not going to touch the 10-foot pole. But he said yes, and he was approached. You don't approach a bad author to do stuff this way. Now,
I'm not saying he's a bad author. I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying based on my assessment, he's not a great author.
But that's my point, is that if he's not a bad author, the bare minimum, like, I'm not a great author. I'm not even necessarily a good author, but at least I can spot something and say, this is how you use this character because of the character. If the character is a conniving, backstabbing, corrupting type of individual, you use them in those features because that's a feature they have. If you have a swordsman, you use them in a swordsman feature. You don't use them antithetical to the swordsman. You don't use them as a pacifist. You use them as a swordsman. You don't use a duelist as a pacifist. You use a duelist as a dueler. They duels. Like that's my point, is that it's reasonable for someone who is at least a half decent author to be like, I have this character. What are their traits? What do we know about them from the series, which he's obviously read the series. He's obviously gone through the notes probably more than anybody else because he had to. So he knows the character. He knows what the character is supposed to be like, at least doing in some shape or form. He's an alternate. Instead of it being good versus evil, it's good versus evil and alternate evil, where the alternate evil's against both evil and good. And that's the whole point, is that he's the wild card villain of the show. So you play him like a wild card villain. Makes perfect sense.
So, and this is something Sarah said before. He was given a specific series of things he had to write through. Okay. An outline, things Jordan already written and whatnot, and anything he would add on to that has to be like he has to work within those constraints. That's something he said before. So, making up this whole arc of Fane going somewhere else and doing something, it can't be in anything it can't conflict with anything Jordan's already written. Has to be added on. Maybe I'm just speculating here. Maybe he thought in the time frame he was given, the timeline he was given, he couldn't do something like that with Fane.
Maybe, but in that case, like I said, that's only one of multiple possibilities that could have happened.
And what I'm saying is, I don't think Fane's an important enough character for it to matter.
I mean, he was important enough to have a wound given to Rand's side.
Once he did the wound, Fane could have died. It would have changed no impact on the story.
Well, I mean, he did kind of make a big appearance at the end, and it kind of did jack up a lot of stuff, and it did kind of close.
But you could have had some other villain do that or whatever. I mean, the important his impact on the storyline is one of Rand's on healing wounds. That's his impact on the storyline.
Yes, but the whole point was that it was evil fighting evil, and that's what kept him alive, is that they were both fighting each other rather than trying to kill him. That's the point.
Well, that's relevant to his storyline, but in terms of the rest of the series,
but for an overarching of the thing, you have an evil fighting evil while also fighting the good. That's his position. Why
we only care about that because of his character?
But why would we care about anything about Shadar Logoth and Eredhol? Why would you write any of that in? Why would you write the dagger in? Why would you write any of that content in if Fane was not meant to do anything?
Well, Shadar Logoth had an obvious place to be, a reason to be there.
No, it didn't.
The cleansing.
Mm-hmm.
But you could have just had a dead city. You didn't have to have any evil or anything there.
Well, Jordan wanted
The evil needs to be there to consume the other evil.
But to be fair, they didn't need to have that. They wrote it that way, so it needed to have that. He could have wrote it.
Jordan made the decision.
I get that, but I'm saying he's like, I need a place. Well, you don't need a history for that place. You can just say this place basically collapsed on itself, and then you could have left it there. You didn't have to.
Did J.R.R. Tolkien need to make up 17 Elven languages?
Yes.
Then Jordan need to make up the history of Shadar Logoth.
Well, no, because those actual Elven languages are used throughout the entire series. Shadar Logoth is not. It's used like
It is.
a couple places.
You never see most of those languages in use outside of on
Exactly. It's all Quenya and Sindarin.
Sindarin.
And maybe a bit of Adonaic.
The main forms of Elvish, yes, but that doesn't mean the other ones don't exist or they're not talked about amongst the elves themselves. It depends.
They're almost never mentioned in Lord of the Rings.
Now, did he write all 17 and say, I'm going to use every single one of these in every single story? No.
The entire reason for the Silmarillion to exist in Tolkien's eyes was to explain the history and development of all those languages.
Okay, so he did that. That was a goal. That was a point. He did that.
So Jordan's goal was to have a city like Shadar Logoth with this evil that he could then dump the other evil in.
Mission accomplished, I'd say.
But you're saying that there would be no other way to do that.
Well, there are certainly other ways, but why is it bad if you do it this way?
It's like building a bridge and then stopping halfway when it's almost across the gap. Like, it just seems kind of strange that you're all of a sudden not doing this thing with you gave this pretty extensive background, which is not needed if that's all he's doing with it. He doesn't need extensive for that particular. Like,
No, sure, he doesn't need it, but
it's used for the The initial
Does
go in.
Tolkien not need all of those languages?
Well, that's part of his thing. He
And
didn't
this is
write-
part of
Maybe
Jordan's thing.
Shadow Logos part of
Tolkien didn't write a story and then put languages in. He wrote languages and then built a story.
yeah.
Correct.
Jordan did not build the history of Eredhol and then like build a story around it. He built a
He
story.
built a story, and the history of Shadow Logoth is part
was
of
story.
that story.
Which is what I'm saying is not necessary for him to use it that way. He didn't have to
Well,
go in.
he thought it was necessary.
Well, what was the point of Moraine giving the entire spiel about Manetheren to the Two Rivers? There's a purpose for it, was it not?
Yeah, to prep us for what happened
Probably
later.
to link with Matt's.
Viewers to understand the blood of the area, their stubbornness, their hardiness, their personalities. So when the three boys and the other girls go out into the world and they behave like that area with that behavior, we know that they're basically continue on their ancestors' legacy of spitting in the Dark One's eye and basically taking him on.
Mhm.
That's the purpose of that. When you get to Eredhol or Shadar Logoth, be like, it's an evil place. Okay, you don't
What's
need
the
more
purpose?
if it's
Well,
not.
maybe you didn't need more of that. Jordan
The
felt he needed
purpose
more.
of the backstory establishes that that's the reason why Manetheren is no longer here.
Which was because there was a betrayal, a corruption.
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
you could have left it at that.
And it simultaneously creates the corruption that then later is used to cleanse one power.
Yes, but then why add Mashadar? Why add Mordeth? Why add any of
Because
those?
Jordan
Because
wanted
they
to.
go through there and they need some bad guys to fight.
Well, they don't
Well,
necessarily.
run away from. That's
You could have had a rotting corruption.
Ashadar is the evil that is needed at the end.
But that's what I'm saying is you could have had Mashadar instead of being some shadow thing that eats things. It could have been like a rotted corruption that's like a physical corruption on the walls and stuff that like, crumbles buildings or
But
something.
Jordan
like that.
did it a certain way.
I am aware he did that. I'm not arguing he didn't do it a certain way. I'm saying why do it if you are going to cut off the bridge? You're saying, here's all this stuff. Here's these characters that I'm going to make literally no point for. I'm going to have this guy be an actual antagonist for a couple books, and then I'm going to just make him disappear and then bring him back at the very end for no reason whatsoever. And I don't know why he's here. That just seems kind of silly and very unlike him. That's my point. There's got to be something in between. Otherwise, you could literally cut out half of that and just be like, it's an evil place. They betrayed Manetheren, blah. Just like they did like when Tolkien did with the men who betrayed the elves and joined Sauron in the battle. And it cost the battle for the dwarves, the elves, and what was left of the humans. That betrayal itself was a detriment to everything and made its own place. And say this place is evil because you could say the souls or the ghosts of this place or whatever are evil and they'll attack us, but they're still bound to the city. That's fine. But if you're like, oh, but he can come out and he can go and wreak havoc, all that stuff to set up something that could happen later on, have this person become that person, have it be set up that he's going to do the same thing over and over and over again, because the idea is that he's going to do that to Turok and then do that to Turok. As the Seanchan come over, he's going to corrupt more and more of the Seanchan and then take over the world and then have them collapse on themselves as they're fighting both the Dark One and the Dragon Reborn. That's what it's set up to be. And then you're telling me that just disappeared and there was no point for any of that. And we don't know what to do with this character.
Well, but the other character, like Leandrin, just disappears in the books. So, like, she has no fate in the books.
But she was not a main character. She was not an antagonist on.
Fate isn't a main character either.
He had the horror. Well, he's not a main character, but he's a main antagonist. He's more of an antagonist than Leandrin by a million miles.
He's not even in the top 10 antagonists. Once he stabs Rand,
when you have 13 Forsaken, obviously can't be the top 10.
I mean, aside from stabbing Rand, everything else he does prior to the end appearance could be literally done by someone else.
You said prior or after?
Other than stabbing Rand, right? And prior to his appearance at the end, okay. Prior to the appearance at the end, other than stabbing Rand, everything else he does in that book, like another guy could be the evil peddler, another guy could be the one who steals the horn. Because
he's only known as a peddler due to the intro of how we do it. Like, but
the point I'm getting is they could have some other evil peddler, dark friend or whatever there, and it wouldn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
What matters is that Fane stabbed Rand with that dagger. That's the main thing he did prior to the end of the book.
But what point does that dagger have in at all?
the point of the dagger is to establish the link back to Shadar Logoth and the possibility of cleansing Sidon using it.
But you didn't use the dagger. They just used
No, the
shit.
dagger against the wounds. The dagger effect creates the dark Mashida influence, and it's on a wound that is made by Baalzamon, I think. So it's the two evils fighting each other, and it doesn't spread to Rand proper, right? That's where he gets the inspiration to use Mashida to cleanse the Dark One's influence on the Sidon. That's the point of the dagger.
And there's no way that you could do that outside of that.
You need something that transfers the power of Shadar Logoth into a wound or something around maybe.
The one power in Shadar Logoth. That's all they did.
Right, in a specific way.
Well, I mean, they had to grab a whole bunch of it. They had to do a complex weave or whatever, and then they did it. But
they explain that
but I guess my point is
mixing the Shadar Logoth evil with the Dark One stained that breaks it or something.
Well, I guess I should put it this way. So, in other stories, you have things where, like, you know, the hero or somebody at a party or something looks down on the ground, they see like two beetles fighting each other, and they're like, oh wow, they're both struggling for control over this or that. And then it's like, then you see another thing later down the road where it's also another struggle thing. And these are giving you ideas of like, oh, well, we could do this, which means there's countless of ways you could do the exact same thing without making these things necessary.
Yes, except there is the necessity for the link between specifically the Taint and Mashida's power, because that way you know, oh, they are not allied forces. They conflict. They eat each other.
Well, both evils are evil, but they're both also enemies to each other. They oppose each other. But my point is how does Mashidar and the Taint come together to a conclusion where this is the best option of explanation? Because if this is the case, you could have had, during the flight towards Shadar Logoth, you could have had Rand gets stabbed by Baalzamon in Berlon, and he's like traveling on a horse while he's injured, and Moraine's trying to keep him alive. They show up in Shadar Logoth, and while the other guys are exploring, they're like, oh, check out what I found, and then he accidentally gets cut by it in the same spot. You'd have the same story, but it would also...
But then he knows it too early, and it might not necessarily...
He doesn't know it, because he doesn't even have the concept of cleaning the Taint at this point, because he's still young. He still doesn't know he really channels.
He doesn't.
There's a lot of things you have to figure out later, and you have to bring it back to him, say, oh, I remember this one time where I got stabbed.
Yeah, but is it more contrived to say, oh, I remember this one thing that happened a long time ago that really had no significant influence? Or is it better to say, oh, I literally have a wound on my body that constantly reminds me of
you also have to remember
between
you have to
those
also
two powers.
Contrived and the pattern are like literally 1 and 1 when it comes to the Taviran. So it's contrived on purpose. But my point is that if you're going to make Fane a thing, like have him steal the horn and do all that, which is pointless.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. If you Fane probably should have been killed in Faum if there was no other effect for his story, because then
if he was going to be just a dead end story point that doesn't do anything, then you could have literally had anybody else do it, or it could have been something where, you know, some random dark friend picks up.
That's why he's a weak character.
Well, you could.
He doesn't do anything significant but stab Rand.
Well, that's because he was written that way. That's my point.
Yeah, exactly. He's a weak character. He's written to do one important thing and just appear at the end. That was it.
Didn't feel that important, I guess, is what I'm coming from. Is that like anything else could have given the inspiration for this? Just like how Nynaeve accidentally stumbles across Logain's disconnected.
I'm in agreement with that, but the reason you just said that the importance issue, that's why he is saying Fane is a weak character.
He has already fulfilled his narrative purpose. So,
in terms of impact on the storyline, he's very weak.
Why did you leave him alive for the end of the story? Why did he show up in the last battle? Why is him controlling all those hive or drone Trollocs and having all the tendrils go out? Why is any of that even there? What is the point?
Well, if I had
No,
been
no.
Jordan's editor, I would have said, "Don't use Fane for this."
Why have the dagger influence Matt? Why have that be a thing? Why have Mordant come out when all it requires is like a special type of
Well-
poison? You could have had a vial of poison that somebody found inside a Shader Logoth, coated their dagger with it, says, I'm going to kill the Dragon Reborn with this, and try to do that, and then have the exact same outcome.
That could have worked.
Huh?
That could have worked, yeah.
Yeah, but that's my point, is that why then you wouldn't need I almost said Perrin. You wouldn't need to put on Fane for that. Like, that's what I'm saying, is like,
But does that matter?
yes, because you're making him an intentionally weak character, saying he's a weak character. I'm like, well, yeah, you wrote him to be weak. It's not he was weak. You could have made him an actual antagonist. You could have made him a big part of this. Because if Shader Logoth is gone, but Mordeth is inside Padan Fane and he's out, he could always create another Shader Logoth anywhere. That's the whole point. He's a virus that gets out of the lab. He's the one who gets somewhere and does something. You can't just be like, well, the virus went somewhere and just went poof, and oh well, I didn't know what to do with him. Like, well, he's a virus. He infects things. That's what he does. Pull a Sauron with Ar-Pharazôn. Do something with him. Like, that's what you do with that character. That's my point, is that there is a way to make him a strong villain or a strong antagonist.
But Jordan chose
But he
not to
wasn't.
do that.
That's my point, is that he chose to make a weak character, which is weak writing, not the
Yeah,
character.
but
It was Jordan's weak
he made
writing.
that choice, sure, but
what
what
I'm
are we
saying
even discussing then?
I'm saying that there's an option. Okay, Sanderson stated he didn't know what to do with the character, which he
Because
could
it
have
is a
done.
weak character because of the decisions Jordan
up
made.
But up until this point, well, apparently, if he followed the notes and everything, there was plenty of room he could have squeezed him in somewhere that would make sense.
Have
to
you
the-
seen the notes?
That's not the point, Matt. My
Then
point
don't
is
say there was plenty of room.
no, no,
Because
no.
we
the
know
notes
we-
could
there
have
could have been some
contradicted
psychotically
that
specific
very
outline
idea.
that he had.
Based off of the final product, based off that he didn't say I couldn't because of the notes. He didn't say anything of that nature. If he said I couldn't because of the notes, that instantly cuts to everything
But
else.
maybe the notes contradict your ideas that you think, oh, maybe he could have gone.
That's not what the final product gave us. That's my point. When
The
he
final
was
product didn't give didn't give Fane
he
doing
vanished.
the sneaky political stuff, right?
He didn't do anything with him.
It didn't do anything with that. So maybe it could
The
have
last
been
major
in the
attempt was
notes
when he
that none of those nations had been influenced by Fane. That
How do
way-
we know they haven't? Is that what you're saying?
No, that could have been the case. That in the notes, there is no room to add Fane into any political machinations in any of the nations we.
I highly doubt that Robert Jordan would say no room for Padan Fane to.
No, not in those words, of course, but
That wouldn't
maybe
be how he
stuff
said it.
is happening that contradicts putting Fane there.
But Fane can go to anywhere that has weak loyalties to Rand, and
Which is
basically
where?
have a wedge. So he could have gone to Tyr. He could have gone to Ilion. He could have gone even heck, Kyrian. Anyone? Literally the world's organization of political division and just distrust and assassination and everything. Like, heck, the Shadow tried to have Rand assassinated by his own Ashaman by trying to flatten the palace.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me that Fane couldn't just scrounge up a little bit of Rand's
Well, no, he
never-
can't just really infiltrate the
And I
Ashnod,
accept that. I mean, maybe if he had written Fane to do more interesting stuff throughout the novel, it would be a more interesting character. But he didn't. He
Well,
wrote
that's
it the way
what
he
I'm
was.
saying, though, is that
Yeah, but because he disappears somewhere, when's the last time we see him?
like book
After
7.
Amadecia, he sort of
He disappears to almost the end.
disappears, right?
The last time I remember seeing him is basically when he stabs Rand. After that,
He stabs Rand and disappears until somewhere near the Blight and the
that was
end of it.
that was the Tyron rebellion thing going on with all those guys, and then that's when he meets Cad Swain and all that jazz. But after that, you've got so many books that he could have had some influence on the story in some shape or form that keeps him relevant. That wouldn't make him a weak
And-
character.
I agree. That would have been nice to do. Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that it's reasonable to say that that's what you could do. Now, obviously, there might be things that prevent him, but that's not what he stated. So I'm only running with what I have, that he has stated, because that's all it is. If he says later on I couldn't because the notes, then that's what it is. What it is. But my point then would be like, why did Jordan write this character if he literally was just going to pop him in and then just make him vanish from history for no reason, and then bring him back in the last battle for no reason whatsoever? That doesn't make any sense. He somehow becomes this uber big thing. He manages to get Mashadar outside of Shadar Logoth somehow. But if Mashadar was part of the whole cleansing, then he couldn't be anywhere else because he was probably destroyed in the cleansing. So Mashadar wouldn't be there. But now Mashadar's out with him.
Well, it was the piece of Mashadar that was in Fane.
Okay. So if that could be the happen, there's a piece of Mordith also in him.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, what was Ordith / Mordith?
But there's a piece of him in there. It's not fully him.
Yes, but that's my point, is that it's the piece of him, but that's the piece he keeps using. That's like literally what he does. He tries to sweet talk Turok, but he's also like, I'm going to kill him at the same time.
Mhm.
And he's like, I'm going to get my dagger and I will be whole, because he says I will be whole when I get the dagger. Well, he gets the dagger, so if that's the case, he's whole technically. He's not just a piece. He's whole. Now,
Psychologically.
well, he doesn't say psychologically, he doesn't say spiritually, he doesn't say physically, he doesn't say anything. He will be whole.
Based on what we read, it can only be psychological because we don't see any sort of magic power up occur.
But if it's a piece of him's on the dagger and a piece of him's in himself, and he puts them together, that's technically spiritually he's together. His soul could have combined. I don't know. We don't know. It wasn't given. We weren't given enough information on it. But that's assumed. He said, "I will be whole when I have it." So that's all we can assume. Psychologically, he's never there, even when he has it. That's obvious. So we know he's bad. We know he's a villain. We know he rapes a woman and her, I guess, assuming her daughter. We know he kills people.
Oh, he's out and out evil. There's no question on that. But
Evil, so
Jordan,
we have another villain. We have a rising contender for an antagonist, and then it just disappears. And it's like,
well,
but why? He could have taken out potentially
that's
one of the.
just what Jordan did with him, though.
I know, but what I'm saying is that up to a certain point, he could have been brought back at any point in time after Jordan stopped writing, because obviously he passed. And then at that point on, something he could have been like, oh, he's been doing this the whole time. Like we don't see Semirog for forever, and all of a sudden, oh, she's in Shandar.
Yeah.
Like that explains, because she's been busy.
But you need to also take into account that he needs to make it fit into the story, right? That's not simple.
That's what I'm saying, is that, well, why wouldn't it be simple to literally, like, look at Lord of the Rings,
Because
with Saruman and everything in Rohan is an easy way to backdoor a country and basically keep.
Yeah, no, I don't mean whether it's simple in universe, right? But you need to know where the story's going, and you need to set things up so that it ends up where you want it, right? Because you have notes.
And remember, Sanderson.
So you need to follow all the notes.
Book.
Well, yeah.
You need to follow all the notes, ideally, right? But then also put in extra stuff that makes no contradiction at any point in those notes. So maybe he just doesn't know, how am I going to do this? Can I do this in Iliad? But maybe it contradicts somewhere. I'm not sure.
According to the final product, which is the books, is there anything in there that would prevent like a rebellion or an uprising at the home bases of some countries? Maybe one, maybe two, maybe more, maybe less, whatever. Maybe it's just
add anything.
Huh?
Does it add anything?
Conflict.
But you had a lot of conflict.
Yes, with one enemy. But the whole point was that there was an evil.
Okay,
and
think of it this way. Like, remember the end of Return of the Jedi when you have two things going on. You have the fleet attacking the Death Star, and you have, well, three things. You have the rebels on the planet, the fleet attacking the Death Star, and Luke facing the Emperor and Vader, right? We can have a lot more conflict if another fleet shows up to attack the Death Star, right? I mean, do you need it?
Well, it's not that it's needed, it's that the characters already exist. You're not, in that case, you'd be creating a whole other whatever to come in. like the guys from outside of the galaxy. If they came in at that exact point in time, whoo, that would create some tension, wouldn't it? Like
It would be just
Right, but
an
why
unnecessary
does
addition to the
Rebels
story.
go-
Fane's story have to coincide with the fight against the Dark One?
because he's fighting the Dark One while also fighting the good guys. That's his whole shtick. He doesn't work for the Dark One. He works for himself.
Mm-hmm.
He was
So why
formerly
bother inserting himself in the equation?
because he wants Rand al'Thor dead. It's been his driving force the entire
Yeah,
time.
okay, fair enough. So
So
you can do that sneakily without joining the battle.
sneakily going and corrupting an entire nation that's in the back home base, corrupting everything, cutting off supply lines to the good guys can cause a lot of
But
tension.
that already happened.
Yes, but he could also be fighting the Shadow and doing it at the same time. Because if the Shadow gets too big, he has to fight them. If the good guys get too big, he has to fight them. But if he keeps both of them down, whether it be in the shadows or up front, either way, it hurts both of them and helps him. That's a good thing for him as an antagonist.
But is it a good thing for the story?
Well, yes, because that means that the good guys, like Rand, Matt, Perrin, when they're doing their stuff, they are bringing in another victory condition or whatever you might call it in terms of like,
So they're still going to win, but they have to do one more thing to win.
not necessarily one more thing. It's just it changes what instead of you're fighting only on one front, you're fighting on now 2 fronts or 3 fronts or whatever front, however many fronts. Because obviously Rand was at the actual Shale Ghoul, Matt and everybody else was in the plains of Merido, and then obviously Perrin was in the Dream World fighting Lord Luke. Which again, if you can take out Padon Fane, you can take out Lord Luke. The whole point is that they added an extra layer because this is what Jordan's known for. He's known for his layers. He has a lot of layers. And Lord Luke being in the dream to kill Rand was a plan of the Shadow. What if you had Padon Fane say, "No, he's mine," and then kill Lord Luke, and then try to go after Fane, and then after Rand, and then that's when Perrin stops Fane. Like that could be a satisfying thing.
Well, while that was going on, Fane was on the battlefield building up this weird army.
His army, yes. But my point is that he could have already had that army if he went and corrupted an entire nation. That was my point. And it would fit perfectly in line with his character, and it wouldn't affect the story too much from the final product, except that he has more drones. That's it.
So Mike, as far as the nature of that story, I'm okay with it. As far as what we got presented with in Wheel of Time, Sanderson was supposed to write 1 book that they stretched into 3. So you're saying, so adding a whole, especially, and when Jordan already probably wrote Fane on the battlefield with this whole corrupting thing he was doing, that's probably something Jordan either wrote directly or put in his notes saying Fane shows up on the battlefield and be corrupting Trollocs, you know?
Yes, but if you're a writer, you can write kind of notes for the end results and then not write the stuff between where you are and that end result.
It's been saying that Jordan wrote specific scenes that himself that Sanderson had to write around. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying adding more
we don't
storyline
know
to
which
Fane
ones, though.
wouldn't have been a good idea, right? I'm saying Jordan chose not to, which is why they're saying he's a weak character.
I wouldn't say Jordan chose not to as much as he just didn't get to it. That would be more reasonable to assume.
Well, he could have chosen in the
No, but
earlier
he
books.
could have chosen to put Padon Fane in the early books here. That he did himself, right?
Well, I'm saying he did choose to put him in the early books.
I mean, if I were right, if
Well,
I
no,
were there
I
advising him, I
was
would have said,
until the last one.
have
that he-
Fane be Rand's ally to almost the end and then betray him there.
That could have been a possibility, but then you wouldn't be able to do Fane as the open bad guy.
I would have.
He'd have to be like, "I've turned from the Shadow and faked it, silvery-tongued Rand for a long time, and then when Rand does his merging with Lews Therin, he becomes aware of it, just like he does for Wiremon, and how he's a bad guy, how he can look at a person and say, "You're a dark friend. I can see the ties of the Shadow from you."
Yeah.
Like when he does that type of stuff, you could have done it up to that point. And that would have been a great story too.
Yeah,
He could have either killed him there and have been a good ending, but it wouldn't make Padon Fane a weak character if it was done that way. That's my point.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, I'm just saying I can accept
He's
them.
a weak character, then at least be honest and say, well, he was written either by Jordan and or Sanderson to be weak. He is not himself inherently a weak character. If that is
He
his
doesn't.
role,
You know, well, you jump into conclusion there. He's a construct, so he's created to be weak.
I mean, that's the same thing, though.
Well, you
Well,
can't
A
say
weak
he's
character is obviously weak because the writer wrote him that way.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
It's-
I'm not saying like weak as in like he doesn't have any strength in the story. I'm saying he's a poor character built, is what I'm saying. He was not built to be a poor character. He was built to be an antagonist to the Dragon Reborn, aka Rand.
Well, no, I mean that's just a conjecture.
Well, no, he says, "Hey, come get me, or I'm going to go flay all of your relatives and everything. I'm going to murder everyone you loved, all that stuff." Like, Rand,
He
like
was
I have to
built.
go deal with this. Like
He
that's
was
his,
built to stab Rand.
which he doesn't do for how many books? Exactly.
And it doesn't matter. I mean,
Well, I mean,
I mean,
you
it's
could
supposed to
argue
be
with
relatively
Rand,
late so
but
that
we
it
could also
is
argue
still
that he didn't
close
have all
enough
the other books. Like for book 1 and
to
2,
the content.
were very different in their intentions originally than what we actually got at the end. That's pretty well known. So how he ended up using him isn't necessarily how he was intending to originally use him. So he changed something at some point, and then everything shifted along that course. So according to the early books, he was built to be an antagonist. Then all of a sudden he decides he doesn't want to use him for some reason. He's like that toy. He's like, I don't want to play with you anymore, and throws him away. Like that would be poor writing by the author, not poor writing of a character by the author, because the character itself can be written poorly rather than being a poorly written character. Like I mean, like a weak character or something, like he doesn't have a place or whatever like that. There's plenty. Like Lord Luke has less showtime than Padon Fane, and Padon Fane should have more of an impact than Lord Luke. But Lord Luke, for some reason, has a
but
greater
that's
impact.
that's something you want. I mean,
No. All I want is to make sense. I don't care what the story is. Like I said, I only gave one of a bunch of possibilities that it could have gone that way. I'm saying you can say I have a character. Here's what he's comprised of. He's comprised of treachery, corruption, violence, arrogance,
and I would say we
whatever.
have a character. His purpose
Don't-
was to stab Rand with the dagger, and everything else was secondary to that.
His purpose was to stab Dagger. We don't, or to stab Rand with a dagger. We don't know if that was his original intention or if Jordan changed it by the time he got to that book, because the early books were written with a different concept in mind and were changed. Like the first 3 books were roughly him figuring out what he wanted to do with it. By the time he actually stabs Rand, that's way past that point, and he's changed everything at that point.
But that's the reality we have to live with.
I am aware. We're talking about is Padon Fane a poorly written character, a weak character, or was he intended, or I should say, was he written poorly because Jordan didn't know what he was doing with him, or Sanderson didn't know what to do with him? But not knowing what to do with them is different than he could have been used and he just wasn't. That's my point.
And I'm saying, in terms of the effect on the story, it's the same.
Well, no. I mean, if you do different actions, it has different.
He's a weak character either way.
If you use him to his full extent, he's a weak character.
But they didn't. They used him just the way he was written in the books.
But my point is that all they had to do is use him to his full extent. That's all they had to do. They didn't. That's my point.
But they didn't, so he's a weak character.
Yes, but it's not because he's a weak character. He was poorly written. That's my point. It's not. It's a weak character.
That's the same thing.
It's the same
No,
thing.
a weak character means the character itself doesn't have a purpose. It doesn't have a use. It's literally there because the plot demands it, which
He
is
only
not
had
how.
one purpose.
No, you assume he has one purpose because that's what the one thing that they use the cleansing for. My point is that was not necessarily the thing that he was originally created for.
We have no evidence of
But
that.
does that matter?
Well, we do. We have evidence saying that the first couple books, I think it was the first 3 books, were him kind of poking out where he wants to go with it, which is why certain things changed from book 1 to book 2 and then book 2 to book 3 in order for him to figure out which way he was going with it, because he was writing it as he went, not
Well,
necessarily.
I mean,
the final-
if all Payne ever did after that was stabbing with the dagger, clearly Jordan only thought that was important.
or he hadn't gotten to it because there's a lot of stuff he wanted to write, or he focused so much on one character that he didn't write the other characters in.
Maybe that's true. And in the end result, either way he does it, it's a weak character.
Poorly written character, yes, not a weak character.
A poorly written character is a weak character.
I'm saying a weak character. If he was, do you think Padon Fane was well written?
Not really.
Okay.
Okay.
He's poorly written in that regard. But if he was well written, would he be a weak character?
If all the exact same things happened
If
and
by
he were
well
well-written,
written
he'd
you
still be a
mean
weak
a
character.
completely different story,
No,
then maybe.
I'm saying when I say well written versus weak, as like a weak character is somebody who is well written but still is unusable or doesn't fit very well within that
But is
narrative.
it well written if that's the case?
That's what I'm saying. It's well written versus poorly written in that regard, not weak versus strong. Like if you say Rand's a strong character, well, why is he a strong character? Well, because of X, Y, and Z. Okay, but on Fane is a weak character because what about a story makes him a weak character? Because he's never shown as a weak character. He's shown as a conniving, very brutal.
So are we using weak now in the physical strength?
No.
meaning?
I'm turning and like how he was written.
Yeah, so that's based on how he's written, poorly or well.
But did Jordan write him weakly or weekly? Not weekly, like on a
Poorly.
did he write him poorly with the intention of him being a poor character, or did he write him intending him to be a good antagonist and just shorten his lifespan? That's different things. Then he's not. Then he if he was killed off early on.
No one probably intends to write a weak character, right?
Well,
I would assume, maybe. I don't know.
They might. But I'm saying from the perspective of if I write this character to be an antagonist, because he's an antagonist, no matter how you shake a stick at it, he's an antagonist. And he's written to basically go off against Rand, but he's also written to go off against the Dark One. So he has a goal, he has a purpose, he has the thing. Like off of that alone, you know he's going to be against both of them. Up to that point, is he a weak character? No. He's caused an entire book chase, for crying out loud. Like,
But that's because being a weak character is inherently tied to whether it's poorly written or not.
yes. But if we're accepting that he is poorly written, that means that Robert Jordan didn't know what to do with him, just like Sanderson didn't know what to do with him. Or he just was tired of him or something. But then he's like, I still need to have this, cleansing thing, which he could have done countless different other ways. He didn't need Fane, he didn't need the dagger, he didn't even need Shader Logoth, technically. He could have just had something that's evil, that's not of the shadow, that would have been able to cover up this. He could have had a random serial killer that using his body as the conduit to fight the shadow and cleanse the taint could have been worked. Like, there's a lot of ways you could have made this work. And you're saying that he wrote this originally for the cleansing way before he knew what he was doing with the story. Because by book 3, he still hadn't fully...
Well, I mean, he knew the Sidon was tainted.
And he was
course.
planting stuff about the cleansing for
And
multiple books.
he knew that he wanted the bad guy Rand to...
different than planning the cleansing that he come up with. Well, what I'm saying is that if he's like, I have to cleanse the source or the Sidene at some point, that's fine. He can have that. He doesn't need Fane. He doesn't need Shader Logoth. He doesn't need those things. There are other plot devices he could use to do that thing. That's my point. So at this point, he is basically using Fane, but if he's getting tired of him and he's like, he's a weak character, I made him a weak character for some reason, and there's not a whole bunch about him, which we know there's actually quite a bit about him because Moraine fills us in on details, but on Fane himself, this isn't on details. We have the entire antagonist to protagonist basically fight from a distance. They don't actually get to meet face to face until he stabs Rand. And then the thing he's doing with is it Torum Rioton? I believe is the name of the guy that he was the underling for. When I can't hear you, Sage. You're muted.
Could be, but they all have weird names, so I'm not sure.
I think it's Torum Rioton, which is he was trying to corrupt in that instance, but he got a chance to take a swing at Rand, and so he did. And it worked in that regard. Unfortunately, he has really bad aim because he aimed at the same place that Baalzamon did. But there you go.
No, that's probably just the Teviran effect.
Yeah.
Well, you could say that, but the Teviran effect doesn't necessarily like, yeah, I need you to get wounded.
I would say it doesn't necessary.
Well, no, I mean, technically, if he got stabbed somewhere else on his body, the evil could still fight with the other evil. It doesn't have to necessarily be.
No, it does have to be in the same place because Otherwise, it would just have to spread through his entire body and kill him, basically.
Well, they'd both be fighting over it. Why didn't Ishamael's...
And if they're in different places, say I get wounded here and here by 2, they need to go to each other before they can fight.
True, which means neither one can fully take over the body.
Yes, but if they're on the same spot, they don't have to spread. They're fighting each other instead of spreading.
Why didn't Rand's original wound spread over his entire body and just take over and kill him? You could argue healing, but the healing could never heal the wound completely. So obviously it could fight against that healing. And then through that healing being fought against, it could have technically overwhelmed the healing at some point and spread through his body when no one's there to heal him, and then he would have died.
Yes, but that's because the feign power is more detrimental, let's say, to
One
the
would
human
think,
body.
but if that was the case, it wouldn't. He could use the surface level wound, like a little nip. Could have spread surface level through his body. It didn't have to go into the wound to do so. It could have spread every direction other than inwards. It didn't, for whatever reason.
Yeah,
Again,
but the wounds, the other wounds also on the surface.
but it's not just a surface. It's like he got
Yeah,
stabbed.
it's also he got stabbed, but there is the surface part in addition to the whatever is inside.
But if you're not growing in that way and you're growing out, it's not going to necessarily have the same growth pattern. That's what I'm saying. They have different interests. If he had stabbed him in instead of cutting,
Plus, what happened there is also complicated by the fact that one of the Ashaman and one of the Aes Sedai healers both did something to contain it as well.
they tried to contain it, yes, but it could still break open, and he would still need healing over time. Anyway,
I'm also guessing Alana wound up helping him as well along the way with that sort of thing.
with the water bond and everything, that
Yeah.
could have a part on it. I don't know how the water bond would deal with those type of things, since the water bond, as far as we know, has never seen that kind of thing before.
Well, I'm guessing that the enhancement of
It's a
the
relatively unique
of
thing,
the-
so of course not.
endurance ability.
They're both highly unique, because if it was like a blade from Thakandar and it hit a warder, like let's say I can't remember his name, he's like Slim or something, one of the really powerful warders that was respectful towards Lan and Elias. If he was cut by a Thakandar blade, is the bond going to protect him from that overall thing if their warder's not, or the Aes Sedai's not there? What does the border bond do to wounds without Aes Sedai? Otherwise, it's just literally the Aes Sedai healing would take care of it. But obviously, it
Well,
doesn't.
there's obviously a confluence of things helping Rand with these 2 wounds. No one thing. You know?
Was he bound by Alana at that time?
Yeah, I think
was?
so.
I
I
don't
mean, it's
remember.
pretty late in the story, right? That
No. Alana did that right after the box, right?
Alana did that when they were.
No, it
in,
was before because they were using Alana
Andor.
to track him in the box.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I thought they were just tracking the Aes Sedai caravan.
Rand
but-
at some point goes to Andor, and specifically in Camelin, I think it happens.
yeah.
So that is,
Needless to say, my point is that
I'm not
he
sure
wrote it
actually.
that way because he wrote it that way. I get that. I'm saying he didn't have to write it that way. He could have written it a different way that would
Yeah,
require
sure.
less
You could have
characters.
done everything differently.
Yes, but I'm saying that's the difference between why would he go and create a weak character that doesn't have any purpose? It just is there, and then
Because not everyone's perfect.
Well, he's not as awesome as Tolkien.
well, yes, but if Tolkien, let's say Tolkien did this, how would you mix that together with Tolkien? You'd be like,
Tolkien would have self-fixed that before he died. He would.
okay, so if that's the case, why is Robert Jordan, who's an extremely highly detailed, does a really good job, better than most authors, in terms of connecting and reconnecting issues and dealing with them, even if they're little, minute, tiny details, he still deals with that. And you're telling me this obviously large hole in the wall of his story is just saying,
I don't think it's that large a hole. I think had
I'm
he
inclined to agree there.
finished the book series on his own, he might have done more with Fane that would have been interesting.
yeah. And my point is that if there was no notes stating he cannot do anything with them, but he could also close out the character in a satisfactory way, that makes Robert Jordan's writing look better than what it is currently at, that would be a satisfactory ending for the series. That would even make Sanderson look good as an author.
Now we're back to the Sanderson wasn't capable of that story.
But that's what I'm saying, is that he should know how to deal with a character because he has a bunch of them. Like, I don't have to give birth to characters in Tolkien's world to know that this character has a personality, has points and things that they do, that a whole bunch of things that I can look to and review and say, this is how Tolkien created them. So I'll just use them as Tolkien created them to finish the story. If obviously Tolkien hadn't finished it and Christopher hadn't finished it or whatever, then I can say, I can see how this character was. What are the main points for like Aragorn's personality, his leadership roles, what his heritage has to do with him, all that stuff. You can take all that stuff and build that character's plot line and point it towards the goal that was the end goal that you might have notes on and say, I can get there, but I can also fill in the gaps for some of these areas that are just kind of lacking. That's all I'm saying. Sanderson doesn't seem to know what to do, so I'm guessing there weren't notes, because if there were notes saying don't do it, then the notes just told me not to do it, and I was supposed to do something else entirely. And that's just why it's weird to hear him say, this is a strange character, I don't know what to do with this character, and then just be like, well, there's lots of things you could have done with it, so why didn't you?
Right, there's lots of things you could have done, but
maybe he was more concerned with
maybe
his own
he
writing
thought
than
those things weren't
No.
good things to do. I don't know.
Well, yeah, but again,
That's a whole other rabbit hole of why Sanderson didn't do certain things.
I mean, send him an email, ask him, what do you mean with this?
we can like attack your channel and all that. Yeah, my channel's under attack.
There's better things I could have done.
He seems more
See, even the shills know there's better things you could.
closely tied to the shadow in this show, and they're
Mhm.
not having. To me, I always interpret him as he's the evil of man versus the evil of the shadow.
Okay. Yeah.
In this, it seems like he's just with the shadow.
Yeah, they haven't played that other side.
They never did separate them, which is
They
sad.
haven't given us the more death version of Fane.
Just to summon the marine and land on the beach stuff.
Oh yeah, that whole thing.
You mean when they're teleported there? You mean, or they're actively fighting the ships?
No, they're walking.
They're having their moment on the beach.
Don't like this.
I called this one at the beginning. Oh, from whenever they said that. Come on.
Again, performances help.
Yes.
But when I read this stuff in the script, it was one of my least favorite parts of the season was Lan and Moiraine. It's
Makes sense.
honestly, I don't want to draw too many comparisons, but it's kind of the Game of Thrones problem. Like, and I understand the problem that the writers were in. This is your star, right?
Yes.
Rosamund Pike is fantastic. She is your star. You hung your whole first season on her. And what do you do with Great Hunt, where she has a much smaller role? And so they wrote in.
You write out the entire books and just don't use them at all. Which is basically what they did. Pretty easy to fix.
And a bunch of stuff to do with her. And, they were far enough off book. I understand what they were trying to do.
They're far enough off book. They were completely off of it.
I don't feel like it worked.
No, I largely agree with what you're saying. I feel like for people who haven't read the book, this is not going to be as big an issue. But as someone who knows how mature their relationship is in the books, it feels a bit less mature.
Well, but season one, they showed it. Episode one, they took a bath together. These are two. They know each other, and they sold us on that in the first few episodes. It's there in the series that these two know each other so well. And
how well can you know somebody in 20 years of traveling with them, being their best friend and their best companion?
Very well, I'd say.
You'd have to know them pretty well to entrust your life into their hands.
Mm-hmm.
to go through the things they went through and not have a bond, like to have a bond of relationship, a friendship, or whatever. To not have that would be the weirdest thing in the world. I don't even know how you'd make it happen.
Yeah. By the way, I like this change. I like giving Perrin something to do by finding.
Give him something to do, like he didn't have a whole bunch of things to do already.
Did I miss something in the books where Perrin didn't have anything to do?
Everybody thinks that Perrin is the weak character of the main characters, and I'm sitting here like, what are you talking about? He plays a massive pivotal role in so
Exactly.
many areas.
The Aiel. I like how Aviendha shows up.
He's my second favorite.
Um,
I prefer Matt, but Perrin's right behind him.
Loyal has the friggin' horn.
Why does he? What?
Yeah.
Wait, where did he get the horn? But
Sorry.
I'd like that Loyal has the horn.
See, he's asking the same questions we asked. Well, how did this happen? Why is it?
Well, did they explain it with off-the-cuff comment? Remember that? Oh, when that woman from Carhane gave us the horn or whatever?
I tried, guys.
How does he know that the woman from Kyrian?
Where did he get the horn?
Well, because it was in the Purok has like a
Oh,
room of antiquities or something.
he just grabbed it during the chaos. I guess.
Clearly,
Yeah, we basically lost the hunt for the horn and the whole. Something had to go.
We lost the hunt of the horn in the great hunt for the horn. Something had to go, so it just had to be the storyline.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I don't know. I was pretty sad to not have the actual hunt for the horn.
I mean, the previous hunt, if you go back and read it, is not that. Fane has the horn. Rand gets ahead of him, steals the horn. Then Fane steals it back.
Right, but
And then they
that's,
go to Falma.
that's-
My point is like.
but-
Leaving out the entire political discourse, the course of a nation was changed. Kings were assassinated. The heads of the next rival faction was assassinated. Nothing happened, guys. Don't worry about it. We didn't have to learn anything about the political climate or the culture of Kyrian at all. There's absolutely zero reason to go there.
Exactly. I mean, we still don't know in the show, right?
That's my point.
That's quest fantasy, right? Like that's what
I get it.
That's like saying, okay, Sauron has the ring.
But it's really
Then
not. It's
Gollum ends up with the ring. Then Frodo ends up with the ring, and then they bring it back, right? Like all of Great Hunt, the book, is chasing, like it's a travel log, trying to get the horn, get to the horn, find the horn. So it means when the horn gets used, it's been a centerpiece of, it's been the MacGuffin the entire book.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I hate MacGuffins.
there's not a lot they had to do, but
all,
it is the centerpiece of the book.
But all of Great Hunt wasn't that much of a. It was like them trying to find it. You're right.
By the way, they're talking about this while explosions happen on screen at the moment.
Matt is very locked into the episode.
Enchanted by their search for it as much as it was for.
Well, I bought into the whole mythology. I bought into
Gotcha.
the whole thing of yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, well that makes sense.
Mm.
So yeah, you liked the book and I didn't. Is basically what he said.
He said that Matt liked the book, or Sanderson liked the book.
Matt said basically Sanderson likes the book and I didn't. If you think it was the way he interpreted it. Yeah.
I mean, Wayne, they are white cloaks.
Yeah.
That's what she's saying right now. That's what she's saying. That's the calculation.
They did do a lot of stabbity in the last season. Like,
What does that mean?
They stab a lot of people.
When?
What, you didn't pick that up? Come on.
their white cloaks are even more despicable.
Yes.
So
How are their white cloaks even more despicable? So far, Valda's the only despicable one. Everyone else is very chubby.
Actually, Joffrey is also the hero of Faum in this.
Well, like, the only despicable thing that Jeffram does in the entire series is kill Hopper.
Mm-hmm.
The show specifically.
But to be fair, Hopper did attack some White Cloaks.
He did, but he was killed by just white cloaks. He wasn't killed specifically by Jeffram.
Yeah, yeah.
They had to have Jeffram do it.
So that Perrin kills him.
Perrin would kill him, so Dane would go after Perrin.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, that's how they built it, rather than Jeffrem trying to punish Perrin, Perrin trying to flee, and then having Perrin be there instead of Perrin actually killing Jeffrem. If Perrin was there, Jeffrem dies, and all Dane gets is the sight of Perrin over Jeffrem's body, which is much more emotionally powerful in terms of like not knowing the details, but seeing the evidence. It's the same thing with like Gawain and Morghese with Rand, thinking that Rand killed Morghese when all the evidence he has is that people are telling him that Rand killed Morghese due to rumors. And then when Morghese just shows up, it's like perfect time to say it, guys. Like, oops, I did it. Oopsies. I collapsed the entire White Tower and everything because I threw a hissy fit at somebody else who's not even here. I hate Gawain so much.
Yeah. Well, no, the White Tower collapsed before that, I think.
Well, it was in the process.
Oh,
But according to the books, unless the what are they, the Greene, who are the guys that follow Gawain? What are they called?
The younglings, I think.
If the younglings hadn't gone to war with the other warders, Sawan would have won.
Yes.
Literally,
Yes,
Sawan
but
got rid of
Gawain joining them was nothing to do with Rand and Morghese.
I know, but my point is that his disenchantment with Swan was the tipping point because
Swan has been sending Egwene and Elaine everywhere on the quests.
But I don't know if he thinks anything particular about Rand and Swan or at that point, but at that point,
I don't think so. I think it's just that he doesn't like that Swan doesn't tell him where Elaine is.
He throws a temper tantrum, kills Hamar, his teacher, and basically collapses an entire, continent for that matter, because of a tantrum, which is,
Yeah.
I mean, I hate Gawain, but I think for that being his reason, he's an emotional child. He's not an adult by any means. So
the character he's based on is like that. Sir Gawain.
No, I mean,
Gawaine's a pretty heady character in mythology.
Sure, but Gawain is not actually like that in mythology, I think.
Does Gawain throw tantrums and collapse nations?
No.
He's one of 4 very angry children of what's her face.
Are you sure that's Gawain?
Yeah. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of
because Gawain is the Maiden's Knight. He fights, mostly for good causes.
So he's the Galad character. Okay, gotcha.
Well, Galad's, I don't know. Galad's, I think, for.
I'm thinking of the version of him from.
Gawain is most well known from the story Gawain and the Green Knights.
That's not the one I'm thinking. I'm thinking of from Once a Future King and what was the other story where the 4 brothers were pretty contentious. Oh God, there's so much Arthurian lore, and it blends in after a while,
Give me a second, guys. Keep talking.
I mean, let's see. We have Gawain, Gareth, Gaheris, and Agravain. Don't know which of those is the one you're thinking of.
So in Le Morte d'Arthur, I think the Queen of Orkney is his mother.
Could be.
And I believe he has 3 brothers, and they're all like head cases. And I think, if I remember correctly, in Once and Future King, which is like a sequel to Le Morte d'Arthur, THY kind of runs with that.
See, Agravain apparently hates Arthur. And also apparently was in love with his mom, which is okay.
Oh, yeah, you know those characters.
Mm-hmm.
be interesting if they ever published Jordan's version of the notes, if we would see like which myth and legend of Gawain they based it on.
Hmm.
What how old Harriet is. Harriet McDougal. She's 84 years old. Jeez.
Damn. Anyway, so Gawain is often the principal hero and the exemplar of courtesy and chivalry, it says here. So I don't think he's the angry one.
Sorry, kid is having to be dealt with. He was sad. So anyway, did you figure out who is Gawain, Galahad, whoever?
Well, there are a lot of different subsets in Arthurian like variation that we can get lost in all of that, So let's just move on.
Let's keep going.
Rena.
I hate Rena so much.
I think we're up to one of the worst scenes in the whole.
Yep.
She just did a poor job the entire time. It's like she's trying to be a man.
Oh.
I don't know if you noticed that, but she
Brandon.
sounded like she was being a man. I'm gonna talk really deep like a man. I'm like,
Could be.
what? And then
Oh,
the entire
God.
time,
Those
She's
face.
32. Oh, we're at the Rand duel scene.
they're like, a man would deal with this with brute force. So I'm gonna use brute force. I'm like, that's not what a man would do. Gosh.
Well, no, some might.
Not the intelligent ones, and these are supposed to be.
Well, that's fair. Oh
Look
no.
at that troll say that was nice.
Well, it's like if you have a Soldom who's supposed to be a trainer. Now, do you have the best trainers be people who abuse animals? Or do you have the best trainers who understand the psychological aspects of reward and punishment based upon the behaviors and such?
Obviously, the latter.
That's what a good trainer would be. And
Mhm.
the Soldom that are here are supposed to be really good trainers. They're not supposed to be
Yeah.
abusive.
Exactly.
So they know how to obviously inflict punishment, but they don't do it physically. They don't punch you in the gut. They make you feel like you got punched in the gut through the IDOM. They don't actually hang you up on the wall to suffocate you. They make you feel like you're suffocating. Like that's what they would do in punishment, but they don't rely on the punishment more than they rely on the pleasure, because the pleasure is what gets. It's like that dopamine effect where it's like, oh, if I do this, I'll be the good boy, or in this case, the good girl. And it's like that's
Carrot
how.
and the stick.
So, yeah, it's like you use the carrot more than you use the stick. You only use the stick when necessary. In this, they use the freaking stick every freaking 5 milliseconds. It was ridiculous.
And there simply was no
There's a
carrot.
battle happening, man.
There's a battle happening, man.
Yeah, by the way, this is the Rand duel with Turek.
I just noticed from Matt's reaction.
Okay,
like,
yeah,
what just
that-
happened?
All right.
That happened.
Indiana
Rand
Jones.
just burned Turek to the ground with his
I don't really
fiery
like it.
needles.
It's a
I don't
cool
know.
shot.
What I didn't want what happened was Rand fighting him with the sword. I did not imagine that. I'm actually not mad.
Aren't you mad?
No,
I mean,
Because like I never bought him beating a blade master. So
Yeah, when-
that
every time.
But he didn't beat Turok by normal means. He beat Turok by taking a wound.
What?
Like, you're muted, Matt.
That was part of the technique, though. That was within the context of the fighting style.
Well, the sheathing of the sword thing was just like the whole point is like, or actually no, he didn't take it with Turok.
No, that was with Balsamon.
But why would it be so weird? Because having Turok.
Well, what
under his-
happened against Turok was Rand refused to use the void and the flame technique. He was trying to
Mhm.
win just on pure physical technique, so to speak. And finally, he accepted the void and the flame,
and then he
Because,
won.
which
It makes. I mean, if you think about it, if he's trying to do it off of just pure talent, which he didn't have a whole lot of, Turok's gonna be like, "I'm disappointed," and he kind of like lets his guard down, and then he finally accepts the flame in the void, which goes into Blade Master mode essentially, and then just wipes the floor with Turok. That makes sense because it's like I'm going to attack you with 5% of my power, and now I'm going to attack you with
He
100.
has been training with Lan the entire time in the book.
They had several months, right?
Yeah.
Well,
So
early on in the trip, before they split the party in the first book,
Yeah, they
And then-
immediately started.
he taught them the basics to keep them, because I remember Lan saying, "I'm going to teach you enough to keep you from like stabbing yourself in the foot."
yeah, and then
Like-
obviously at the end of the first book, 5 months was it? They were there.
Because it takes a long time from a whole caravan to come from Tarvalon up.
Yeah,
But first, they have to get
Let's
news
see.
to Tarvalon that this was going on, and then that's when. So they have to send news, and then they have to come back up to respond from the news. And in that regard, it's like, oh crap! And he's like, "You should have been gone months ago, sheep herder," and obviously it didn't happen. But if he had gone months ago, he wouldn't be in Falm. So that's like the pattern, kind of keeping him there, kind of thing. The same thing with Matt, where Matt's always being like, "I need to leave this crazy psychopath Rand, even if he is my friend," and then all of a sudden coming back every 5 minutes.
And Rand would be somebody with a blade in the first couple books. I was like, this is
Also,
sword.
How long do you have to
I
train?
think it was established that in Seanchan lands, the Blade Masters were less good than in the Westlands.
but they're also to point out, Rand is a genetically bred killing machine.
That's also true.
He's not like he's not like say I lost weight and learned how to fight with a sword really good. You know what I mean? I'm not a genetically bred killing machine. I'm assuming you guys aren't either. Your Rand is like
No,
a
not that I'm aware of, at least.
So I'm a red killer, so
You know what I mean? Though you have thousands of years of over and over of a physical like the average Aiel is like a borderline superhuman based on
they're martial artists in like hand-to-hand combat. They're martial artists in spear combat, buckler, archery, particularly short bow. But they're good at everything. Assassination versus like hidden. They could probably even do espionage if they want. They're basically ninjas in the waste, but they're.
I mean, the Aiel waste did the same thing for the Aiel that Arrakis did for the Fremen. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, and it's like okay, but they're sitting there like I can't really buy in that he did all this. I'm like, well, he didn't just like pick up a sword and was good at it. He actually been doing training with an actual blade master. With an actual blade master, he already had the basics down before they even got to Shadar Logoth, because that's what.
And probably he also had an innate talent.
Well, yeah, he probably has an innate agility, innate accuracy, that kind of stuff from just being genetics. To some extent.
But also specifically a sort of natural affinity with swords. I don't know.
He was already well, he didn't have a natural affinity with swords. Aiel don't have affinity with swords.
No, but not from his Aiel nature, but basically just his soul or whatever. He's good with swords. I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
Is that how it works?
Well, no, that's the thing, though, is that if he doesn't retain personality, he wouldn't necessarily have that either.
Well, even that aside, he grew up in an environment where
Yeah, but maybe the pattern was like, oh, we need someone who can use a sword.
Well, the thing goes, my point is that, okay, Tam taught him the Flame of the Void.
And that's the most important part.
His father is a blade master, or his father is a blade master. His dad was a clan chief. His actual dad was a clan chief who's also deadly. So he's got the genetics and he's got the future.
he got from his mom too. Remember, she was badass enough to become a maiden of the spear from being a pampered princess.
But from what we understand, that took time too.
But she was capable of doing that.
She was capable. Yeah. But you could argue that everyone who's like determined to do it, like to be good in that area, could technically do that. But she was counted amongst the maidens because they accepted her, whatever. But if you're like, okay, so you got Tigraine, you've got I don't remember the guy's name. It starts with an M if I remember correctly. His dad, and then you have Tam.
Yeah, his dad was Joandin or something. Something with a J at least. Pretty sure. Janduin, maybe.
Janduin sounds close.
Janduin sounds about right. Yeah, we'll run with that. It's Janduin until otherwise. But you have the Flame of the Void, Tam, Janduin, Tigraine. Then you get archery.
Well, not only that though, you got to add in he grew up in a very physically robust place where he had to be athletic You know,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They had archery. They had their archery contest at Beltane. He did moderately okay. Him and Matt were always not like Tam and Abel were always the two top archers, and Tam at least used the flame of the void. Then you have their contests with like quarterstaffs and stuff like that, which Matt would have his backstory with that as well. He has to fight off assumedly lions, bears, and whatever came from the mountains to come after the sheep or whatever. So he's
Would he use a sword for that then?
no, they would have used spears.
Spears, yeah.
But my point is that it's martial prowess. It's not necessarily
Yeah.
martial
yeah.
specifically, exclusively, but he's going to be dexterous enough to use these types of things. The thing is when you're given a random thing, like Perrin given an axe, Rand given a sword, those are things that they're not used to using. So they have their former basic, like obviously a natural born athlete.
It's
Well,
just building on
Still have to train at it though.
the muscle memory.
Yeah,
and
you'd have to
then
know how to do things.
The other skill translates after that.
Well, it's like using a spear, it's deadly on one end. As long as you keep that end away from you, you're pretty much fine. But with a sword, you could cut yourself just as easily as you cut somebody else if you swing it incorrectly.
Well, you'd have to be really bad at
These
it.
two shills here, who clearly don't get the book at all. I mean, if they don't understand why Rand could sort of match Turok, there was a little bit of randomness in it.
I know reading comprehension is not the strongest point.
But think of it this way. How long does it take for you to become at least basic with a sword? A couple weeks? Maybe a month at most?
Probably. It depends on how often you do it.
Regular basis.
Let's say.
Regular basis.
Yeah, not long.
Probably on a daily basis because the way Lan and Rand were training, it seems like pretty much on a regular daily basis.
To be fair, though, they also don't really have much other stuff going on.
So they have plenty of time to train, and it's one of those things. It's like, hey, this is a good trait to have if I'm going to be out in the world traveling. And Rand was already prepping to be out in the world anyway.
Exactly.
So
Lan knew he was the dragon, so of course.
Well, Lan cared for him like almost like a father figure.
Yeah. He knew Rand was the dragon, so he had to go out there alone. So he prepares him.
I don't think it was because he was the dragon. I think he relates.
No, he likes Rand, but because he knows Rand has to go out on his own because of his dragon nature. He wants Rand to survive, and therefore.
I think Lan sees a bit of himself in Rand, where Lan has a dead nation, a dead civilization, and he's on a one-man war against the Shadow. Where Rand's gonna be literally a one-man war against the Shadow, but everyone's gonna be out to go after him, and no one's there to be his friend. And Lan probably notices the way Perrin and Matt deal with him.
In terms of the way Rand behaves for almost the rest of the book until it becomes basically Jesus Rand, Lan is the primary influence on him. He's a man on a mission, and he focuses on the mission to the exclusion of everything else until, again, Jesus Rand,
Yeah, but that's kind of my point is that, like, if he has 5 months and only one of those has become a basic swords master, I'm talking like at least competent, I should say, not a basic. Basic he kind of got like before Barillon, but in terms of like understanding how to use himself as a weapon to be at least basic soldier level, be about a month, whatever. Then you have 4 months to be taught something. Now, obviously, it could be that it takes years to become a blade master, which I think they mentioned a couple times. But you also he has height, he has reach, he has potentially power because he's a pretty strong guy.
More than that, he has hardwired elite level,
he has
machine instincts.
He has elite genetics. He has a whole bunch of things. But that's like if you take all these pieces and put them together, it's like he's practically the Terminator. Come on, like he's gonna be able.
This is like if you took, say, a regular person and Michael Jordan when they turned 18 and put them in the Marines, we know which one's going to be the most kick-ass of the two, just by virtue of athletic ability, Yeah. So, like, Rand is like, that level of athlete, so to speak.
And on top of that, he's Taviran. He needs to beat Turok. The pattern's going to make Turok slip up and somehow.
I don't know that it would do that. I think the pattern would have Rand prepared to win against Turok in a decisive way. I don't know that it would take Rand's agency away from him.
That's not taking his agency. That's utilizing his abilities. Basically, it's saying the pattern could be like, hey, Turok, this guy's really pathetic, right? He's not doing what a Blade Master would do. So you should be disappointed in this and whatever like that, and let your guard down. And then when Rand's like, okay, fine, I'll embrace the flame and the void, and he does that, and then he takes out Turok, it should be like, oh, that makes sense, because when you underestimate your opponent, you can typically get the better of your opponent. Typically. And if what Sage was saying about the Shan Chan Blade Master, because they were saying, let's see what it takes to be a Blade Master on this side of the ocean. If they do that, and he's lesser than the Blade Masters, like obviously Lan's the greatest Blade Master we have of living legends right now, because he beats Damodred or Demon Dread and all those other guys. If you add all those other things and factors in together, it makes more sense that Rand's teachings by the current greatest Blade Master. He's better than Galad, he's better than Gawain, he's better than any other living Blade Master that we have knowledge of. We don't see Lan and Rand fight each other, so I don't know which one of those is to the better, but I would say Lan's probably a solid pick. And if that's the case, then it would make sense that my teacher's the best swords master this side of the ocean. What you gonna do to me? Like, it just makes logical sense to me, I guess, in that regard. So them saying like, oh,
just not to those two.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't really buy this. Why not? You literally, like, knowing the entire series and knowing that Lan is the greatest Blade Master we have this side of the sea, outside of potentially maybe Rand at later dates, because obviously later on Rand takes on like 6 guys at the same time to see if he can improve himself and whatever, like all that type of stuff. But we don't know if Lan could do that either. We don't know. But in that case, it's like, yeah, my teacher's the best Blade Master this side of the ocean, outside of maybe I myself later on will become the best Blade Master. To somebody else over there who it might not take as much to become the best Blade Master or even a Blade Master at all. We don't know. And then be like, oh, well, I have height superiority, I have reach superiority, I have genetics, I have everything you could possibly want in a killing machine. I don't know what else you could have. You have the state of mind, you have the upbringing, you have all these little features. I'm like, you could easily cram all this into it and say these are all valid reasons that this person could pull this off. He has at least 5 months of training plus the basics already were covered in that before that even started. So how is it just I don't know how this happened right here? Like, I don't buy it. Well, I don't buy it for them. That or they didn't think they
I
were.
disagree.
There you go.
So he's not just a Viren, he has the best teacher in the world.
True.
Right? He's
Sanderson
taught by the
coming
best
in.
swordsman in the world.
If they had taught him, that's yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they had,
In the books,
if they had taught him,
he
right.
gets taught to be a
I like how he says that. If they're in the books. It's like somebody's saying something knowledgeable over here.
sword blade master by the best swordsman who's ever.
But not by the time he fights Turok.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's still the apprentice to the best swordsmaster, and
sure,
you know,
but
maybe had a little bit of advantage from but
he hasn't even touched the Aiel genetics. He hasn't touched the Flame and the Void being taught.
No,
to
that's what he means by advantage, probably.
Well, that's the thing is we don't know what he's actually said unless he says it in a couple seconds. But I'm saying, like, even despite that, like, he's leaving out a whole bunch, like a huge stack of evidence leaning in favor of Rand. And Matt's just like, I just don't think it's believable. And then you got freaking Daniel Greene over here, like, I can suspend my disbelief for children swinging little sensors in the window.
Mhm. Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. But then again, these are socials, right? So,
like,
It hurts.
so here's my problem. What is Rand's arc in this season?
That I agree with.
What is Rand's arc? In the book, Rand's arc is Lan, opening scene, talking to him, teaching him about sheathing the sword, talking about being, standing tall and fighting for something.
by the way, on screen, Inkta just got killed.
Sorry, I'm talking over.
No, you're
That
good.
was unexpected.
That's why Matt and I last night were saying season 3 needs to be Rand's season. They got to give the
Yes.
chosen one that
They're not
spotlight.
going to do it. We already know this.
What's Rand's arc?
You're a
What,
shill. You should know this.
like,
It's Moraine's show.
what's Moraine's arc?
I mean, what was Rand's arc in the Dragon Reborn?
What's Rand's arc in the Dragon Reborn is that he's realized and embraced the fact that he's going to go mad and kill everyone, so he leaves his friends and tries to do it by himself.
Yep.
And realizes by the end he cannot.
Yeah.
That's Dragon Reborn.
And I think that's why he seems more mad during that book.
Yep.
Because he's, yeah.
And it works
he's not
brilliantly
mad,
as a
though.
lead into book 4, where he finally accepts that he needs to bring more Egwene and Matt with him.
Seems more mad. Oh, is, I guess.
No, he wasn't mad. He was experiencing things differently, but it was reality
Yeah.
mixed with the dream world.
No, I think there might be some dream shenanigans going on there as well.
Well, I mean, the big thing
that aren't there. Like even that one time where he sees Perrin, he's like, "Oh, Perrin too! How dare you!" And he attacks him. Later on, he's like, "Oh crap! I think that was actually probably Perrin. Oh crap!" Like he recognizes this stuff. You don't do that when you're mad. You be like, "Ha ha ha! ha I'm Perrin."
Yeah, but he is not mad yet.
Well, that's
So-
my point. Daniel Greene's saying that he's mad in that, like he's more mad in that instance, and like, but he's not.
And he says he seems more mad.
well,
But he doesn't-
in book
He doesn't
2,
seem mad at all.
Rand accepts intellectually he's the Dragon Reborn, but not emotionally. Book 3, he's like, okay, I have this cognitive dissonance going on. I'm going to prove it by doing something only the Dragon Reborn can do, and go straight to Calendar.
Well, he's basically like, I have to prove to myself that I am the dragon, and I'm sick and tired of people telling me I am the dragon. I want to know I'm the dragon, and there's only one way to know this is to do the one thing that only the dragon can do. Which is funny because he's already done the whole Fallen prophecy, but I don't know if he knows about the Fallen prophecy.
I don't think at that point
He
he knows
probably
that.
doesn't.
He didn't go that well. Moraine
Because
should
he only starts reading the prophecies once he's in Tyr.
Yeah, but it's like okay, Moraine should have told him like, here's the prophecy, by the way. You can't lie. At least from his
Well, she
his-
does. like in the
Everyone knows the Calendar and Tyr prophecy, right?
Yeah.
So
In
that
the
one
books,
was the
Moraine
obvious one
doesn't
to
want
go
to take
for.
away his agency to become the leader.
Mm-hmm.
She wants to guide him down a path, very roughly and very, very firmly down the path, but doesn't want to lead him by as if he's a child, you know.
Exactly.
but-
If you tell Rand, oh, this is exactly what the prophecy is,
But
then
if she's trying to convince him
yeah, I
he's
don't know.
the dragon, and she's like, "Hey, the dragon will be proclaimed in a banner across the sky," and then like Matt and Perrin are like, "Hey, we saw you bannered across the sky." And they're just proclaiming everything, like the
Mhm.
dragon's been reborn, man. It's like all of a sudden you.
But that's intellectually. He can accept intellectually by the end of that book. Okay, I'm probably the dragon, but emotionally he doesn't want to accept it.
Well,
He
yeah, I
does-
get that he doesn't want to, but if his goal is I'm going to do something only the dragon can do, it's like, well, you literally just did.
he doesn't really know that yet. Like he.
But that's my point. Is that when Moraine's with him in the mountains, they should have had that conversation. Been like, hey, because if he's like, I'm not sure it's me yet, Moraine. I'm still thinking about this, and then she's like, well, here's the prophecies. You've already fulfilled this one, and he's like, oh, okay.
But
then.
see, like I
That
said,
changed his
maybe,
leadership.
but the Taviran
But,
thing
you
might
know,
have prevented that conversation. Because the
Could
Taviran
also
thing knows he needs to be in the Stone of Tyr, not just for Calendar, but to meet Dael.
I mean,
But I feel
taking
like
Calendar is a bit more unique than, let's say, having a sky battle, right? I guess
I would agree with that.
someone
I'm
else can
saying
do a sky battle as well.
Sword is more unique than having a battle in the sky.
There is only one
Yeah.
Calendar,
There's only one battle in the sky.
and it is technically possible, probably, for other people to also battle in the sky with fire
In
around.
the right place at the right time with the person you're supposed to.
Well,
be
there
with.
is no right time. There's just a place.
It was the right time was when he was at Fulham.
Well, yeah, the actual prophecy, but it can be interpreted
Yeah.
differently.
Interpretations are what screw everybody up with the prophecies. I mean, I-
Exactly. So in this case, the prophecy can be interpreted in such a way that Rand could say, "Oh, maybe it's not me. It could maybe
I mean-
happen tomorrow."
Well,
Who
I
knows?
don't think it's. I think it's more of a
Someone else.
psychological journey that Rand is on. That he's like he didn't just instantly say, "Okay, I'm the chosen one." You know, like he's
Yeah.
like
No, he wanted
I-
definite proof, and that's why he
accept
goes
it.
for Tyr and Calendar, because that's
Yeah.
a definite.
I like that he
unique
doesn't necessarily
single thing.
accept it. I like that he doesn't necessarily accept it because that would be too easy and whatever. But I think that if he's like, okay, well, if I am the dragon and I was proclaimed a banner of fire across the sky or whatever, like if that is the thing, let me just guarantee it by going to Calendar. Then at
Mhm.
least that point we have the intellectual side saying, I'm not emotionally there, but I can understand that this is actually leading me towards it. So therefore, let me go do this. And then that will cement me emotionally and
Yeah.
intellectually into it. But it's almost like he creates like I'm not the dragon. He says that after the end of the first book, all the way up to Falma. He's like, I'm not the dragon. I'm not the dragon. I'm not the dragon. He gets really pissed at Moraine all the time.
And then at Farm he thinks, oh, I might be
And he's like, maybe
actually the
then he goes to
dragon.
mountains in book 3, and it's like
But
it's
I'm
like,
not entirely sure, so
trying-
let's go make sure.
well, I mean,
Indeed.
one thing, the Shadow's trying to kill me, like really hard. Why is the Shadow trying to kill me really hard if I'm
Well,
not
no,
the?
they could just be making sure, oh, this guy looks like a dragon, let's kill him.
They didn't do that for Logain. They didn't do that for Mazrim Taim. They didn't do that for
Well,
literally anybody else.
We don't
yeah,
actually.
fair enough, but
Well,
Rand
for
doesn't know.
Mazrim, for Taim, we probably know why they didn't do that. But
Well, we don't know when Taim went to the Shadow.
Mhm.
We don't know if
Could
it
have
was
been
because-
afterwards.
I think it was after when he was caught. He was approached with the deal, and then
Probably afterwards, yeah, because I think he does give Rand one of the seals, and I don't think he would have had he been
Well,
on the
he
side
did that to
of
buy his trust. It doesn't mean they couldn't get the seal another way.
Yeah, but would they want Rand to have the seal?
Well, why not? You can always get it back.
Can you?
Well, why wouldn't you? You have more as the
Having-
Forsaken. As the Forsaken, you have more knowledge. You have more skill. Even if you don't have the raw power to
Fair,
overwhelm.
but see, the issue is that once you give it to Rand, you don't know what happens with it.
Not necessarily. If you're in his good graces, you can have spies everywhere. You can have people keeping an eye on him. You don't have to actively move against him to not know where something is. It's not like he carries around.
Yeah,
his person.
no, but he could carry it with him at some
He
point.
could,
Go
but
somewhere
the size of
where
your
launch
other
it- you can
people
launch it
do
into
not
space.
know, and launch it into space, for example, and then it's impossible to break.
Spaceports they got access to. I haven't noticed.
Well, no, he just helps in the portal stone, right? Goes
You
to
guys
one of
don't
the
know what
places where they
space
do have
is.
spaceports.
he's like, hey, there's that sun thing up there. Uses the one power, just blast it at the sun.
Well, to be fair, because of Moraine, he knows that the seals are weak.
Exactly.
He's not going to.
So in order to protect it,
anything and breaks open.
he could hide it somewhere.
Well, he could, but that's why you have people watching. That's the point.
Yeah, but
Times,
if he can just fucking teleport all over the place.
yeah, but that's why you have like a Shido maiden that's part of the Maidens of the Spears that guard him. Have her be one of the people who spies on him all the time. Aiel are really good at sneaking around. This is known. They
Yeah,
also
sure.
keep an eye on a lot of things. They have access to everywhere that Rand is. They're maidens. They're expected
But
to
what
protect.
if Rand randomly says at some point, "Oh, I'm going to hide this thing here. You all wait here. I'll be right back." Pops in a portal and then comes back out after having
They can
hidden
look at
it.
the portal and give a description of the area, and that might help them. I don't know. Like,
What if
the
he
thing-
goes through the slow portal where he has to sit on a
skimmer?
no, not the stair, the
No, the
platform.
Yeah, the skimming. That's where
Yeah.
you jump, these short jumps and all that stuff. Star Wars totally stole that, by the way, for hyperdrives.
Probably. But then you can't see where he goes because he has to go
Not
through
necessarily,
the.
but by that point, Taim shows up. He already knows how to use gateways.
Yeah, fair.
He's not gonna
He
go
could
take.
gateway somewhere,
He's not gonna go take.
close to gateway. Gateway somewhere else,
Why would he do that? He has no
just
idea.
to make sure
He has,
no one
but
knows where it is.
he doesn't know that anyone's trying to watch him or anything. He
But
has no
could
reason
be
to have his guard up.
paranoid, maybe.
Well, if he was that way, he would never have people around him. He would just be like, "Stay away from me, you freaks."
Yeah, okay. Fine.
Like, there, when you're not
It
sure
is
if
better if no one knows still, because then
Well,
if the enemy captures any of his
if you're
friends,
the good guy, I work for the bad guys, but you don't know this, and I show up with the one thing that you are looking for to protect and hide away, so the bad guys, myself included, and everybody else, doesn't know you exist or whatever. And the ones that are in kind of cahoots with you, like Lanfear, before I think she was gone at this point with Moraine, but they're not like, hey, by the way, there's a new Dreadlord in town, like. You show up and you're like, here, take this as a sign of my my devotion or loyalty or whatever, and all that type of stuff. You don't have a reason to necessarily distrust him as much as Luce there and going,
no,
kill
no,
him.
sure, he might not distrust him, but he would still. Well, maybe Rand would not, but if you want to protect it, you make sure it's somewhere where no one knows where to find it, and
Well, that's kind of what Rand does with Kalendor and Narishma, or is it Narishma? What was the other guy? The guy he sends. He's one of his Ashraman that he keeps close. That he sends to go get Kalendor.
yeah,
Flynn?
no, it's
No.
not Flynn.
It starts with an N, I believe. I think it might be
Could be
Narishma.
nourishment. I'm not sure.
Basically, he sends him to go get it, and it took him a long time. And he's like, "Oh, I got it. I had to make sure I wasn't going to get killed by all the traps you set on it and all that stuff like that." Like he told him exactly how to get it and everything, and he placed a lot of trust into that guy to get it. That guy could have taken it and just poof if he was back.
Mhm. Exactly. Yeah.
You need to deprive the dragon of it. Rand won't know where he is. It'd be like gone.
Mhm.
It literally had to place trust in him. He didn't send other guys and say, "Hey, keep an eye on him while he's doing something else that I told him to do," and then they might be in cahoots with the Dark One. All this stuff
Yeah,
happened.
but he could do the same with the
he could
seal.
have gone and picked it up himself.
And then if the seal was hidden where the shadow people don't know, then what will they do when they want to break it?
That's what I'm saying. It's like if an IE, like first off, the IE women hate when they leave without the maidens. So
Well,
the IE,
that doesn't stop him though, does it?
it doesn't. But then he's going to be less likely to do that around the maidens. He's like, I'm going to go hide something in a hole here. Goes through a portal. They don't know where they are necessarily, but they might have a description, or if they even see through the gateway and
Yeah,
say,
but
"Oh,
he could just go to Nynaeve and say, "Hey, could you hide this for me, please?"
remember." Well, he wouldn't to Nynaeve, no, because he doesn't know Nynaeve's loyalties at that time. First
Well,
off,
okay,
he doesn't
at that time maybe not, but
But then also,
afterwards,
you
like say
only
just after the cleansing, he could have asked her to do that. Maybe.
you only skim to places you haven't been. You gateway to places you have been.
Mhm.
So if he gateways, he knows where he wants to put it. He has a place he wants to hide it in. It's not like he's wandering the world saying, where should I hide this? Like he knows where he wants to, so he wouldn't have a reason to do that. He might shut his door and then go through, but Anaio could easily open the door and sneak in and just keep an eye on him. Or come up with some stupid reason like, oh, by the way, my Lord Dragon, or Kara, and you have a visitor, or some stupid thing like that. Like they could have
Mhm.
easily
Yeah, they could have.
keep
Sure.
all the time. Or maybe when Taim gives it to him, the dark friends
It's
set
a
up
tracker on it. Yes.
not a tracker, but like set up in a way like he gets his hands on it, but before he can do anything with it, oh, you're being summoned to talk about blah 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 blah. So he has to place it somewhere in his room or whatever, leave the maidens there, and then have the dark friends infiltrate it somehow by either fighting or killing or whatever to get in there, take it, or have it just have
Yeah,
a
okay, that's fine.
distraction or something. Like there's ways you could do it easily
Mhm.
and have a plan, but maybe they could have put something on it. Maybe one of the other Forsaken, because the
But you
other
can't plan ahead for all the possible.
Yes, but
cases.
at the same time, technically nothing has to touch it for it to break.
That's true. But that's only long term.
Yeah, but at the same time, the Forsaken are kind of out. They don't
Mhm.
necessarily they're not necessarily
Yeah,
thinking,
you could hide it just to make sure that if I die, it's going to take a while. Maybe someone else can stop.
well,
the
but the
things.
thing is that with the Forsaken out, they're not thinking we have to find the seals to break them. We're thinking we have to stop Randall Thor.
Mhm.
And they don't need the seals for that.
Yeah, but I mean, the Forsaken are also a bit arrogant in that
Okay.
they see everyone else as basically irrelevant and weak.
Yes, but they also find themselves intellectually superior, which is one of their weaknesses, but it's also one of their strengths. They're very smart, but they're also stupid about how they go about being smart.
Exactly.
But in that regard, that's my point, is that Taim could easily have finagled his way into that in his good graces, and then he does. I mean, which one's greater? Having an army of dreadlords that you force turn and in under the dragon's nose, or one seal that can break on its own at any point in time?
Yeah, no, sure.
Like, what's going to be your greater risk to reward variant? Like, it's kind of obvious that the dreadlords would be a much more effective tool in eradicating the dragon, which is what they when they flattened the palace.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fair.
So that's kind of my point, is like there's ways to get around it, but him being like, I don't know if I'm the dragon, and then being like, but there's a prophecy here. It's like, okay, well, maybe that's about me, but let me go solidify my viewpoint, and then leaves to go do that here. That to me would be more like, it would make it seem like Moraine's less stupid, I guess. Like Moraine forgetting to tell him kind of important details about him. Like, it's too late,
No,
man.
but I mean, that's
Here's
that's
why.
what happens. He goes to Tyr to make sure.
Well, I know, but I'm saying it's.
We don't know what Moraine told him, of course.
Do you think Moraine is a stupid character? Or do you think she's highly intelligent, who has things planned ahead?
Highly intelligent and has things planned ahead, of course.
So she
Well,
would
let's
like
make sure we're talking about Book Moraine right now, right? Okay.
Moraine, yes, specifically. So far, we've talked about everything that's in the books. They haven't covered this in the show. How are they going to have that? But so you have Moraine being highly intelligent and keeps things planned ahead and all that jazz. Okay, that happens. So a smart Moraine would be like, look, everyone's proclaiming you as the dragon. You've got dragon sworn all over Almoth Plains. You've got all this stuff. People are dying, blah, 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 blah. And he's just like, I don't want people dying for me because I'm not sure if I'm the actual dragon, blah, blah, blah. And then she goes, well, hold on. We'll hold the phone for a second. Come on, like, literally, here's the prophecy right here. And this prophecy states that you will fight the Dark One in the banner across the sky. And again, it's not obviously the Dark One, but it's the appearance of the Dark One, which fully fits the prophecy at the same time. And then,
well, no, the prophecy doesn't say anything about the Dark One.
Well, it
just says, the prophecy says, above the watches over the waves shall he proclaim himself, bannered across the sky in fire.
But did he say, I am the Dragon Reborn while he's in the sky?
No.
Then he didn't proclaim himself.
No, but it's the sky battle itself that
proclaims himself by his actions, not his words.
Yeah, and that's where the context of the prophecies come in. And that's the point. It's like, you proclaimed yourself by being there and doing the thing. And for everyone,
but see, we don't see him,
this dude, and they're like, "Well, I guess that's the dragon because that's where the
point where we swap back into the story in the Dragon Reborn. A lot of time has passed already, so maybe Moraine has said something like that to him, because everyone is basically convinced he's the Dragon Reborn. It's just he himself that's like, oh, could be not me. I'm not sure. Let's go check.
I mean, maybe. I'd like to think that Moraine would be like, here's the reasons why this is going on, and thus not leaving anything to chance more than she already has to, because that's what an intelligent person would do. And if we already know she's made plans, this would be kind of her thing, because she's trying to get him to believe he's the dragon, correct? Okay, so
we only see one very specific conversation between Rand and Moraine.
But that's my point, is that like
and I think even then we might not actually see the conversation itself, because I think it happens from Perrin's perspective.
They have a lot of arguments and stuff like that, and maybe it was mentioned in that. But usually, like when Perrin comes to check on him, and he'd be like, Perrin, Moraine's telling me that I'm the dragon, and is saying that the prophecies stated that I will, proclaim myself of the sky above Falma and all that jazz, blah blah blah. And I'm just not sure it's about me. Like having that kind of dialogue is what lets us know that she is smart. She is making that conscious decision to encourage him to believe he is the dragon. And then him being like, I just don't know what to do. But then in his mind, without telling anybody, saying, I'm going to leave to keep you guys out of danger. All the danger will follow me. I'm going to go to Tyr. I'm going to get Kalendor and solidify this claim.
Yes.
Rather than just being like, I'm going to go to Tyr and solidify the claim without having a particular reason. You know what I'm saying? Because like technically prophecies, does it say specifically, you have to do Kalendor before anything else?
No, it doesn't. It just says the stone of Tyr shall never fall until the people of the dragon come.
Yeah, I don't think we ever see like the complete item like line to line, or you know what I mean.
Which would be nice, but obviously that could be a lot of prophecies for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
The shadow prophecies on top of that. Then you have the Aiel prophecies on top of that. Then you have
and after arriving in Tyr and claiming Kalendor, the dragon went to the bathroom, the third bathroom from the left, proving he is in fact the dragon. Went to the third bathroom from the left.
We're glorious dragon poops that only the dragon could poop.
But only false dragons will use the second bathroom from the left.
And
okay. So the specific Tyr prophecy is the stone of Tyr will never fall till Kalendor is wielded by the dragon's hand.
Yes.
The stone of Tyr will never fall till the people of the dragon come.
Yes. And that's the thing is that what if he goes to
that is a very specific, you can only have one instance of that, because
but at the same time, what if he takes Kalendor and in the stone of Tyr, but the Aiel don't show up?
Well, then he's fucked.
It just has to happen later.
But if he's the only one who holds Kalendor,
but it didn't say he's the only one.
It has to be simultaneously.
Well, that's what it says. It has to be. But if it doesn't, what does he prove? Let's say he gets his hands on Kalendor, but the Aiel aren't there.
Well, he can't do that because it has to occur simultaneously.
He's gonna make it happen. It's gonna happen, yo.
We don't know what all the fail-safes on Kalendor. One of them could have been that there were other Aiel besides him present.
Well, yeah, but they weren't in the well, I guess they were in the room at that time period. But how would the who originally set that? Originally, it wasn't Luce Theron, was it?
We don't know.
No,
I don't
no,
think
it's,
they ever
it's
really attention
a
about
whole
it.
bunch of
What's
Aes
this thing
Sedai.
here, and we don't know who.
Well, we do know not the specific person, but we know who ordered it at least. Because if we, in the flashback in Viridian, which of course happens after we see Kalandor being taken, there is all the way back, just after the breaking, there is a meeting among the Aes Sedai that one of the Aiel sees. And there he sees that the Green Man is sent to the Eye to make something to protect it, I guess. But they also, in that moment, send some Aes Sedai with Kalandor to set it up somewhere so that only the dragon, if he is reborn, can take it.
But we don't know what specifically what.
We don't know what specifically they do, but
Well,
it is
so-
implied that it is something that stops
Maybe
everyone that's not
one person,
dragon reborn.
millions, if not billions, of people can touch.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
Do we have his soul, like as a soul partition thumbprint or something that's on this thing? It was like,
It could be. I mean,
Could be. I don't know how that
the
works.
dragon's
But
a unique soul.
we know it's not the case because he throws himself at Kalandor while fighting Balal, and then that's when he gets a hold of it. Like there's nothing there to block him.
Mhm.
So maybe
nothing blocks him,
that's what I'm
but
saying.
no one else can take it.
That's my point. Is that somebody else trying to access it can't access it. That's why Bilal's like, go ahead and take it because he wants to take it from his corpse.
Mhm, Exactly.
That's his goal.
So it
But-
has to be only the dragon who can take it.
But how do you weave a weave that only the dragon's soul can access? Because it has to be based off the
I
dragon's soul.
don't know.
Sage, why don't you know everything? You're the genius
Because
here.
it's never described.
I have a
How?
feeling this is one of those things that's on lists of George list that will never ever be explained.
I don't want never be explained. I want explanations, dadgummit.
Yeah.
And he's got to, he needs an empire behind him. He realizes where in book 3, she's like, I'm going to go off and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do it by myself.
His
he
empire's
realizes
going to
he
be
can't.
falling.
Right?
You don't think that that's happening this season?
No, I really don't.
I don't know.
What do you mean? The season is over. We have seen it not happen.
What empire would have been backing him? He left Kyrian. Nobody was following him in Kyrian. The Tarvalon wasn't following him. Shinar wasn't following
In
him.
fact, Tarvalon was actively opposed to him.
It's just like, who is following him? That you-
Carrion has been burned down to cinders, so there's no empire there.
I'm gonna bet
Burn down.
if this show lasts more seasons, that Dusty Wheel there doesn't understand all the empire building that Rand did in the books.
Yeah, that's fair. Probably.
He took over Tyr. Where's the empire supposed to follow? Tyr.
But it's
He built it with
It's
his
good.
hands, the way Moraine wanted him to do it,
Takes
by the
over
way.
Kyrian. Where's this empire? Tyr. Kyrian. He takes over
don't
Ilion.
forget Alien, yeah.
Where's this empire? Tyr. Kyrian. Ilion. And
Your waist.
Also the Aiel, yeah.
dude, like, all the Aiel. You just need the
Endor,
Aiel.
of course.
You got that covered. Like
Gildan, technically by virtue of Perrin.
yes. Amadecia. I don't know what happens to Amadecia, honestly.
Amadecia is taken over by Xianxin.
Shan Shan. Yeah, so Shan Shan. So Altara, Amadecia,
Manetherin.
Wow.
Or should we call it Perinetherin? Would you call it Perinetherin?
It's Perrin land, yes.
but that, I mean, honestly, Manetherin is the empire that Matt's probably like, what do you mean? The empire's right there. It's Manetherin. When Manetherin's a dead empire.
But it will only be the village of.
He has that. He has that kind of. He has that moment, and then he
Does
comes
he?
back, and it turns.
He has a lot of
becomes about
moments.
his friends at the very
Are they
end.
any good
Yeah.
ones?
Yeah, they
Eh,
might
it's
bring
debatable.
back Delman.
But I mean,
But yeah, it's not as clean as what you see in the books.
the
Oh, snap. Newsflash. The show is worse than the books.
the show is doing a lot of things fantastically, and it's
Okay.
Let him go. Just let him go. He's
No, this
He's
is
trying to be
probably
polite.
just nice speak.
trying
yeah.
to be polite.
Yeah, but he's lying.
really good at scenes, But one of the things I keep arguing for is what are the arcs? What is the theme? And arc and theme seems to fall by the wayside for cool scenes quite a bit. And that worries me.
Yeah.
Like fightings.
Particularly going
I
into
wouldn't call them
like
cool
book
scenes.
4,
most of the time.
where it's the strongest Wheel of Time book, and that's partially because of the themes of self-sacrifice and things like this.
So which one did you say?
Which one? What?
Which book?
Book 4
Book 4. Ah, okay, yeah.
was the self-sacrifice.
I mean, I get that Sanderson has to be polite. I get that. I can't
This
hold
is
that.
going someplace. They get into it. They really get into it, these
I
two.
know. I'm looking forward to it. But my thing is that I hear him saying a lot of like polite things that are blatantly incorrect. And I'm like, I don't know how much of this he's just doing it to be polite or how much he actually believes this. And I really hope,
He's incapable of not being polite.
I really hope he is faking it until he makes it kind of thing, where he's like saying, oh, this is great. This is fantastic. And then he's inside me going, no, this is horrible. This is terrible. I don't know. I don't know. And I can't hold it against him per se, because he is kind of caught between contracts and wanting Amazon to make stuff for him. I get that. But at the same time, I'm like, please don't hold to something this stupid. This is way too stupid for you to hold to it. So I'm hoping it's me making my head. And he's actually like a brilliant guy. He's really nice, all that jazz. I just don't know. I'm really looking forward to the heated discussion, though.
By the way,
That's a surprisingly small purse.
Stop it for a second.
in real life.
Stop.
So I don't know if you've been paying attention to Brandon Sanderson's sort of facial expression for this whole thing. As it gets deeper and deeper, he sort of scrunches his face more and more, like he's like, you know, like trying not to like face fault over it type of thing.
I really want him to start going like,
You know.
like start laughing at it.
And you can see Daniel Greene is looking over to see how they're going to react. He knows something's coming.
I think if I understand, she was going to have him dump something.
Matt needs to fix his freaking earpiece. It's pissing me off so much. Fix it, Match. Seriously.
What, one that goes sideways or what?
Matt, dusty asshole there. He's body-wise
Yeah.
pulling away from Brandon Sanderson.
Daniel's
Oh,
leaning
she-
toward.
She just
He's
dumped
leaning
it.
away from him.
Land fear.
I feel like
That's true.
So I think Matt Hatch is to Landfear on opposite of what you are to Cad Swain. He's like, ooh.
See, I have no problem with Shoreline Fear because she's reasonably attractive and she killed thousands of people. That's enough for me.
I mean, you got me on half of that. The killing lots of people was really good. The attractive, she's not my type.
Well, I look at the actress in real life, not in the show.
I see the actress in real life. She's like a 4 out of 10 at most.
She's like 6 or 7. You know, you'll find as you age, your qualifiers change a little bit.
My birthday's next month, dude. I am aging perfectly fine. Thank you very much. Like a fine wine, you might add.
Yeah.
don't like reptiles.
Right, Sage? Right?
Probably, I don't know.
Okay, Sanderson.
Surah just hasn't, other than the name Surah, it's not really worked for me. This season.
I wish I could see like when High Lady Surath is first like pointed out to Hatch, or her bulbous Megamind latex head.
No, yeah, that fucking
I
hell.
want to see his reaction. She's like, she's not really doing it for me. I'm like, what was it, the light bulb head that gave it away? Like what?
What was the dust on the hands there supposed to imply?
Dust on the hand.
What?
Was there dust on the hands at 29 minutes?
Maybe when Ishama walked in, he did that. I don't know.
He's Jewish. I don't know.
Oh, that's
I can't take Surath seriously. She reminded me so much of that character from The Fifth Element.
See, I could kind of see it. Gosh, it also reminds me of Jeff Goldblum's The Collector guy from Marvel. I think it was Thor Ragnarok or whatever.
oh that one, yeah,
The
the
blue
crazy
strip
one.
here when he's like the guy who's collecting everybody. Like I'm getting mad vibes of that from her. It's like,
Yeah, no, I can see that.
I'm watching Brandon Sanderson's eyes like a hawk. somebody just die? What the heck?
Well, no, there's nothing. Ignore that.
Corpses are falling all over the place. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. We're at 30 minutes. What do we have?
believes that Lanfear is playing him now.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So this is
I
the
mean,
Shamael
Of
Lanfear
course.
thing.
I mean, he should have known that. But.
Yeah. He might not be right in how she's playing him, but I
Right,
mean,
right.
you know. Oh, don't. Sorry.
What is up with Sanderson?
I really tried. I tried so hard.
He's gonna take it with him, but on the stick.
Oh, it's worse.
This is the Twitter stuff I've been noticing. It's like I tried so hard, and people were upset with him for this. Even Daniel
Is he
Graves
making
left.
an
Like,
Ashendara?
I don't get it.
Yes.
Someone's knocking on my window. Be back, guys.
Sure. It's the zombies.
Your window.
It's that little mat in the window.
Okay.
So I think it's funny though because when they did the whole Ashendara thing, I'm like they're cutting out Ruidion.
Mm-hmm. I was
They're
thinking that as well.
They're cutting out the Aiel Waste. And
They're cutting out the Eelfin and the other guys. Probably.
I had heard mention of the Aelfin and the Eelfin, but if he makes it here, they just don't have to include Ashendari in the next one.
Mm-hmm.
But it was always funny because he uses the dagger like a spear when it's more like it's not really a spear, it's a sword, so it's more for slashing rather than it's for stabbing because it's curved a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, is it? It's only a tiny bit curved, right? So it could be a glaive.
It's curved. It's curved.
It's mostly straight, but at the end it does a little curve.
It's like a glaive mixed with the small katana. The
But it's like a super miniature glaive because a glaive normally is like this big.
the Ashendara is like a full sword. It's just
Yeah. No, it's they're supposed to be like super big at least.
Well, I'm saying is
This
the
knife
the
is absolutely tiny, so it.
Yeah, it's stupid. Like that would be so easy to break in some shape or form. Like he took it off a freaking bed frame for crying out loud, or a wall, or something.
And
Like
just used some weird rope thingy to tie it to the stick.
Yeah. Because that totally won't fall off at all.
I mean, to be honest, I'm surprised that it manages to stay on for the entire episode.
I mean, you got me there.
I mean, it's a spear, but I guess
Tried so
not a
hard,
spear.
guys. Oh,
that's so he can.
See, this is the thing that gets Sanderson. That's what's funny. This is the thing that gets Sanderson. He took
Yeah.
a dagger, stuck it on a dagger on a stick. Like,
Well, I mean, it's probably also the next scene where he lightsabers the door.
well, yeah.
Take it with him.
no, it's the Ashandrai. It's how he gets his
Well, that's
It's the what now? The Ashandari?
Yeah, I mean, pronunciations are all over the place, right?
Ashandari. Come on, it's like obvious.
Well, you
Wait, is he
say
going to
that.
the series and that'll be his Ashendara?
Yeah.
hold on.
That's
I'm gonna watch the episode.
as far as I know. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll change it, but
Is your window safe, Matt?
The old lady who lives in the other apartment got locked out.
Anyway, currently lightsabering the door.
Did you break her window and open it up for her?
I wish she'd just go to an old folks' home. She can't live on her own.
Yeah, those people happen. Actually, it's better to go on a cruise because you can go on like a whole bunch of cruises back to back, and it's cheaper than a whole home.
Yeah.
But you were just covering the Ashendara type thing, but he called like Ashendara or something like that. Like he had a.
To be fair, I think you can safely pronounce it as Ashandarai.
Ashendara, which is what the proper
I
pronunciation.
just like the whole.
Yeah, but
Well, like-
see, the point is, if you don't read the glossary,
When Sanderson just starts like snickering, like, I
pronunciations
tried,
can
guys.
be
I
very
tried.
all over the place.
That's what Twitter was all in a bloody upheaval about. Was like, oh, I tried. It's like, what? We get it. You're a better author. They're terrible writers. You're the bestest author or the bestest writer ever. And I'm like, Yes. He's better than the writers for the show.
Yes.
Red Dog is better writer for the show. Like it's
Actually, does the Ashandarai have a
Yashidara?
specific pronunciation guide?
I'm gonna check the pronunciation guide for it.
It'd be in the companion, if anything, wouldn't it?
Well, there's an online list.
Yeah.
So from
Little
Finland,
addition,
As long as it's not fan made, because then anybody can put whatever they want in there.
Brandon
the
lore
Taiwan
here,
library.
using an Ashandrai to escape. Yeah.
Because wasn't
Oh yeah, it's a key to escape the tower, right? And maybe they use that here.
Ashandra is not on the Tarvan library list.
so he uses it in the Tower of is it Genji or Genji?
Genji. Wow, that is that on the pronunciation list?
We got the pronunciation list, boys. We got a lot of work to do. But it's Tower of Genji.
I never read those until after
What a loser!
I read through the books, so my pronunciations are what I think is the most.
I did both of them, so it didn't matter. But let's say Tower of Genji. It sounds smoother. But he uses it as a key, but it's like legitimately designed for that. Like it's one of those things where it's a very thoughtful process, and that's why, like earlier, I was saying it's weird to be like super thoughtful and all this stuff, and then this stuff we're just like,
Yeah, but I think they definitely used that and said, "Oh, it must be just
it's
work."
even funny when Sanderson has his reaction to this, like Dusty Moron there, like is surprised. You know what I mean?
Well, we're about to find out, but I did want to point out that like according to like the put on feign thing from earlier, not to get too deep into it, but like if we use the Ashendar, like he gets the Ashendar, he gets the Tower of Genji, and then like it breaks to get him out, and he doesn't have it anymore. It's just being like, what? Like, what? Why does it need to break? Well, it's a weak weapon. It just can't do it. It's like it's poorly written. Like it just seems that's the kind of thing where it doesn't make sense. Like you doesn't have to do that in that way for it to be part of the story. My preference for it. Matt's face is kind of funny, honestly. He just leaves. He's pulling a Perrin, if you haven't noticed.
I think he's trying to not believe what he sees on the screen.
No, well, that's what Perrin does the entire time of the show. If you haven't noticed, he just sits there and goes. Daniel's trying not to laugh. Sanderson's trying not to roll his eyes in the back of his head.
It's a good line. But by the way, I'm sorry, using the dagger on a spear is the same thing as using it. You're touching it.
I don't think it was ever dependent on
No, it's not dependent on it's a metaphor for using the darkness and accepting it. Like it's a metaphor for turning to the dark side.
But to be fair, if you're holding the box that the dagger's in, is it going to corrupt you? No.
No.
So why?
But you're not using it.
You're not using it.
Well, if I hit somebody in the head with it, I'm using it.
And you're using the box, not the dagger.
Well, if you're using a spear that holds the dagger, you're using the spear.
Yeah, but the spear is part. The dagger is part of the spear.
But that's my
it's
point.
It's not
though.
part of the box.
But
it's
remember, Moraine explicitly stated, "Don't touch anything." Well, if you're touching something that's not from Shadow,
don't touch anything in. Sure, okay.
Yeah, but Moraine's giving you her version of events. She's relatively sure of it, but we don't know.
But at the same time, if you couldn't touch even like a bedpost or something.
But you see, Matt had already touched it, so it was probably fine. He specifically is supposed to hold it with him.
And Sanderson is saying, I believe my interpretation, this is something he knows from the background info.
Well, I think this is mostly specifically related to the show, because in the show, Matt is.
I'm arguing from the book aspect of things, where he's saying it's a metaphor, but it's also literal. Like, don't touch the dagger. When you touch the dagger, that's when the corruption gets put with you. But if you're not touching the dagger, like when he gets severed from the dagger, he doesn't ever touch the dagger again.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't bother him. It doesn't corrupt him. It doesn't do anything like that. It did almost kill him, but that's I believe they mentioned it was due to the
that's why in the show it's used metaphorically, because the dagger represents
evil.
Yes, but Sanderson's not
And-
saying metaphorically for the show. He's saying metaphorically for the show and the books. Like the dagger is treated this way according to the books. And I'm like, yes, but no, because if you use tongs on like for example, if a blacksmith, we'll use a Perrin or a Master Luhan reference, if he goes and tries to make some metal and he pulls out the tongs to hold it and then starts hammering in it, is he holding the metal? Yes. But is he holding it with his hands? No.
But there's no magic involved in that.
Well, no, I'm saying like the heat, the thing that would burn your hand, the thing that would
But that's
burn.
not magic. That's just physics.
I don't know. I'm not talking about the magic. I'm saying it's the you're able to do something with something else without that thing affecting you, because again, the box or the wooden pole are the same thing. They're both holding the dagger.
But the effect of Shader Logoth isn't a physical effect. It's a metaphysical effect.
Well, from what I understand, it's that metaphysical connection with the person wielding it. In other words, the person who's holding it, it's creating like a partition of their soul and kind of feeding off of it. And there's a connection where basically if you keep on to it, you're going to eventually turn completely evil and or die or give into the Mordeth aspect. Or if you are separated from it, you will die because you need it to stay alive.
Well, let's let him finish. So,
Yeah.
It's
I mean, you still have to touch it. I mean, Moraine, doesn't she put it away? She like
yes, but
so you still have-
come
the
on, it's
touch-
a metaphor.
my point is in the books.
That's the thing, is he's saying a metaphor, and then Matt's going to talk about the books, which I don't know how much credence I should give to that, but okay.
You can carry it around without touching it. It doesn't have
like
the same
in a
effect on
magic
you.
box or something.
Yeah.
It's not a magic box; it's just a box.
I'm saying
Right. Like
my point is that's not out of what the books do.
I
for sure.
disagree. It misses the whole point.
No, opening a door, unlocking a door with that's weird.
Not just that.
Yeah, lightsaber dagger was definitely weird. Definitely weird.
Turning
here's
it
what Brent- okay, so here's what Sanderson is saying. The power of the dagger represents something, and that by doing what Matt did with it, you're subverting what the power is supposed to represent, not in a creative, like sneaky way, like you work like let's say if there's a bad guy in a room, you go around that room, another room, that's just sneaking around him, right? This is basically like
I think this is still only regarding the show, because in the book there is not that metaphorical sense at all.
The metaphor isn't just there. Like the metaphor is it will corrupt you down to your soul.
No, but that's the physical.
No. I'm saying the dagger's effect was basically like a curse on the dagger, essentially like D&D terms.
And if you touch it, the curse transfers to you.
Yes, and then you need to keep the dagger.
So that's
'cause
not
the dagger-
metaphorical.
That's what I'm saying. Is that it's
But
not?
I think the metaphorical part of Sanderson's comment here is specifically on the show, because in the show we see that merely the idea of the dagger is influencing Matt.
Well, from the show, yes, but it shouldn't have like once in the books he's severed from it. It has no effect.
Yeah, but the dagger works differently in the show.
Like, I must have my precious. Like that's what he's doing. So it's not like in order for it to take effect. So like he's been severed from the effect through Moraine. However dumb that was, he's been severed from the effect of the ring or the ring.
Yeah, but that's where the difference comes in. He's not linked to the dagger in the show, and we
I
assume,
don't know
right?
what I'm saying.
But
He
it's
got
the
severed 'cause
concept
they
of the
severed
dagger
it.
is
They
attracting
severed it
him because
before
it
rather than after.
wants him to force. It attracts him to evil in the show.
Well, that's what I get that, but I'm saying like in terms of like if you have in the books after Falma is when he gets severed.
Yes.
That's where he escapes. He learns about his luck. He gets like several bags of gold. He takes Tom. They go to Andor. Finds out about the whole thing with Elaine and Egwene, the Gabriel and all that jazz. And then he goes over there, fights off Gabriel's minion, which I can't remember his name. I think it starts with a T. I'm trying to remember all the time. But basically, he figures out more and more about his luck in that way. But then he also like all that happens after this. They have him severed from the dagger before Falma. So the entire purpose of Rand going after it was to
No,
say,
but that's why the storyline with the dagger is completely different in the show and the book.
yeah, I get
So
that,
you
but I
can
was
say the metaphorical part is in the
remember
in
that
the show.
Rand
He is
didn't,
severed from the dagger, but the dagger attracts him still because it wants him to turn evil. That's metaphorical. If he touches the dagger,
if it wants to turn eagle, it's not metaphorical. It's,
no, CC. But if he touches it, the metaphor is that once he touches it, his ascension into the dark is complete. Let's say.
let the hate flow through you.
But in the book, that's not relevant at all because if he's then severed, it just loses the connection. It's not that Matt is trying to be evil or attracted towards evil, right? In the show, he is because for some reason they decided that that was a good thing to add into Matt's character.
It's metaphysical. Like it's not a physical thing per se.
Well, okay, but metaphysical, I say, is probably it has physical in the name, so it's probably close enough, right?
Metaphysical works. Metaphysical means beyond physical. But I'm not saying like there's
but I say metaphysical and physical are probably closer connected than metaphysical and metaphorical.
Like a physical corruption would be like rust on a dagger, or in the case of like a magical corruption, it would be like if he puts the dagger to the pole and then the dagger spreads a corruption on the stave, quarterstaff, whatever you want to call it, and spreads the corruption as like an extension of itself, then he's touching it.
Yeah.
That's not what he shows us. So we're like, okay, but he did get around it. What if he puts gloves on? What if he doesn't actually like touch the thing? What if they leave it in a box and he throws the box at the door? Does it melt through the door that way? Like, how does the fit? Like, it has to make sense from the physical, metaphysical, literal, and figurative sense. And it's like Sanderson's taking the figurative sense and trying to combine it with what physically happened, which doesn't make much sense from the book standpoint. And the show, nothing makes sense, so we can kind of skip that. But if Matt had like, if Matt was like on a table or something, and he had like a cloth, and he started like grabbing everything and shoving it into a bag, and he never actually touched a bag of gold or something, would he get corrupted from it? That's the thing. Is like what would be the end result? Because it wasn't the one dagger out of everything there was corrupted. As everything there was corrupted. It's just the dagger's what he happened to have.
It's what you take with you.
But he grabbed it, so he physically touched it. There's the creation of the link was being done because as soon as he leaves Shadar Logoth, that's when the link is created.
Yeah.
Now it could potentially have been done as soon as he touched it. We don't know. But we know that if anything that he...
But we know he touched a whole bunch of other stuff, and those didn't make a link.
Yes, but we also know that if anything left Shadar Logoth that was in Shadar Logoth, then Mordeth would be able to escape. That was the whole thing of don't take anything, don't touch, because Mordeth is going to try to... Like, somebody might try to convince you to leave, and remember when they get back... And she's like, "Did you take anything? Did you touch anything?" And they're like, "No." And it's like, well, if anything was ever to leave the walls, he would be able to get out and wreak his evil across the world again.
I'm not entirely sure how that works.
Well, that's why he was trying to get them. That's how he was trying to get them.
Yeah, but I think that was specifically only if Mordeth was part of the interaction.
But he was.
If you just go in there, take a random coin, go out.
Everything there is supposed to be Mordeth. That's the thing. Mordeth is the Mashadar. He is the everything there. Like, he's linked to everything that was evil in that place.
No, but I think he only could escape because Fane got in there.
Well, no, because Fane didn't take anything. I think he was like a possession of sorts, but if that was the case, why didn't he just possess Rand, Matt, or Perrin?
Because maybe they had to accept a gift from him.
But what would it put on Fane except from him?
I don't know.
Exactly. Nothing was ever mentioned that it was. So that's why I'm like, if that was the necessary requirement, nothing was ever told to us by that. But we do know that the dagger was something that when he got his hands on it, was something that he's like, ooh, I feel
Okay,
it.
so
Could have
I
been
think
both as well.
the idea is that Mordath needs to occupy someone else's body to be able to escape. I think he might have mentioned that in some of his
He wouldn't need the dagger though.
inner dialogue.
That's the case. The dagger would be quite literally a non-issue, but the dagger was Pedon Fane's entire goal. It wasn't even the Horn of Valir. He didn't give a crap about the Horn of Valir. He wanted the dagger.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So,
but
what would be the point of having the
he
dagger?
could not get out there if there was not a body for him to go out in, because he's not a physical form.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that if it corrupted Matt to the point where it possessed Matt and took over him, then that could be a way for him to possess him by nature of the dagger and the dagger being tied to Mordath.
Mm-hmm.
So
that could be possible.
If all he had to do was possess somebody, he had 3 boys he could have possessed, not to mention everybody else that was there. 2, Pedon Fane.
Yeah, but the fact that he doesn't do that means that there must be a requirement for him to be able to do that.
Yeah, but Fane wasn't there to gather treasure or accept anything. He was there because the Dark One basically had given him the urge to go after them.
Mm-hmm.
He had no other choice. So he wasn't there picking up little things. He was literally just trying to run through as fast as possible, trying to find Rand. And that was the whole thing, is that if he was caught, one could argue that the Dark One had a mark on him that Mordath and the evil of Shadar Logoth and Eredhol would have conflicted with, but maybe that the confliction overtook the shadow part, but the shadow part gave him some sense of to the point where he could both be put on Fane and Mordath, and then eventually when the dagger comes into play, it overtakes the shadow part, and then he just becomes Mordath entirely. That could be an option as well. But again, it might be what Matt was saying earlier, where it's just something that was never meant to be explained. But I feel like that's stuff that kind of needs to be explained. Otherwise, you leave holes, and we're like, okay, so how did this come to be? And we're like, no. I don't know. But it's interesting that they're not thinking of these kind of things. When I'm autistic, so I think about the stuff because I have to. But it's like, details like this annoy me because it's kind of like, this is an important detail. Like, how does a good guy win? Well, you kind of need to know those details. How's the bad guy lose? You need to know those details.
That you use, like,
otherwise it's not satisfying.
Matt's arc is not about weaponizing his darkness.
Sure.
Right? Sure. That's Perrin's arc and finding that balance. Matt's arc is very...
I don't agree with that necessarily, because darkness, like, being a violent person doesn't make you, like...
Well, okay, but I can see how he meant that with that phrase.
I am very much of the Captain Kirk mode, where your darkness and your light are equally part of you, and you need your angry part just like you need your happy part.
You and your yin-yangishness. You're Buddhist, Joe. I'm saying in terms of, like, if you are a violent person that, like, butchers your enemies, but you're
you could call that your dark side.
But it's not, because you're only butchering bad guys like Trollocs who are trying to eat children, and you're protecting the orphanage.
No, because the violence is associated with not good behavior, right?
Which is, well, associated by who? Pacifists? Sure.
People in general.
Well, no, because the soldiers don't associate darkness with fighting the other opposing side.
No, but a random person is probably opposed to fighting if they can avoid it.
I would agree with the whole, like, he becomes to enjoy the violence, but at the same time, wolves enjoy the hunt. They enjoy...
It's not about enjoying the violence. It's about taking it beyond what is necessary for survival and moral purposes.
Well, put it this way: if he's he's a wolf brother, he's got the wolf tendencies in some areas. So let's say he fights a Trolloc or a Murdral, he kills them, and he's just sitting there and he keeps butchering them. Well, to be fair, the wolves despise them so much that they will have so many of the pack die just to kill one of the Neverborn. Not to mention,
but he's already dead, so
I know, but if he's in young bull rage and he's still hacking them to pieces, one could argue he's doing it to make sure. One could say he lost control of himself, which is what he's learning to do through Hopper, is to control himself and to maintain himself. And he wants to be a man, not a wolf. Therefore, he has to learn to control himself. But becoming a wolf isn't darkness. So one could say he just goes into
No,
berserker.
the darkness. It's apparent.
No, but
is
that's
the violent. The violent.
a
Apparent
moral
is a pacifist
association.
by nature.
He's a cautious. He's not.
No,
anti.
he's a pacifist. He does not like violence.
Well, a pacifist might be a bit of a strong term.
I mean, there are degrees of pacifism. True.
When we first meet him, he's a big guy and he's worried about hurting people. Sure,
Mhm.
but he's thoughtful about people. He's not a pacifist. It's not like he couldn't hurt somebody. There's several times where he's like, "I'm gonna flex my arms and I'm gonna rip you to pieces." Like he doesn't do. He's not pacifistic. They lean so.
Pacifist means rejecting violence altogether, right?
No, that's an extreme form of pacifism.
Well, that's
There are degrees of it.
pacifism is the inability to do violence.
Nope.
You give yourself the inability to do violence.
There's 1,000+ years of church, Catholic Church exploration. The Jesuits made very sure I understood all the different types of pacifism in high school.
I don't necessarily agree with the Jesuits, but that's a different story entirely.
No, but the point is that there's a lot of ethical and moral exploration of the issue. There's extreme pacifism, like, for instance, the Tinkers, where they just let people murder them, right?
Yeah, no problem. They are
then-
super extreme. That's right.
Then there's violent
But-
as a last resort pacifism. Yes.
I mean, there's aggressive and non-aggressive. If you're aggressive, then you're not a pacifist in any shape or form. If you're defensive, you're using
That's
violence.
your definition.
Well, just the same as your definition. My point is that
I'm using
I'm using principles. I'm not using definitions. I'm using principles. So a
And
principle.
see, that's the
You can't say I'm a libertarian.
authority fallacy.
What?
Appeal to authority is when you say, "Oh, this is the definition used by these and these and these people, and they're important because they have status or whatever."
I'm only using principles. I'm not arguing any authority.
I'm
Yeah,
just
no,
citing- I'm referencing an external body of knowledge, and then you and references in there. So I'm not saying it's more authoritative.
There can't be a pacifist going, "I'm gonna kill you." Like that's literally the opposite of pacifism. You're becoming violent towards somebody, which is not pacifism. But from the perspective of
That's
like,
one definition of pacifism.
can you be something while being the opposite of it? Like, can I be a libertarian that says no, like non-aggression principle, don't be aggressive towards anyone, and then be aggressive towards someone? That would be like contradictory. So you're not that thing that you're claiming. That's why like claims versus actions. Actions speak louder than claims or words. And that
Pacifism, in a broader moral context, that the version I'm citing, is the effort to avoid violence unless it's absolutely necessary.
Yeah, that's rejecting violence.
No,
Well-
that's Saint Augustine's just war theory.
rejecting violence is not necessarily the same because like, okay, it's like what was that? There's a quote
Now,
for it.
there are degrees of pacifism, as the explanation said, right? Like one is you're willing to defend yourself, but more extreme versions where you're not willing to defend
But
yourself.
that sense, Rand's a pacifist, Matt's a pacifist, the Aiel are pacifists.
And that means that practically everyone's a pacifist.
Yeah, because until you become violent with somebody, you're a pacifist. That doesn't.
I mean, I've heard multiple generals say that a true soldier is a pacifist.
Well, no, there's a quote that says basically, a man is not peaceful without the capacity for great violence. He would be a coward. So
Mhm.
a coward is somebody who doesn't have the capacity because they can't be violent. But a peaceful person is a person who has the capacity for great violence, but chooses not to do violence.
Yes,
doesn't-
but simply being peaceful, I don't think you can
Yeah, you're not
call
you're not
being a pacifist.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I would be what I would consider a peaceful person. I have great capacity, just like any person who loves their loved ones and wants to protect them and everything. It's like we fight not for the hate of the tyrant, but we fight for the ones who are behind us. Like when you're protecting somebody, you can be capable of great violence, but you're choosing not to actively be violent because you are a peaceful person, but you can't be peaceful unless you are capable of great violence.
So
It's
at
like-
this point, we're using different definitions and concepts of the word, so there's no point to just belaboring it.
I'm saying that the contradiction of one thing versus the other, like I've never heard the term pacifist be applied to anyone except for the people who don't want to use violence.
And I have.
He's not against violence. He's just against violence with the axe. he's fine with it with the hammer for whatever reason.
Under the way I learned from my moral influences.
Yeah, no, that's so weird. Well, maybe it's because the same reason why clerics in D&D used to only be able to use bludgeoning weapons.
I'll knock some sense into you. But it's like the
No, it's
IEL.
because slashing, you can get bloods from people.
Well, like
But
the IEL
bludgeoning is just hitting them with a stick or whatever.
creates all the bleeding on the inside.
Yeah, exactly.
But like, I was having a talk with my
Out
dad.
of sight, out of mind, right?
Right. Well, that's in your body all the time. But I was talking to my dad the other day because I was explaining to him the Wheel of Time thing and how the IEL work with swords. Like we went from the Gen IEL to current IEL, and I was like, the entire concept of how they treat swords is ridiculous because they say a sword is only a weapon. It's not a tool. A spear can be a tool. I'm like, what are you talking about? You can use a spear or a sword simultaneously for pretty much the same things. If you stab a bear with a spear as a hunting thing, like slash, or stab with a sword on the bear.
Yeah, but no offense, swords are really terrible for hunting.
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying whether it's the greatest choice or not, because technically a bow and arrow is better than a spear in that regard. But my point is that there can be better alternatives, but it can still be used for that. Can you use a sword to cut cloth? Yeah, so you could technically cut cloth with it and use it as a tool like that.
No,
like,
but then it's a knife. That doesn't count.
That's not how that works. Like the IEL will use long-bladed daggers. I'm like, that's just a short sword. Like,
No, that's a knife. That works.
It's like it's so contradictory of like we arbitrarily say no to this but we're okay with this because reasons, and then they give the silliest things, and then you see like a tool like an axe which can cut wood or it can cut a lion, a bear, hunting, whatever, and they're like, well, it has a spike on it so it's not a tool. I'm like, you use the axe blade and you just cut things.
I mean, Jordan's logic was internal logic for the IEL was that things that explicitly could only be weapons like swords. I know we could use a sword to cut our meat at the table. I mean, yes, but
there's a lot of you like if you need something cut or
No,
stabbed,
but see,
same
a
thing.
sword is designed for fighting people.
Mhm.
An axe
One could argue a spear is too.
can be designed for fighting
An axe,
trees.
a hammer. But an axe designed to cut trees. Yeah, men trees. Put
Yes.
them in-
no,
It's like-
a
But
spear
a spear
can be used to hunt with.
is also designed for hunting.
But think of it this way: you have a dagger, which is a tool, and you have a sword, which is a weapon of mass destruction. You have
Wow.
a spear
That's
for
very
hunting,
good, huh?
but then you have a spear for mass killing. Then you have a hammer to use to like do whatever, whether it be blacksmithing or knocking nails into the wall or bludgeoning someone's head in, like a mass destruction weapon. Then you have, every other possible thing. An axe can cut down trees or people, like a weapon of mass destruction. Like there's always an opposite.
Yeah, but it's the ore that's important.
Well,
If
yes,
it's
but
only
between a dagger and a
sword,
sword.
this-
What's the difference between a dagger and a sword? The length and typically the weight, but you know what I mean? Like there's not a whole lot of difference despite, how to wield one. That's about it. Like your martial prowess and your martial skill to use it is the biggest difference between these
Well,
types of
I mean, the logic would be like okay, so and let's say we're in medieval times. Everyone has a dagger or a belt knife that they eat their food with and whatever,
Yeah.
but they could also fight with, right? So you can say, well, you can use a sword to do that, right? Well,
The
why
same
would you?
just
Why
ate
would
with.
you use a sword for that?
Well, you wouldn't because it would be silly,
Impractical.
impractical.
Well, I mean, it depends on how far away the food is. But again, that's only one quote unquote practical use for it. But it's the same thing with like guns. Are guns tools or weapons of mass destruction? Well, I can hunt with them, so I can feed my family with it. I can protect myself and my family with
So
it.
the IE would probably use hunting rifles, right?
But why not pistols? A pistol's more like a dagger.
Pistols, they might
Pistol.
also use, but it's maybe less.
Pistols are virtually useless in actual hunting.
You just throw it.
Yeah,
And,
I see that. But also, they wouldn't use an assault rifle, right?
there's no such thing as assault
There's no
rifles.
such thing as an assault rifle.
It's a rifle that is black and tactical and looks
Yeah,
evil.
it's a military-looking weapon. That's
Well,
like
I mean, if there is technically something because there's a legal definition,
They just have it look differently.
but it includes like.
But you need one of those old-fashioned hunting rifles that have some
Oh, you talking about a musket where you have to like clean it?
No,
every
that's too old-fashioned. That's a
Black powder still used
weapon used for killing people again.
That was the military grade weapons of the freaking Revolutionary War. But it was also everyone's personal defense and everyone's hunting ability.
Yeah, but no one's hunting with a musket. That would be silly.
Black powder rifles are used more often than you think.
Yeah, but muskets, not so much.
Well, back then you would have hunted with a musket.
Because muskets are insanely inaccurate.
That's also partially on the person as well. I mean,
No,
they
after like 20, 30 yards, you're lucky if you hit something.
Exactly.
to be fair, I mean, I'm not saying they use the same high-powered rounds that we use nowadays, but I am saying that a black powder now and a black powder then, they're both black powder.
Yeah, black powder is not the problem. It's the musket specifically.
Well, okay, whether it be a blunderbuss, whether it be a musket, whatever it is, even if it's inaccurate, they still use it to hunt because they successfully hunted and brought home game. Like, the ability to hunt isn't going to be necessarily like...
You need to at least be able to hit your target if you hunt, right? It's less of a problem on big battlefields where there's enemies everywhere, so you just fire in the general direction and it'll be fine.
If it's 30 or 40 yards, you can lure in a deer or a boar or whatever you're hunting within that range and shoot them. Like, that's what they do as hunters now. They do it for bow, they do it for guns, they do it for...
Yeah, but guns and bows now are phenomenally more accurate than a musket.
Well, yes, but I'm saying...
bows, I think, have less...
this far,
mostly...
you can get them within that distance to do what you need to do. Like, it's not like you're shooting them from a mile off. Like, they weren't dumb. They would have died off if they were dumb about their muskets. Like, they still know how to use them. The war wouldn't be as devastating if the guns were so crazily inaccurate. Like, even if you had to stand 10 feet away from somebody, you can get an animal within 10 feet. It's called hunting by hiding yourself, camouflaging yourself in the brush, waiting for them to get close, and then shooting them.
And if you
but then why would you use a musket?
Okay,
just use a close pistol.
Well, if a rifle is going to be inaccurate, how accurate do you think a pistol is going to be?
Well, no, pistols are better at short range.
Well, yes, but I'm saying they're better in close quarters. Yes.
That's what a short range is.
Yes, but a pistol, depending on because a pistol shot is going to be smaller than a rifle shot, and a rifle shot.
Yeah, that's fair.
And if you're doing more damage, you have to be able to kill your target. Otherwise, you have to hunt them down as they're bleeding out. And that could be a long trek. You never know. But the point is that you want to do as much damage as you can while preserving as much meat as you can. So you have to hit them in the right place, right way. Hunting's a very detailed thing. So in order to use a musket versus a pistol is what you use as a backup. A pistol, like if you go hunting, you use your pistol when the bear's on top of you and you turn around and like, oh crap, pop. But even then,
and you're still dead.
It's not guaranteed you'll kill the bear. You might wound it, but it could still swipe at you and kill you. Unless you're carrying like a 40 caliber.
At close range, you wouldn't use a long rifle. That's hard to maneuver around.
Depending on how close. I mean,
unless you already had it targeted at the enemy.
If you're using an AR-15 and you turn around and there's like 5 feet between you and your gun and the bear, you could still use your rifle.
Yeah, no, sure, but rifles are shorter than the muskets type weapons.
Well, I mean, depending. There are some really long rifles. I prefer the more compact ones because the compact ones are easier to carry. Longer ones are more floppy and you can't really run with them. So if you're going hunting and you have it slung over your shoulder or whatever, however you have it hanging from your body, it's going to be harder.
You're going to need a miracle to kill a bear with a musket, even if it hits.
You'd have to hit it between the eyes with the most powerful thing you could think of.
You have to get in an eye to get to penetrate the brain because a bear's skeleton that's enough to block a musket.
Yeah. Probably so. And if that's the case, then you're not doing it. You're running probably at that point. A pistol ain't going to save you.
Well, you can't run from a bear. Bears cannot run people. I know bears. It's like one of my things.
Well, it's because you're unbearable. Hey! But my point is that a weapon versus a tool is how you see the thing. Like, assault just means an action. You're assaulting the castle. You're assaulting the fortress.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we're not in disagreement on this, but Jordan obviously drew a particular line with the Aiel from some sort of...
It's weird considering he was it the Vietnam or the Korean War? It was Vietnam, wasn't it?
It's probably from one of the cultures he drew it from, that he saw something in there. So, okay, I don't know if it was the Bedouins or not.
How stupid are they? Let's use that one. Like it just seems weird. But either way, it doesn't make sense. His whole
No,
arc-
it makes perfect sense if you look at it from a cultural association of specific types of tools/weapons.
Yeah.
You're telling me not a single person in that culture has a reasonable brain cell? And they
No.
wait a minute. This sword's only like a foot longer than my dagger.
That
Why
makes
is
it impractical for use for cutting stuff.
And then when you try to do that, the king or lord or whatever comes and kills you for defining the culture.
Slide right across it. It'd be perfect in that regard. A dagger would take more work. That's less impractical. More impractical. Either way, tools versus actual weapons. You can use any tool as a weapon. That's my point.
Yes.
Use any weapon as a tool if you find a proper use for it.
Be different from that.
Yeah.
And doing this just bothers me. I don't feel it
The
was
whole
built
season
up for the
bothered us.
season that his arc would be about weaponizing his own darkness, and walking that line. Like,
Not to mention, how does he know he's going to be able to lightsaber the freaking door with it?
Oh, magic. A wizard did it.
How does he know that that's going to be the outcome?
Well,
He did it without any.
He read the script.
you can feel it from the dagger or something. I don't know.
He read the script. That's the best.
That's more reasonable than anything in the show.
It's like, so why did this happen? He read the script. Oh, okay.
That does explain a lot.
Battle's pretty intense though, but
Yes.
Matt Hatch, I'm going to say I'm with Brandon Sanderson on this one.
No, my point is
Not the shills.
the metaphysics of not touching the dagger is a different conversation than
Fair.
weaponizing his darkness.
Yes, but like there's also metaphysics of they don't leave it out for him and be like, just don't touch it.
They're trying to coax him in with it.
They lock it away, right?
Sure.
Like, yes, don't touch it; it will corrupt you. But I mean, yeah.
I don't like being saved by a trebuchet that we didn't see.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
I did.
I tried. I'm going to say I tried again.
the
I tried.
defiance thing. There was weird. Why she didn't just use
Yeah,
her ability to kind of like make her do
Oh.
things.
I see what you mean about the cool scenes.
cool scenes. Now, granted, these are supposed to be professional soldiers; they should be fighting in formation. They should.
Oh, by the way, there's just been
That's another thing.
a Demane that died, and
Say what?
currently in the actual scene that they're looking at, Nynaeve is losing the bracelet because the Demane she was using died.
You mean the Soldom?
No, the Demane. Well, fair enough.
But my thing is, like, we saw in the previous, I think it was the previous episode when the Aes Sedai got captured after her warder got killed and she freaked out and they got the collar put on her. She was like wrapping those Soldom into like balls, right? Just like tearing their innards and ripping them to pieces, right? And
Yeah. No reaction from the.
Damani didn't react. I'm like, but we already were established that they would react because whatever the Soldom feels, the Damane feels at least twice over.
Yes.
So if they die, the Damane would die twice, apparently.
Yeah. No.
However that makes sense, I don't know. But my point is that,
They would
No.
die twice as hard. Let's say.
and like when Egwene has Renna and throws her up and Renna's sitting there, they're trying to be like, Egwene's so strong. Look at her. She's so strong. I'm like, she's supposed to feel twice the choke out. She couldn't handle it once the prior scene of this.
Mhm.
And now she's just taken 2 choke holds at least in that thing. They can't stay consistent. It's really annoying.
I know.
They have shields and helmets.
Oh,
But yeah,
Do they?
They don't have shields. Shan Shan refused to use them. I don't even. The White Cloaks
Why?
don't even use shields. They're just like using 2-handed weapons.
Only Uno used a shield.
That's not where I thought.
Well, it's actually
Well,
really
that's
funny.
that's because two-handed weapons are cool. So
They're
that's,
using 2-handed
yeah.
battle axes half the time, and I'm sitting here like, why is
So
Why
I probably
is-
just forgot to rent them.
Arnold using a battle axe? He's a blade master, isn't he?
Who are we talking about right now?
Jeffrey Borthold.
No, that's Valda.
No, in the books I meant.
Yeah, in the books, Valda is the Blade Master.
Well,
I
I
don't
know
know if Jotham is also a
Jotham
Blade
is-
Master.
the Children of the Light use swords. They don't use axes.
Yeah, most of the time they use swords.
Like axes
But-
are very rarely used
No,
by
but
any.
Perrin had to find an axe at some point, so they needed to just make all of the.
They were going to go with that.
axes.
Oh,
Oh, I don't know what happened, but yeah.
I didn't see
Oh.
Nynaeve.
Elaine got hit by an arrow.
No channeling.
No channeling.
I think we're
Oh,
giving
no.
for their money. Just by the
Oh,
way.
there's
I always like seeing crossbows utilized as powerful as they were on a battlefield.
Yeah.
Except that I thought
Nope.
crossbows weren't invented yet.
don't know actually.
Or are they invented? Matt came up with the faster way to reload them. Because no army uses crossbows.
Except
that I
that
know of.
crossbows weren't that powerful on a battlefield.
They made mass
They were
armies
short distance, not long.
more useful because longbows were used only by people who had lots of
How-
training with them.
Yeah, which was
And
very
crossbows, you could just pick one up and immediately start shooting.
well. Also, crossbows typically had enough poundage to puncture through armor
Nope.
at close
And
range.
that's a myth.
Total myth.
Myth.
No arrow would ever
The
penetrate
Battle of
armor.
Agincourt is infamous for a couple of reasons. The English and the French were fighting, and for example, the English knights, I believe, made it to 18 waves of crossbow fire. The only guy who died was the guy who, in the records, had his helmet off. The French guys made it to something like 15 waves of longbow fire with minimal casualties.
Well, but is
And-
this the proper
But
poundage?
most of the
Them
Frenchmen were also on horses, right? So
Yeah, that's why the more French
Are these
guys died.
heavy crossbows? Are these light crossbows? What are they? What
These
they
are
using?
man-wieldable crossbows. I mean,
Well, yes, but man could be light or heavy. Heavy has a higher poundage, thus it has more punch to it.
there have been multiple studies on this. Like arrows didn't even muskets didn't penetrate plate armor.
Yeah, to be fair, muskets were they were balls, they weren't designed for penetration.
People, the plate armor, especially when there's the plate,
It's
then there's the under
extremely
armor, which
good,
is
to have armor
Bisson or
against
something
anything.
else in between.
Oh yeah,
You're basically an invincible,
tank.
I don't know,
On a
tank.
horse.
Yeah.
I'm a tank on a horse.
Yeah.
But my point is, it's like if they're
I mean,
like,
the weak point in that is
like,
literally the horse.
Like, well, of course they're not
Which also had armor at times. So,
Yeah, but not as proper armor as the full plates.
But if crossbows were so ineffective in that regard, why would anybody ever use them?
Because only a few select amount of people had the full armor. Most of them were just in brigandine and stuff.
Yeah,
And
chainmail.
maybe average foot soldiers wouldn't even have armor.
well,
They
would be
would just
effective against
use
like, peasant levies and things like that.
what's it? A gambeson.
If that's the case,
Gambeson is the standard.
why would they even shoot the crossbows at them? Well, I mean, technically, if they're charging at you, shoot the horses.
Well,
Then
if
you'll-
you shoot the horse, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
so
If the
that's
horse falls over, then you have a chance of killing
what
the
you're telling
knight.
me is that well? I mean, you have pike that they kill knights too.
Pike, yeah, sure.
But if so basic
The ranged
They must be
attacks,
really stupid if they're not
the
doing-
arrows are mostly effective against unarmored people. You would
Yeah.
use them primarily on those.
But you use a light crossbow for that as well. But heavy crossbows, I thought, were supposed to be notorious for
Nope.
putting extra poundage behind
If
them.
you have chainmail, perhaps, but not
Plate.
the same
At the
era
very
plate.
least, a heavy crossbow against somebody who's chainmail would
Yeah,
leave
that would work.
bruise and hurt.
Piercing attacks are good at going through chainmail, but only if they are extremely powerful. So you would need a heavy crossbow for that.
That's what I'm saying. Is like
Close
it
range as well.
doesn't necessarily have to break through and pierce them. It would just have to hit really hard and knock the wind out of them. That leaves them at a severe disadvantage because now they could have a broken rib or whatever else. It's just like getting hit. with a
soldiers,
mace.
medieval soldiers got that stuff all the time and kept fighting.
Well, I know, but it makes it harder versus somebody who doesn't have that injury. That's what I'm saying. It's like-
And that guy who's shooting the bow is
It
some
is-
sort of unarmored peasant. So when those knights get there who are ticked off from being bruised, they're getting mass slaughtered.
But that's what I'm saying is that you don't just leave the crossbow just sitting there. Like if you're doing this, you're doing it wrong. That's not how strategy works. like you put your crossbow in front of your pike line. They volley.
Crossbows were mostly used in defending of castle walls, etc. You would have a rampart or something on which you put the crossbow people on, and then you shoot at whoever is trying to climb up the wall or break through a gate.
Yeah, it's like, well, it's the same thing for
In
like
open battles, you generally want to focus on your spear people.
Well, yes, but like if you have a charging front line of spearmen, crossbowmen would be great because you just shred them. But that's
yeah, depending on how much armor they would have, right?
Well, yeah, but if they're peasants, they probably don't.
They're probably not
spearmen
very
aren't
armored.
going to be charging though, and what they invented the phalanx 2,000 years ago or more. So spearmen advancing are going to advance with.
How many spearmen in medieval form used shields and spears?
Practically, well, very few, but
I wish
it depends on what you call a spear in this case, right?
We're not talking peasants with spears. We're talking trained soldiers with spears. You know what I mean?
You see, most of the super big spears you have to do two-handed.
Yeah.
If they had a smaller spear,
designed to kill horsemen and stuff, so you like
yeah, those would be two-handed.
Yeah, that would be two-handed. Then you have spearmen.
So you don't have shields.
They may have a shield, but how much of peasantry?
But those guys with the big spear aren't going to be charging anyone. They'd be
No,
setting.
they will just sit
Well,
there.
if you're the offense, they have to charge at some point.
Well, you wouldn't use a pike formation for that.
Well, not necessarily pike. I mean, like spearman, just like a spearman, like a spearman guard who has like it's gonna be only.
Yeah, okay, sure, but those are not the same people that you would want defending from a cavalry charge.
No. I'm talking offensive wise, like against like who's going if once the cavalry's out of the picture, who's attacking the spear / pike / crossbowman guys on the other side?
Probably just guys with spears and shields.
Well, you're trained professionals. Well, after you send your peasants in to get killed,
but those with shorter spears, right?
Yeah.
Men-at-arms is a much smaller number than your peasantry in most situations, would it not be?
Well, but you're going to send.
Also,
your
you don't really have
peasantry
peasantry in battles. That's also a myth.
Well, it'd be like levies at the back.
Levies aren't peasants.
Oh, or
levies are specifically trained soldiers.
I thought that was just men-at-arms.
Yeah, that's.
Well, you're supposed to have your levy be trained, but almost half the nobles would just grab a whole bunch of peasants and give them stuff.
Well, that's the thing is like a men-at-arms, to my understanding, and
because peasants really are useless in fights.
Both Gadfly and Outerion are missing the greatest stuff ever.
They are
so are most nobles useless in a fight. I mean,
well, they specifically train for it.
Like if you have some local, what's the lowest rank?
I thought were the men-at-arms.
The nobles. No, the men-at-arms. Well, men-at-arms specifically. Okay, you could say are the people that are constantly
training.
Constantly.
At arms, the men at arms.
Employed, that's the word.
It's in the name, yeah.
Constantly employed to be defending, right? They're the guards of your fortress, whatever else.
Villages and stuff, they just use like levies.
Village, they would have a select few people who are specifically constantly training.
Yeah,
in case they would need militias are peasants though, but levies are not. They are minor nobles mostly.
Well, as a minor, okay.
And the people
whatever
that
the lowest
minor
rank of noble was, I don't remember. Like you have an obligation to the next guy up. He would call for a levy. You would say, you or your representative to show up would say 20 guys, and that's your levy, right? Yeah. Ideally, that means you're supposed to maintain 20 guys as men at arms who are capable of training.
Yeah.
Practically,
but those men at arms serve the minor noble. And then together they make up the levy of the next higher.
Yeah, I guess it depends on like if a noble levies his own people or whatever for his own means to attack another area, they're not levying for the crown or something. They're levying for themselves.
Yeah, but then they're men at arms.
Yeah, in practical, however, those low nobles would never have that many guys trained. They would just never do it.
Well, even in Wheel of Time, when
also medieval battles are actually really small most of the time.
Yeah, they're like a couple hundred at most.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not big. The movies like to what's the term? Make elaborate battles and stuff with large quantities and swaths of things. Is like it's not typically how it was done. But in terms of like placements, if you're saying like, well, crossbows are useless, is like, well, maybe against cavalry. Even if they were against cavalry, if you're saying that the only guy who died out of that night charge was a guy who wasn't wearing a helmet, Why weren't they aiming at the horses if they know that's the thing that will work? The horses aren't going to survive unless they're all like heavily armored as well, which that's really expensive. So you'd have to be fighting against the most wealthy of nobles ever. But assuming that even if that's the case, then you still have spearmen and pike and everything to prevent the crossbowmen from getting plastered. Like that's literally the basic 101 of strategy and warfare. You either pull the crossbowmen back off the top of the hill and then put your spear or pike in front, or even if you're on a flat terrain and they're just coming straight at you, you fire straight at them, but then you move your pike in front and then they run into you. Like that's why like charging was really stupid for the most part, because if they had pike, you're practically on a death wish unless you got really lucky to break through. And if you are, now you're surrounded by enemy combatants and you're slowed down. So that'd be silly in its entirety in that regard. But yeah, I mean, from what I understand, because the whole point of Matt using the crossbows is because he invents a crank that lets you crank it way faster. But until that point, no one was really using crossbows that I remember in the series.
No, I mean, probably they had crossbows on the defensive walls of cities and such.
But he took it and was like, I'm going to improve it. And then through that improving, he made it also, I thought he had heavy poundages, because when the Shanshan were charging him, he just like, and they took out like, what, several thousand guys and lost only like 100. Like he always won with extremely great odds against him, but he always won in his favor by a lot. And I don't know how much of the Shanshan was fully plated armor kind of guys, or if they were just like designed armor designed a specific way. Like even if it was Brigandine, it was just designed to look like an insect. I don't know. Because
Jordan never went hard realism on the combat. Like
which is a little strange considering his background in combat. But
his background was Vietnam era combat with guns. And,
but like knowing how people would die or whatever, like it's kind of the job of the author to do at least a little bit of background into like how does this work. Like if I'm writing a book with medieval fighting, I'm gonna be like, Gadfly, Octarian, help me out, would you? Because like that's the things that they are passionate about and they're knowledgeable about. And I'd be like, let's build this according to that, because as an author, I want to make it the most realistic as I can. Now, a lot of the fights were realistic until they get to like the last battle is like 1 million people versus 2-3 million Shadow Spawn or whatever. Like when it's obviously massive numbers, but you're encompassing multiple nations and at some point multiple continents in the same battle. It makes more sense that they're large scale. But obviously, when like England was having their little fits with France, they weren't like massive, large-scale battles either.
Well, Agincourt was like the battle I think we had the best records for that time period. I think it was like 5,000 to 6,000 English against about between 10 and 20,000 French.
And we also have the stuff with like the not Huscarls. What are they called? Why am I forgetting?
What are you talking about?
Polish Light Cavalry. Why am I? They got the wings. Why am I?
Winged Hussars?
Hussars. Yeah, winged Hussars. So they have a battle where like the Hussars, there's like 1,100 winged Hussars. So they're light cavalry, I believe, and they had like 5,000, just like footmen or whatever, and then the enemy had like 20,000 to 30,000 or something, and they just absolutely trounced the superior numbers. And it's like, you can use smaller numbers in that regard to hold something off. And that's what made the winged Hussars ridiculously like legendary amongst everybody. And they were supposedly, in that area at least, the best cavalry around. What was his name? Stephen Bathory? What was it? Stephen Bathory, I believe is his name, is the king who made the winged Hussars a thing. I always loved winged Hussars, so I always checked them out. But I think it's Stephen Bathory. Was the Polish leader, I think king maybe, at the time when the winged Hussars were invented or created or introduced or whatever. And ever since, the Polish were like a major player in the warfare aspect, because they pulled off some ridiculously good victories with much smaller forces. But that's my little fun little blurb. I just love those guys.
That is nice.
Weren't there like attempts to ban crossbows back in the day because they were so
It's because you don't need any training to use one. So I don't know if this is true or just lore.
Well, I mean, you still need to be able to aim.
Well, but that's not really training, right? It's just
Well,
pointing it in the general direction.
point in a direction, but it doesn't mean you're going to be able to hit like at the angle, because you're at like ground level. You're not going to be able to necessarily hit the range you're going, because the poundage is what makes the distance,
Mm-hmm.
and also the force. So if they're
Yeah, you need to figure out what angle you need to hold it, sure. But it is not like
training,
a regular bow
you need best.
that
Yeah,
you need to
a regular
really
bow
train to
more
use it.
skill. Yes, but I'm saying you still need some minor training to be like, okay, this is the height you have to aim for, like this distance.
But it's much more doable because you have basically you hold the thing and you say, "Oh, let's aim like that."
When you have Matt's crank, you can do several
Exactly.
shots where you need to go until you hit somebody. Or if you just wait until they're like 20 feet away, I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
they can't miss at this
Just
range.
stick the crossbow in their face and then fire. That works.
Wipe out the entire front line, and those guys falling is going to trip up the guys behind them, which causes a whole
Yeah.
plenty
Then
of
you
time
have
to
a
go.
domino effect.
But I think
Perfect.
also Matt had the system where it was like, I don't know if he had them like hand different ones while somebody's reloading while the guy shoots, or if they like swapped locations. Because there's multiple ways you can do it. You have a guy crouched, you have a guy behind him, and a guy
Yeah.
behind him, and then they basically just rotate through their firings, and you could just have a constant flow of crossbows, which against regular infantry was always going to be devastating. If they have super crazy armor, I don't know, but if Matt had come up with some crazy over the top pound, then maybe that could have punctured through something.
Really, only the
but puncturing,
elite four of the army
you use
is
piercing.
heavily armored.
Well, but like when you made the comment about the muskets not going to pierce through armor, like knight armor, well, a musket ball is a ball. It's blunt. It's like hitting somebody with a mace. It's not designed to pierce through. But if you shot with something that
most
pierces,
proper plate armor is also made such that it doesn't actually come in direct contact with your body, right? So if your body is like this, it's like a bit. There's an air bit between.
Well, yeah, there's a little bit of air, but
Well,
you
not
also
just air. You also have your under armor, your
underarm, of course,
line and all
because
that.
you have several layers of padded stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. But like, even if you were using, like, let's say you took a musket and you turned it
Really,
into,
you want to hit the head because the helmet is much tighter. So,
but you still have leather.
body armor, general, maybe the arms, sure, but
I'm saying from the
the
perspective
torso you don't want to target.
what the projectile is just matters as much as the velocity, which is
of course.
Because if you're shooting
going to muskets,
and
if you look at what the people of that time generally wore in armies, it's mostly cloth stuff.
Yeah, it's nothing like actual armor, etc. It'd be really easy for the colonies to win if they did that with metal armor. So the British are just wearing red clothes. It's like, well, these guys are toast.
Well, by the time muskets became effective in combat, more powerful weapons had made heavier armors obsolete.
The puckle gun, bring it, armor. Anyway, I love the puckle gun. It's great. It's old school heavy machine guns, Gatling gun specifically. Have you ever heard of a puckle gun, Sage?
Puckle gun, no.
Okay.
Gatling, yes.
A puckle gun was basically like 1700s Gatling gun, essentially.
Okay.
It's really cool. I've actually seen one in person at a gun shop I went to that has a whole bunch of exotic guns, and they had a puckle gun. I was like, "This is so freaking cool! I just want to have one at my house just because, like, this is a cool weapon. Check it out." But yeah, if muskets, for example, were to use a more arrowhead style projectile, like have it made of metal, but with like more like an arrowhead, like a modern kind of arrowhead to it, where has like a sharp edge to it, that would probably be more likely to pierce armor and kill something.
That's the same problem I have with arrows. I think if I remember correctly, it was just conditioned to more bullet-like, as opposed to muskets, which are on top of that batting and all. When you stuff you have your.
A crossbow can't compare to a musket in terms of power, and if you give a sharp piercing kind of tip, it will pierce through something with higher power. Where a musket ball with higher power is going to make a dent. It won't necessarily pierce because it's not designed to pierce.
Yeah,
so,
but you're still not going to pierce plates unless it's like a super strong crossbow.
That's what I'm saying. Like a crossbow versus a musket with a crossbow type sharp, pointy piercing tactic. So if you took the poundage of a crossbow, or I should say, take the power of a musket and put that into poundage on a crossbow and shot a sharp object, that's going to do more damage than a blunt object.
Sure.
That's my point. So depending on what you're using, if you're like, why is the blunt object not piercing? Well, it's a blunt object. It's not designed to pierce. It's literally designed to hit hard. That's all it is. It's stopping power versus velocity. So for like firearms, you get your stopping power, which is like enough power to physically stop somebody. But then you have velocity, which travels at a faster pace. It doesn't have as much stopping power per se, but it's a higher chance of armor piercing. So even if you have a plate armor, if you're using velocity over...
Well, no, stopping power can also depend on velocity, right? So
well, it will.
higher velocity doesn't necessarily also mean more penetrative power.
Well, it's gosh, I had a whole like article and stuff I went over with my buddies
It
about
was a circular sort of progression. Like, so muskets weren't very effective against plate, but then heavier weapons made plate armor obsolete. And then they started
Cannons and such.
cannons, yeah.
Make
And
the
so
plate
it's
very
now
useless.
the plate armor is gone. Give everyone muskets.
Plate of armor is like, this is gonna hurt, man.
Yeah. Then plate armor is gone. You give everyone muskets. Muskets have like a double range on a bow or crossbow. And then finally, since they have no armor, because I think a musket is 3 or 4 times higher velocity than any sort of arrow, finally it could actually have an effect because it's just flesh it's hitting against.
Yeah, but that's my thing is like stopping power, higher velocity stopping powers.
And muskets are also really good against horses because obviously they don't usually have armor.
So I mean, they would use muskets in mass formations at that point, you know.
Like what I'm saying is like if you have
stopping, get a good old pike and shot formation.
A wall of inaccurate death. You know.
Sage, if you have stopping power with lower velocity, is going to obviously be worse than stopping power with higher velocity.
Well, that depends on the material you're shooting at.
Virtually every type of
yeah, sure. In armor types, that's usually the case, but there are some weird materials nowadays that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm saying in
back in the day, sure, that was
in generality, like covering, and I hate generality, honestly, but in on average, the higher the velocity and the higher the stopping power is better than lower stopping power and lower velocity, typically.
Yeah.
So.
Well, no, that you have that the other way around. High stopping power is might compensate for the low stopping power on the low velocity object.
No.
If you have a low velocity thing with a high stopping power, that would definitely always be worse than a high velocity thing with low stopping power.
I'm saying if you have equal stopping power.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, I would kind of disagree there because if you have a low velocity something with high stopping power, that means it has more mass.
No, the armor has stopping power on which you fire.
Well, yeah, that takes into account deflection angles and
the power of if you have 2 rifles and both have equal stopping power, like they both have the same power level, but one shoots at a higher velocity, it is generally better.
What do you mean with stopping power in a rifle?
Stopping power would be like
because stopping power is the defensive side.
Well, stopping power is like when it hit. Like okay, it's like the difference between shooting a cannonball and shooting a musket. Which one's going to hit harder? But if you shoot the velocity of both of them, but the velocity
that's mass based.
Well, I know, but I'm saying if they were roughly the same. Like if you took a little small cannon that was the same size, but it has the same punch.
If the projectile has the same mass, it travels the same velocity, they're going to hit with the same force.
It will be the same. But the stopping power is on the defensive side. If you have
more explosive power behind it,
what?
It can't.
You can't add more gunpowder.
The gunpowder just makes it move fast. It doesn't do anything else.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's the velocity. The velocity is speed.
Yeah.
Stopping power is the damage it does.
I don't agree with that.
No, stopping power is a property of the receiving
Stopping
armor.
power is the property of a material and how good it is at stopping things.
The terms are there's 2 terms: there's toughness and hardness. Hardness.
What you're looking for is inertial momentum.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm using the wrong term then. There's because like stopping power that if you go hunt or not hunting, if you go hunting for a rifle, if I see one in the wild, I'm gonna wrestle it. But
A Pokeball, and then you
if you go to purchase a rifle or something or a pistol, they say this has so much stopping power because a 50 cal can stop something quicker than.
Okay, that's I see. That is if something's running at you, you can fire it maybe and stop a moving object from. Maybe I don't know. That seems weird. Still,
would be kill potential.
I'm just going to look up what
So what you
stopping power
wanted.
means. In
So this is
context.
this is one of my Vietnam. Your uncle's doing this. So the reason you wanted to have a 45 as a sidearm in Vietnam was if some a lot of times.
Stopping power is the ability of a weapon, typically a ranged weapon such as a firearm, to cause a target, human or animal, to be incapacitated or immobilized.
Killing potential.
Or as Michael said, knocked back the other way because when these dudes are jumping out of the trees with a poison knife, if they still hit you when they fell.
Okay, so it seems to be a representation of how much kinetic energy you put into the target.
And it's very, very critical to note, by the way,
the gunpowder, because like the difference between so bullets have little metal at the tip, and then you have the powder behind it. So a 9 millimeter versus like a 50 cal, like it's the amount, it's the type of head plus how much powder is in there, like how much gunpowder is in.
Well, no, the powder just provides the acceleration.
Yeah, but that's
but the higher velocity.
That's the kinetic energy.
That's your energy that's pushing it through, because you're having this small tube, and that tube, the explosive force is what launches it out. But
basically the powder has chemical energy stored within it. You release that and convert it into kinetic energy of the bullet.
And also the type of tip you have, like that
does aerodynamic stuff and also penetrative effects.
If you're stated to the achieve convention, you have to have a full metal jacket.
You have a full metal jacket, which will pierce if it has the proper velocity, blah, 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 blah. Then you have hollow points, which are pure stopping power.
Which you're not allowed to use in a military scenario.
Well, yeah, but you're allowed to use them self-defense and stuff like that.
Not in war.
Hollow points specifically, I would guess they are such designs that they do not go through stuff, right? Maybe.
Yeah, hollow point is basically when it hits, it blooms. So basically, its design is to hit and cause as much internal bleeding.
It's like with a shotgun of the buckshot versus the slug, you know.
But to me, indeed, that seems to be the intent is to transfer all of the kinetic energy in one instance of time.
For example,
spread over through.
If you're taking the generic rifle, semi-automatic rifle, whatever type, it doesn't have to be an AR-15, it could be whatever. If you take a general, like a Ruger 14 or something like that, and you shoot with a full metal jacket, it has the potentiality to pierce through the person and keep going.
Yeah.
So you lose all that kinetic energy.
But with all the you could hit multiple targets with the same.
Well, okay, fair, but that requires
them
to be all nicely lined up. Right.
Well, yes, but if you have a bunch of people crammed into a corridor, you can do that.
Okay. In that case, it would be nice.
And for like self-defense, you typically don't want to use full metal jacket, because if I shoot somebody at my house and it hits them, it can go through my wall, through the neighbor's wall.
Yeah.
Somebody else over there. So typically you want to use hollow point, because hollow point will stop at whatever it hits. It will just do mass damage to them at the same time.
Yeah, because in that moment it stops, it immediately transfers all kinetic energy to the target.
It hits and big. So basically, have you ever seen those tri-blade guns? Tri-blade
guns?
Yeah, I know tri-blade guns are great.
Have you
seen a tri-blade knife?
Doesn't sound familiar now.
Okay, so think of like an arrowhead that has the 3 prongs. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's like modern hunting where they have the 3 prongs. It's like 3 blades.
I mean, not one you'd usually see, but fair enough. In hunting, I guess it might be useful.
You Europeans have all the terrible weapons. We have all the good ones here. But anyway,
so we have the bow and arrow, right? That's a good one.
Think of it like down and split, like a star, like a.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I know what you mean.
So now take that and now make a blade out of it, but then twist it as you go, so it like rotates. So if you were
why would it rotate?
I'll get to that. So these aren't legal in most places in the States. You have to be very friendly in a nice state, which I happen to be in, and I happen to own one. But basically, I could run upstairs technically grab it if I wanted to, but I don't want to. So technically, you can look these up, but it basically, in the sheath, it looks like a cylinder. It's just a hole, or like it's like
Ah, okay. They look like that. Okay. Yeah.
So they're turned. So when you stab with it, it creates a hole because you stab and you yank. So it basically creates irreparable damage.
Yeah, so it's like one of those drill things that you use to
Fine.
drill holes in the ground, right?
It's like what Nynaeve did to Elaine with the arrow.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
Basically, but much bigger.
Idiot.
Basically, it's a laceration nightmare. But because it's twisted as you're pushing in, if you don't turn it as you're twisting it, if you just push in, it will just take a giant chunk of meat.
No, but it would automatically turn if you try and push it in, right?
Depending on what if it's just meat and flesh, you could probably just push it in straight. You don't have to turn it. But
Yeah, okay.
it's supposed to stay in your hand. It's not supposed to rotate in your hand. Is the point. But
No, but your hand would rotate
it's well,
logically.
again, that would depend on
Maybe
what
if you pull it out and specifically turn in the other direction, then it would do massive damage.
if you're hitting bone.
I think most of the damage is on the outgoing movement, probably.
Well, it's basically the same. Now, if you stuck it in and then twisted it and pulled, yeah, it's going to really kill somebody. But it's going to create a giant hole in somebody, and it can't be put together. Like you're going to bleed out well before anybody ever gets to it. And that's not if it doesn't hit anything vital before then. If it hits anything vital, and mine's like probably this long, like it's a pretty long boy. But you're not supposed to carry them around and stuff. They're not used in that regard.
Yeah,
Even in
that seems reasonable. Just
so if somebody comes into my house, you're gonna probably regret it. But so in that regard. But in terms of like that kind of a thing, those are weapons where they're made to do mass damage. So a hollow point is meant to, instead of pierce, because if you get shot through the bullet and it doesn't hit anything vital, you can survive pretty simply unless it hits a major artery. And it's called a pass-through wound. So with a hollow point, it hits and it sinks in like a slug, but it opens up like that tri-blade where it just creates a mass hole and mass damage and causes bleeding. How deep it goes in will obviously depend upon how much powder. If it's a 22, it's going to do a lot less than obviously a 9mm, which is do a lot less than obviously a 45, which do a lot less than obviously in a 50 cal. I don't know if they have a 50 cal hollow point.
They probably have.
I don't see a reason why they would, because if you're using a 50 cal, you're there to destroy. You're not.
Yeah, just in case, right?
You're not to stop at the first thing you hit. You're there to go through everything. It's like they had a.
Maybe you just really want to blow someone up.
Yes, but a hollow point is meant to stop at its end. If you're using 50 cal, you're trying to hit everything on top of it. You're
maybe you just try to hit someone and then take the piece of meat that you hit with it. Well,
you can do that. You can do that with a full metal jacket, technically. It's just not. You're not taking as much because it's closed, so it's designed to pierce. That was my point with the crossbow. Is that if you have something with a heavy enough poundage and the tip is designed to pierce, then in that case, it could
of course
puncture through something with enough poundage.
Everything with enough power and specifically designed to pierce.
Which is why if you combine a crossbow with a musket and basically did what was the musket, but with a crossbow type projectile, you would puncture through armor, in my opinion, because you have something.
Well, a musket has like four times the velocity of a crossbow, though.
That's exactly what modern day guns do, right? They have the piercing.
They have a full metal jacket is pointed because it's supposed to hit a single point of entry and then open it up. That's what I'm saying.
That's way later in the tech tree.
Well, what I'm saying is that they used a ball instead of a point. If they had used a point...
because they couldn't use points.
Well, I mean, technically they could have.
Well, no, not in the early types, because you need a specific design.
Yeah, they were all like handmade and stuff. They weren't...
Well, I get
there
that.
There was some dude doing this constantly.
Basically, muskets were just a tube in which you put some gunpowder and a ball. If
you think about it now, what is a firearm?
The problem is you can't use pointed thingies until you have a good method to make rifling, so you can rotate it so it doesn't just wobble out of.
Well, yes. I mean, you'd have to do everything to some extent, but that's also testing, which they have to do for guns as they progress anyway.
Yeah, sure.
Muskets would also explode like one.
Yeah, that's also a risk.
Well, that's another thing, though. Is like And also, if you put something on the end of it, which same works for the modern firearms now, if you put something in the tube, it can blow up in the tube. And you have a bad day, and probably missing a hand, probably dying in the process. A whole bunch of things. Fun.
Well, it depends on how long the barrel is, I suppose.
Yeah,
Pistols-
it would take a lot to block
Pistols, you
military
probably
people,
don't
I
want
mean.
to try that way.
It also depends if you have a bullpup, because a bullpup, the barrel goes towards your shoulder, because your mag's closer to your bump stock. So when you're shooting, it's starting in the back. It doesn't go as far. So if anything's blocking it, you're still going to have problems. Now, a pinky might not do it, like in the cartoons where they stick their pinky and it blows up the end of it. It's probably not going to happen.
Well,
Like
no, that's perfectly realistic.
should try it.
Yeah. Well, no, but then you also hit your... Yeah, this would be gone,
Like the
right?
finger in the dam that they show, where,
Now, I have seen people take like rocks or something and then they'd stick it on the edge and then it would blow up the edge because the rock is hard enough that it hits it, it shatters it, but there's also, it creates kind of like a rigidness where it's no longer smooth. It becomes like that and the end of it will burst out.
Yeah.
There are instances in which it could blow up and shoot actually the, man, I am just brain farting all things today. What the heck? The slide where you could shoot and the slide would come back and like jab you in the face or something.
Oh, yeah, that thing.
Because it's the way it happens throws everything off. It's not designed to explode in your hand. It's designed to shoot smoothly.
Yeah, no,
So-
that would be weird if it was.
That would be literally a hand cannon. But either way, let's keep going.
The lore goes that because
Ooh, Lord
an
knows.
untrained civilian could kill a knight, they were seen as like, at least if you're going to kill
Only if the knight
with a
didn't bring
longbow, you have
armor.
to spend your whole life learning to fire that longbow.
A knight doesn't mean they're armored. It just means
So,
they're knights.
Matt, what do you think?
Don't know what's happening here. So.
What is he watching? 35 minutes and 20 seconds.
Ooh, let's check.
Fist fight. No.
35. Oh, this is the
35.
Egwene with
Rena,
the Sultan
Rena.
season.
Season.
Defying.
Rena's still alive, so
Is this where she hangs her up on the wall?
Yeah,
Okay.
but we're not quite there yet, I think.
Well-
35, 36. Okay.
35, 40 now, but
Yeah.
saying she's still alive, like I'm like, okay. What's
Perrin again spending a whole lot of time walking around and staring at people. My man Perrin.
They did Perrin so dirty.
The end there, right?
No matter what you
Yeah.
look at it.
Oh, we switched to Matt meeting Perrin now.
Oi.
Yep.
okay. I do.
Watch out! You are bearing a dagger from. Oh shit! Our logo. Do not.
He's swinging around the
Sorry.
dagger stick.
He's
I had-
a
I
little
had
bit free with that dagger.
I really had a problem with this in the scripts. If you couldn't tell.
I loved the hug. The
Yes. Mm-hmm. Aiel or appropriately Aiel.
Yes.
No, they're not. They didn't act or behave like I yield pretty much the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
At least there's two. At least two of them have red hair.
Not something, I suppose.
You can paint a turd red. Doesn't mean you're I yield. Come on.
That's also a good point.
They walked into a town. No second thoughts. No, like, let's do this. Like, let's scale the walls. Let's,
Yeah,
be-
no.
They just
No
walk
reaction either. Just some Aiel walking through the street.
No, nothing happens. It's the weirdest thing. It's like, so how are they going to behave?
To be
Not like-
fair, though, would they recognize Aiel all the way over in Toman Head?
No. No, well, technically, if they had merchants or somebody that had been from like Kyrene and whatever, then maybe.
Yeah, okay, fair.
The locals that are locals that have been locals their entire lives, no, they would not know what an Aiel was, other than maybe the stories of Aiel Sabatas and all their, monstrous forms where they turn into transformers and basically.
Yeah, that's totally.
You doing a good
what
job
happened.
with them?
Massima. I do like Massima in this show.
They made Massima way too muscly. Did you hear it? It's like Massima did a really good job.
Yeah.
They haven't done anything with Massima to hate Rand for being an Aiel.
Complained a little bit about this,
Okay.
but
What's he at? 3645? What's he looking at?
This is Rebecca at Egwene and Rena. Oh, just got
Hanged up on the edge.
no, just a collar.
That's, what?
What?
Oh no, delayed collar transformation.
takes a while.
Dramatic delay.
They agree, dramatic delay. I don't like dramatic in that regard.
I don't know. I
So?
guess that works.
I'm still trying to figure out how they hit their position, but they're the two who live.
Yes.
but-
Platana.
Yep.
She.
Okay, if you are a fan of the show, all you have to do is watch Matt's face and see the confusion on his face and be like,
Wait a minute.
doesn't make the show good, right? Like, if I'm confused all the time and I'm a fan of the show,
Bit sus.
it's us.
Why is it?
Still a great performance from Madeline Madden.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I don't understand.
I didn't really like her performance, but then again, you didn't see Wayne.
Same.
Mix of
The casting in the show is just so fantastic.
That's him sucking up. There's no way that's a.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Suck up. Because there's so many miscasts. If you take away the cultures, the ethnicities, take everything else away, some of them just aren't fitting the roles. Like, they just aren't. Like the guy who plays Perrin might be a decent actor. I just don't see it. He doesn't play Perrin like Perrin.
Well, that's because Perrin wasn't written like Perrin.
Well, that too.
Probably.
At the same time,
I mean, it's hard to say how much of it is the actor not fitting versus how much is just a shitty script, right?
if you're a good actor and your boss says be crappy at your job, a good actor can be crappy at his job and pull it out well. Kind of like Varen and Ishamael.
Yeah, no, okay, fair.
Like,
But that's only the above average
they can
actors,
play a
right?
poor character, but at a higher rate. Then you have people who are like, they're bad. So if Perrin was supposed to be downright horrible at everything, terrible, stupid, just leaves his mouth hanging open all the time, like all the time, then he nailed it. If that was the role that they gave him, but that's.
I mean, it could very well be. I don't know.
Remember, I don't know. Did you guys pay attention to the casting news when they came out originally?
Only during season 1, way in the beginning.
Yeah, but did you?
And then I didn't care anymore after I watched 3 episodes. So.
Did you hear about Perrin's thing?
I didn't. No, Perrin, I don't think. It was mostly about Egwene that I saw.
And Nynaeve and
Nynaeve, yeah, and their
basically
their
they
race swapped.
when they announced Perrin, they were like, he came into cast and he had us all crying. And I'm just like,
Crying?
What did you see?
Because of his bad performance, or what?
Yeah, apparently. But no, they were like, oh, it was so emotional. He was tugging at our heartstrings, and I'm sitting here like, where is this performance?
Maybe that was a different script that was actually good.
It was a different
Some
turning of the
totally
script.
unrelated. Yeah, exactly.
Matt, you should use that in your videos. Welcome to a different turning of the script. The hour where we talk about all the things that didn't happen.
I know, maybe they used Shakespeare stuff or something, and then he may have nailed it. Who knows? But then, of course, the writers here don't know what to do.
I'm like, I can make you cry. I just gotta be a comedian for 5 minutes, and I'll make you cry.
Oh, yeah, no, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, father smelled the elderberries. I fart in your general direction. Don't call my father an alcoholic and my mother a whore. Don't fart in my general direction. Like, it's not difficult to make someone cry.
Yes.
If they're stupid.
Especially if they have to sit through a long episode.
He's apparently been in some of the things. I don't know, but I think he's more used to like theater performances. And theater
could be. Maybe it was a theater thing that.
Like theater
you
performance
blew him
compared
away
to
with.
like movie acting, in my opinion, are very different things.
I don't even know his fucking name.
Honestly, don't care about him.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay, it's Marcus Rutherford, apparently.
Marcus Rutherford, yeah. if he's
Let's see what he's done.
it's like, okay, he's been Broadway, or whatever. Like, okay, but like you can tell the difference between Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart on their Broadway performances and their in TV performances. Like, they're very different things. Like, when you see Ian McKellen playing Gandalf, you don't think, oh, this is a Broadway play. And when you see Patrick Stewart as Professor X, you don't say, oh, it's a Broadway thing. Like, they have different acting methods for the two different things. So they have this younger guy, and they're like, hey, come from this Broadway background, theater background. I believe it's theater Broadway. Come from this background, and then play in television, which you've little to no experience in, from what I understand. Maybe he has a couple small roles, but
And he doesn't even have a Wikipedia page.
have you checked IMDb?
It's only got 4 things on it, and 2 of them being the same.
Any Broadways or non-Broadways?
No.
Okay.
Well, maybe this one. I didn't check what that was.
I vaguely remember somebody mentioning he had a role in theater or something. So I assume that's what it was.
This looks like a film. And this...
I just love Matt's face in this. Not you, Matt, but the other Matt. The Hatch Matt. he's like...
That's his, like, I want
Also
to
looks like a
show for
film.
this, but I can't look.
Well, he's like, I like this, but I don't know why I like this. Look.
But it's drama, so that's very different from fantasy.
Well, even in fantasy, there is drama.
Yeah,
But
but you
great
also
drama.
need some fantasy and some epicness.
I don't know what his drama is comparative to where we're at now. So that's what's confusing to me.
But why isn't she also
Yes.
controlled?
See, now he's saying, like, well, I'm controlling her, but she's controlling me. So how does this work? And he's bringing up that point.
You can just force her to do some channeling and then remove the thing.
I like Brendan Sanderson's face. He's hilarious. He wants to say something so bad.
Oh no, the bird dying.
Brandon's twinging so hard right now.
Alas, poor Rena, we knew her well.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Too well.
Anyway,
Anyway. And now for something completely different.
okay, 35. Yeah. Still the same bit. She's now hanging from a pillar. Oh, and Egwene's free.
Oh, Sildam.
Now leave her. Walk away.
Can you believe these guys are such women haters? They're trying to have
Wow, yeah. How dare they? Can't just
Sanderson
hang a
also
woman
laughed out
from a
loud
pillar
just to
and
stop himself.
let her die.
You can't cheer for that. What'd you say, Matt?
Exactly.
Well, Sanderson looks like he wants to laugh, but he just won't.
No, he's crying on the inside, probably.
Like, like he wants to say something, but he's
Yeah.
like letting them watch the scene, and I'm just like, he's dying on the inside for this part.
Uh-huh.
I don't agree with him on all of his takes, but I will say he's made a better impression than a non-impression. He's only had like 2.
I'm half a minute ahead. Fuck.
We're enjoying the moment.
Okay.
Look at Dusty Asshole's face.
She just fell off the pillow.
Daniel's holding his breath.
Dark.
Now,
I mean, the whole
Rena was even more evil in the series than she was in the television show than she was in the books.
That was my problem. Is that she was so excessive. She wasn't like herself because she wasn't a trainer. She was a torturer.
But I still had a pretty big problem with this. I will have to see how it goes in future seasons. But Egwene freeing herself really undermines a whole bunch of what's going on with all of this, right? Like,
I don't even understand how they had her free herself. Still,
yeah, but she did.
Well, she did. She basically forced Rena to give up that
Uh-huh.
somehow. I didn't realize taking off the bracelet was going to make the thing pop open. It doesn't make any sense, but whatever.
It doesn't. No.
It's just like, okay, so she saved herself. I'm like, so you're robbing Elaine and Nynaeve's rescue attempt?
Yeah. They're just lying over there in the plaza being shot down, right?
Like, Nynaeve's completely useless this season.
Mhm.
Or this particular episode especially, but like...
No, the whole season.
Well, yes, but I'm saying, like, in this particular episode, she's completely useless.
Mhm.
She doesn't do one thing except be a pretend soul dom for like 5 minutes.
Well,
And
she
then
does permanently cripple Elaine.
True. That's an achievement, I suppose.
I guess. Why is the daughter heir hobbling around? Well, sonny, a nice die.
20 years later, Mommy,
And
why are
thus,
you limping?
the tradition
Auntie
of
Nynaeve
sending
stabbed me in the
daughter
leg
heirs
with
to
an
the
arrow.
tower is broken.
Let's just say Auntie Nynaeve wasn't very good at healing when we first met.
And like part of the idea that I feel Gawain needed to learn was there are some situations you can't get yourself out of.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's a
But then you can't be a girl boss.
theme of the entire Wheel of Time.
True, that's heresy.
Right up until the ending in my last book. You need everybody. You can't do it yourself.
Which isn't always true, but it's a very big hero trope that kind of drives me nuts. Kind of like anti-heroes can't be heroes, which is really not the case. But it's like, if you don't do the right thing every single time, it's like, well, whose definition of right thing? Because if you're helping, like, have either of you guys watched The Rising of the Shield Hero?
The what?
Yes. Well, what I read it. Does that count?
The what?
Maybe, I don't know. The Rising of the Shield Hero.
Oh, that's an anime, right? No.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. So in The Rising of the Shield Hero, and maybe Sage, you recognize this, there's an instance where basically the Shield Hero's outcasted. He's considered the useless one, blah, 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 blah. He's accused of rape and all that other stupid stuff. Like, it's very dark. It got really dark really fast. I just watched a really happy one before that, so that was kind of really weird jump. But basically, there's the 3 other heroes. So there's 4 heroes total. The 3 other heroes are going around doing all these heroic deeds, but all their heroic deeds had bad effects to them. Like, they slayed this dragon, and this dragon leaves its corruption going down, which kills all the plants, kill all the people, causes them to get sick, all that kind of stuff. Like, the effect they had was they did the right thing. They stopped the bad guys.
No, the effect came from them not following through properly.
Well, no, they thought their job was done. Let's put it that way. So, like, one of them overthrows, I think it's the archer guy, overthrows an evil dictator. But then everyone had to leave because they didn't have any order. They didn't have any food. Everything was destroyed and damaged. Like, he caused more damage to the resistance that just put up another tyrant in front after them. Like, it was every time they did something they thought was good or the right thing to do as a hero, the outcome actually harmed people. It was actually worse than the original. Like, having a dragon alive was better than it dying and causing all this corruption of the forest.
Or the planting of the fruit that made the big tree and then grew out of control completely.
And started killing people and causing a whole bunch of problems and blah, 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 blah. But what the shield hero had to do was go in and fix all the problems. He's technically the anti-hero. He's not there to be nice. He's there to do his job so he can get back to his world. That's the whole point he's going for. But he ends up having to, like, become a little softer little by little, but he hates these people so much. He hates the other 3 heroes. He hates the kingdom he's in. He hates all of them.
The spear guy especially.
Spear guy especially, because that guy's literally an idiot. But he hates the royal family. They've all taken advantage of him. They've all treated him with disdain. They've accused him of horrendous things, and they've belittled him. He was robbed of his stuff, all that type of stuff. Everyone took advantage of him, and he just hates everyone now. He was a really nice guy at the beginning, and then he quickly goes the south way because he realizes the world isn't all that nice. So what happens is he's the only one who becomes strong enough to fight the big bads in each of the episodes and stuff. And the other guys aren't advancing, even though they're better. They have bigger parties. They have more wealth. They have a whole bunch of stuff. They're not as good, and they can't fight the big bads because they're weaker, because they're not learning anything along the way. The shield hero becomes better and better, and I think the 3rd season just came out or something.
Yeah, 3rd season just happened.
Which I need to watch because I watched the first 2 seasons. I like it. It's really dark though, which I do actually like. But he's more of an anti-hero because he's not doing it because it's the just righteous thing. He's doing it because he wants to get out of there. And anytime he goes in, he still asks for payment for everything. It works out in favor of the people in some shape or form. Like, we don't have any money. Well, I'll take that cart. He needs the cart, so he takes that. They don't need the cart, so it works out for him. And, you know, I don't have money. Well, I'll trade you for this stuff. So they give him a bunch of berries, and these berries turn into something else. And like, it works out for him, but he's an anti-hero. He's not doing it because he's...
Is season 3 about the alternate worlds?
Huh?
Let's see. That goes him.
Are you
looking up Shield Hero?
Oh, he's looking up Shield Hero? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Basically-
checking where season 3 starts.
They just beat the...
They just did the tortoise, probably.
Fight with season 2. So basically, they went to an island. They trained to get extra bonuses because for whatever reason, the world has bonus XP or whatever. It's really
Okay,
weird.
season 3 is caught up to the manga pretty much.
Okay.
They go to free some slaves.
Okay. Well, I haven't gotten that far yet. But basically, I've gotten the part where they finished the island attack where the big octopus thing got shot out of the sky. Then they found the other guys from the other worlds that are fighting them to kill this world, so their world's safe, which doesn't make any sense to me. But
It's just weird magic stuff, right?
Yeah, well, it's like, if your world survives, our world dies. I'm like, who made this system, and how do you not understand that you can possibly stop this? I don't understand. But like, if your world falls, mine's saved. I'm like, aren't you supposed to be back protecting your people? Why are you in my world? Like, what's going on?
No, they're invading to destroy the world so that
Their world survives.
their world survives if the other dies, right? It's a sort of
But how did they come to
competition
that
thing.
conclusion? Either way,
I don't know how it works. Okay,
it's
it's never explained.
But my point is that the anti-hero can be the good guy without doing all the right things, because sometimes doing the right things, like what Galad has to go through, he always does the right thing, but it causes a lot of grievances along the way. So that's the same thing as like people are like, oh, you have to have the hero character. And that's what they're trying to argue with here is like, you got to be the hero. And I'm like, but anti-heroes, in my opinion, are better, more interesting, and they have a little bit more leeway with a bunch of stuff, but they can still do the right thing, albeit from a different perspective and in a little bit of a roundabout way. But like the Punisher is an anti-hero, but he doesn't kill civilians. He only kills the bad guys. He's not going to kill you because you have a bag of weed in your pocket.
Well, no, if he killed civilians, he would just be a villain, right? No,
Yeah.
anti.
But his goal is to kill corruption and bad things. Like, did you guys watch the Punisher TV show with Bernthal? John Bernthal?
I think so. I watched a TV show about the Punisher. If it's the same one, I don't know.
It's the one Marvel, the Disney Marvel one.
Is it the one that sort of combines with the other?
It's the Netflix.
Yeah, it's
one.
from Netflix. It's the
Yeah,
Defenders.
okay. I think I watched that.
Yeah. So basically, he has a thing where he's in New York and he tries to get some gear, and the guy who's like under the counter selling bad things or whatever, he's leaving the guy. He knows the guy is selling illegal stuff. He doesn't care. It's not hurting anybody per se. But then the guy says, "You want to buy some, CP?" We'll say, and he stops and then closes his eyes like you shouldn't have, and then he locks the door, grabs a baseball bat, and kills the guy. Like that. You went from being you're a nobody who's doing illegal activities to now you just involve kids. This is a no-go. Like, how he was going to treat the guy was completely different. But that guy made himself worse and thus moved himself up on the meter of this guy's going to have to die. And that's the same way. It's like he fights mobsters, he fights corrupt officials, he fights, enemy soldiers that are trying to like cause problems or whatever. He fights gangs and all that jazz. But he doesn't care if you have a pound of weed on you, even if it's illegal. He doesn't care because he's only going for actual, true, horrendous crimes. Like, he'll save kids. He'll punish the adults dealing with that kind of thing. That's what he does. But going around and killing people, whether they're good guys or bad guys, or, well, I guess specifically bad guys, isn't typically a good thing. Normally they're like, well, the bad guy has to round them up. Like, Daredevil will beat the snot out of them, but he won't kill them. Punisher's like, I'm just going to eliminate them and save a lot of people's lives, which is the one thing you could argue in terms of like Batman. Like, I always make the argument for Batman, where if Batman killed the Joker or anybody else, he saves thousands of lives, if not more, countless amount of lives, because the criminals that commit those crimes go away. And then if you become such a terror that pops in and out of existence to the criminal's mindset, they're less likely to do business on your turf because they never know when they're the next ones to go.
Mhm.
So if you have that, it's terrifying. Well, the Punisher just shows up and just murders everyone. But if you have the Dark Knight popping in, making people disappear, and they're all dying left and right, they're not getting captured, they're dying. Crime will drop by sheer like terror of this dude showing up and obliterating you. The big powerful terror groups will show up and try to like, you know, stop by having a stockpile of weapons specifically focused or like trying to counter this guy. But you don't know anything about the guy because he literally pops out of nowhere, kills you, and then leaves. Like that would be way more terrifying than a guy running in with a gun just going and shooting everybody down. You make people disappear, that's going to be a problem for them. But by only putting them away, one could argue that the hero is actually evil because he's causing those people to break out and kill more people.
Yeah, but Batman can't do that because he personally believes that if he kills one person, he'll kill everyone, even innocent people.
Which is a bit of a stretch, but that's how they made the character.
That's his own personal psychosis.
I know. I'm saying it's not necessarily inherently correct. Is my point.
But that's the way they write him, so that's what you gotta live
I
with.
know. I'm saying that's the way he is. I get that, but I'm saying by that standard, he is basically an accomplice to all those deaths. Every single one. So if he's worried about killing people, well, too late. He's already killed those people because the bad guys get out and kill those people, and it's his fault that they're still around. That's my point. He could stop them, but he doesn't. So one way it's a catch-22. He's screwed if he does, screwed if he doesn't, by his own psychosis.
Well, that's part of the problem with Gotham City.
Well, that's the problem. Basically, every city. But my point is that that's why the Punisher going somewhere. He doesn't have the blood of children on his hands when a murderer goes out. He kills the guy before they get to the kids, or if they get to the kids, he kills them so they never get to another kid.
There's almost no crime in Metropolis.
Yeah, how accurate that is, but
in many Superman comics, the police have said, "Well, there's nothing much to do unless like a supervillain attacks, and Superman takes care of that too."
Yes, but you also have the Flash, Superman, Green Lantern, a whole bunch of people all in this place.
And any city where there's like a high-powered super speed hero like Superman or the Flash have virtually no crime other than supervillains.
Yeah, but my point is that also that's how they wrote it. It's not necessarily true to it. Because whatever you like, if Lex Luthor gets put away, but Lex Luthor goes out and puts a poison gas on everybody, and everybody dies, is Superman?
Everybody's dead. Yeah.
But my point is that is Superman culpable?
People die when they're killed.
Well, he brought him to justice, and it's not his fault that they didn't execute him.
Bring him to justice. They got back out, and they killed a whole bunch of people. He delayed the inevitable. That's a delay. That's not justice. Justice requires proper punishment. If somebody goes out and murders a bunch of people, you don't say, slap on the wrist, or let's give him a chance to get out. No, you say, well, this guy's murdered a lot of people. He gets the death penalty. Boom. He's out of the picture. That's the justice thing to do, because you stop the bad guy from doing more harm. But if you let him out and he continues to do bad stuff, guess what? You're responsible for all those deaths. Because you could have stopped it, but you did not. Didn't. There we go. That's my point. It's like anti-hero versus hero. I find anti-heroes more interesting because they have more things they have to deal with in terms of the psychosis or whatever. Or
they're just less constrained by.
Well, it's not that because
morality.
the Punisher in, I think it was Warzone, kills an undercover cop, not knowing he's an undercover cop. Now, in my argument, I would say that he would never do that because he's way too smart and he pre-plans everything to an insane level of detail. So he would know that guy's an undercover cop and wouldn't kill him. And in Warzone 2, they made it so he didn't know. So he felt horrible. And he basically turns himself in because he didn't want to kill a cop. That was never his intention. The guy had a family. He was a good guy. That was never his intention. But then once he found out, like, this guy's going after this family of this cop, he breaks out of the cop control and is like, I'm going to go kill this guy. And then he goes and kills the guy. Well, through a long arc, he kills the guy. But the point stands is that even anti-heroes can be like, oh, shoot, I messed up. They're not just, they want to kill everybody. They just want, like, no, they have their own reasons for why they do what they do. They're just not bound by restrictions that would, like, if I'm going out and I'm a vigilante for whatever reason, I'm not going to be like, if I just put these guys in the cops' hands, everything will be all right. And then, like, tomorrow you see the guy walking on the streets again doing more bad things. You're like, justice wasn't.
Well, to be fair, you might do that if you had a
police system or justice system that actually worked. Maybe.
Getting a justice system to work, no country has that.
Yeah. No. Okay. Fair.
So the court system is only.
I suppose that's why you would be a vigilante in the first place, right?
Typically, because like in Batman's case, if the justice system did work and they weren't able to break out for a variety of reasons or whatever, then yes, the justice system would work, and that would be the proper thing to do.
Mhm.
But for example, for America, in order for the judicial system to function, it has to adhere to the law and it has to obey the law, not the judge's temperament for the day.
Yes.
And that's the problem, is that it's whatever the judges want, not what the law states. And it's a convoluted mess, but unless it follows the adherence to the law, it doesn't matter. It's lawless. So that's where like an anti-hero becomes more interesting. But as you've probably read the Rising of the Shield Hero, you know what I'm talking about when I say the anti-hero
Yeah.
basically has to clean up after the good guys. So the Punisher has to clean up after the good guys in the Marvel universe. That's his thing. And Black Widow, technically, just like the Punisher, she's not afraid of killing people and stuff. But they sugar-coated her in the Avengers and stuff and made her seem like, oh, she's just beating everybody up. She's basically a female Daredevil, is what they treated her like. And I'm like, that's not who she is. She's a cold-blooded assassin killing machine, which just obliterates people. That's her thing. That's who she is. But they're like, yeah, we're gonna make her really nice and adorable. It's like, maybe she's adorable. She's definitely hot in the comics, at least. But like, that's not who they had to tone her down to be family-friendly Avengers or whatever. And the Hulk's the same way. When he smashes somebody, don't you think there's a splatter of gore? Like, let's be honest here.
I mean, sure.
Unless he's fighting a supervillain, like superhuman.
I mean, they're definitely dead.
The Hulk has never killed anyone.
That's impossible. I don't believe that.
They've established that as a canon fact. The Bruce Banner Green Hulk has never killed anyone.
Then he must have some insane restraints.
In Planet Hulk, they did something where the Hulk uses Bruce Banner's super intellect, so when he punches things, like if there's a person in a building, he punches and blows it up,
He
the person was
calculates exactly
to fly
where
out
he
of the
needs to
building, land
punch
on
to
another
not
building
make it
safely.
fatal. Yes.
Well, that's the same thing for Flash and Superman, though. Like, they both have the power to punch at supersonic speeds that will destroy planets and whatever. Like, they have crazy power, but they have to hold it back, which makes sense. But at the same time, if you're punching somebody at super high speeds and they're a normal human, they did.
They did, yeah.
They did. Like, you'd have to barely be punching them. But if you're punching them and they're going flying backwards, they're dead.
The
impact will kill them if your punch doesn't. Like, that's just the case. So they are it's soft violence where they tone down the violence.
Well, maybe if it was an anime, it might be fine.
In anime, it'd be worse, dude. There'd be blood and guts everywhere.
No, but they can survive such punches most of the time, right? They get smashed into fucking walls all the time.
Good sir, you know that.
No, side characters as well.
Hair.
Maybe not. Okay, fair enough, but colored hair is not that high a bar.
I know, right? Anyway, my point being is that anti-heroes, in my opinion, are more interesting than heroes because heroes can cause a lot of damage the way they do things.
Yeah.
Jim said that was one of the themes of the Wheel of Time in interviews, and Egwene frees herself and then kills her tormentor. I can see the brutal, kind of more grimdark version being she has to do the killing.
But then she's not alive.
Plus, there's an argument of leaving someone as so dumb
really
is crueler than killing them anyway. So, but I really don't like that she just got herself out. It's setting up that the heroes don't need each other. They don't need anybody.
They're all self-sufficient.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to pull the Nynaeve piece in there.
Yeah.
Because now what is Nynaeve doing?
Yes.
And
exactly.
also, how did Rand just find her?
How did Rand find her? What is
Rand was
Nynaeve?
tracking her because Rand saw where they went.
He did see,
Yeah.
but
That was
would,
But he's in a town he's never been in before. How does it find them? Just like
Hour of plot.
Yeah, plot armor, plot contrivance, whatever.
this tower be the most guarded thing? I guess he's been murdering people with the one power, so we're fine with this. We can accept Rand showing up, right? We can totally. He knew where the fireballs were coming from, and he's been able to.
Oh, it was Egwene next to him. Sorry,
yeah,
I'm remembering they had a little trailer and they showed that scene.
That's how a Forsaken should be able to handle that.
Yep. Good job.
Yep.
I love him.
The beard too is such a good beard.
Yep.
The beard.
That is one of the nice things about Shamael. He had a
Good
nice
channeling.
beard.
I'm liking a lot of this.
I don't even know if he's supposed to have a beard in the books, though. I don't remember.
But it's the character, right? Like,
Good question.
it goes back to kind of my
I guess
complaint
it's not
about
an important detail,
Perrin,
so to speak, but
killing his wife.
two
Like,
different bodies give you two
well,
different ideas.
what are you going to do with the character arc of Perrin then?
How are they channeling over that distance?
Yeah.
Are they all super strong? He did say it was their strongest. Okay.
But how are they channeling without seeing the
Should
target?
be line of sight interrupt that.
Yes.
Nice. Good one, Sanderson.
Yeah, and even Greene's freaking agreeing with him. What the heck? He's gonna get roasted for this.
I do like Elin
Do you?
taking that whole long perspective, right? Just like
Yeah. Mhm.
Shamael being like, we can do it next time. That's something I
Who's
always read
Aelin?
into him that I know.
Who's Aelin?
That's Ishamel.
Oh,
His real
Might
name
be
is Elin
controversial for
Morai
my
or something.
But it is, I feel he's fatalist. I
they
feel
never
he's
used
just
that
like,
name in this age.
Yeah.
That I know of. Maybe once is like a reference or something.
More being knocked
Probably
unconscious.
once.
yep,
The head trauma comment.
head trauma comment. I actually wrote that in my
Really?
responses to them. Yes.
I put it in my reviews. I'm like, they need an MRI.
Yep.
So bad.
And you're feeling the Horn Valier with the tainted dagger of Shadar Logoth.
It's literally tainting it.
Yes.
That is tainting the horn.
Yep. Mhm.
Well, actually, it's just the box.
Which the dagger is supposed to be inside of.
Yeah.
And look it up.
But he takes it out just in time before it could spread
Bane
to
doesn't
the
just
horn.
take the dagger and leave for reasons unknown.
And I don't know that I get enough of a sense that they all think this is the last battle.
They're not supposed to
Right.
think that.
I'm glad.
No, Rand's perspective was that he killed the Dark One. Thus, the last battle has been played out. That was-
Well, yeah, okay, but Matt, upon sounding the horn, doesn't think, "Oh, this is the last battle, so we must sound it." He specifically says, "Oh, it doesn't say anywhere that the horn can't be sounded before the last battle, right?"
he wouldn't know technically, but yeah.
And then he just blows the horn because why not?
Okay.
Excellent.
Actually, one of my buddies sent me a picture of it, and the picture of it is the horn, but with a duck head on it, so it looks like a giant ducky.
Oh, nice.
I'll see if I can find
It
one,
does
but-
look absolutely ridiculous. That's true.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
But I want Perrin to be just physically overpowered.
Yeah, Perrin needs to be cool. Nice moment there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like this
Mm-hmm.
connection between those two.
I posted in Discord.
It sets up a
Yeah.
no spoilers, sorry.
Yep. Well, we might be
We can-
past that.
Yeah, nice.
You see it, Matt?
hmm
Not you, Sage. Matt.
Oh, this man, there was a knock at my door.
I'm talking about you, Matt, the unbearable one.
Yeah, something's at the door. So,
Knock, knock, Matt. It's
Is it the
Ducky.
same one that tried to invade through the window?
I'm pretty sure it's her. I'm hoping she goes away.
No, I was asking if you saw the picture I posted in Discord.
Oh, the ducky? Yeah.
It's so funny.
To me,
What?
I gotta see what she wants. She's not gonna stop. Sorry, guys.
It's fine. It's good.
14 a lot. Have a day.
I'm sure people
Okay,
in
now
chat.
we are at Nynaeve being useless at healing.
Like usual.
That's the dragon before.
I said I was going to try. I said try.
Are we just sitting here in a battle right now?
Yeah.
Nynaeve has a block, man. You remember
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah, but
I know,
she's
I know,
supposed to
it's
be angry now.
Pull her into an alley.
Yeah, right.
Well, and also they shot Elaine, who doesn't look like the bad guy, where Nynaeve looks like the bad guy. So why'd they shoot the civilian?
No, they missed. Maybe. I don't know.
okay, first off, I don't think the White Cloaks even use archery. Second off,
No, they do. They definitely do. That's how they take out Aes Sedai. They shoot from a distance with bows.
Trained in assassination or whatever. They actually, that's when they use crossbows. Haha, there you go. I remember that from book 2.
Yeah, no, but the White Cloaks specifically use bows to take out Aes Sedai. Because they can't block what they don't know is coming.
Yeah, but I'm saying they don't use them in battle. That's what I'm saying.
No, but probably. I don't know. We don't see too many.
90% of the time, I'm pretty sure they use cavalry.
Yeah, sure.
They don't. Cavalry.
But they have a whole army, right?
Mongolians shooting from like Parthian towns.
No, sure.
So,
but they surely would have archery regiments probably in there somewhere.
I don't think so. I've not once in the book do I remember them having a regiment of archers.
Well, okay, fair.
They have lances, they have swords, and they might have shields. That's about all I remember from them.
Well, they probably all have shields.
Well, I mean, if you're building a great sword or something, you probably won't. And if you're,
Yeah, but if they have horses with lances, they would always have a shield. And if they have swords that are just regular arming swords, they would also have a shield. If they use great swords, sure, that's possible.
I'm just saying I don't remember them mentioned. Is what I'm saying. Like it makes sense for them to use them. I just don't remember them mentioning that they use shields. It's always I hear him. The White Cloak drew his sword. The White Cloak couched his lance. Like all those things.
Mm-hmm.
Like
no, it could be.
Actually, there she is again. Got me back. Sorry, guys.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm just saying I don't remember anything in particular that.
But we do know they use archers to take out Aes Sedai at least, so maybe they also used them in battle.
That was always an assassination attempt. That was never military. Right?
Yeah.
So Matt, since you're back, what do you think about White Cloaks using archery and crossbows in the military units as opposed to their typical use of assassination attempts on Aes Sedai?
Well, looking at this particular scene, I'm like, so he shoots her in the leg, then ignores the Soldam standing, or what he,
the Soldam, not the civilian.
Yeah.
To be fair, this
don't we actually see him shoot her and then turn
guy,
away?
You can see her sit there uselessly on the floor for quite a while. So maybe you thought, that one's not doing anything anyway. Might as well hit some other targets.
Well, the thing is like I think he shoots Sita, right?
Don't know who that is.
Sita's the Soldam that they captured. Because Rena and Sita were the two
Soldam. Sure, but that's the dangerous one. And then maybe he just thought,
well, I know, but like, I think that the White Cloaks had enough reconnaissance to know that if you kill the Soldam, you get the Damane as well. Like, if you just shoot, if any of the archers shoots the Soldam and the Damane goes down with them, it's like, oh, I can get a 2-for-1 combo.
Maybe they didn't. Who knows? They might have just not known.
It just seemed the scene itself seemed really contrived. How that one guy shot at one person.
Not the scene, the series. The series was contrived.
Yeah.
Well,
I would say the show. When I say series, I usually refer to the books.
Well, I meant the series of the show.
Well, the whole show is contrived, of course.
Yes,
but this particular scene, like it was like the writer was like, wait a
maybe
minute.
he got taken out by another random soldier. Right?
No, it was like the writer was like, wait a minute, we just had
he shot
the
and
Nynaeve and Elaine were going to free Greene. So what do we do now? I'll just shoot her an arrow and that'll solve it. That seems like what they did to me.
That's the thing is that if Egwene got saved by Elaine and Nynaeve, wouldn't that show girl bossness? Like collective girl bossness? But
I think they forgot they were trying to have
Elaine and
Nynaeve save Egwene. I think they actually forgot it when they did that.
Probably. They're not capable of doing that. But we were trying to look up.
It's not about overcoming stuff together. You must necessarily do it on your own to be qualified as a co-boss, I guess.
Yeah. We were well, it's because it's a weakness if you have to rely on others.
Exactly.
We were talking about like trying to see if the assassins that the White Cloaks and like the one that shoots at the Amberlin / Rand.
Maybe this was a White Cloak assassin.
It just happened to be there in full white cloak gear.
Yeah. Why not?
by himself. No other archers, no other crossbowmen. But I'm trying to remember in book 2 at the beginning when Swan and Rand get shot at and it kills that one guy, and they're like, "Find the assassin," and they're like, "Was it for you or was it for me?" And I was thinking like, well, if it was a White Cloak, it was for her. If it was Dark Friend, it'd probably be for.
Yeah, it wasn't White Cloak. It was Dark Friend, because
Okay.
the White Cloaks have basically no presence in the.
Well, I just remember that they found the dead.
And
archer.
yeah, it's
Kill their own archers.
it was a Shinaran Dark Friend
Yeah.
specifically.
Yeah.
But indeed, who was the real target? We never know.
It was Rand. If it was the Dark Friend. I mean, if they got a 2-for-1. I don't think they would complain.
Oh,
I like that. Him enjoying it.
Yeah.
44-53. He's enjoying what?
Well, I mean, Perrin is now being choked by
Falta
Falta.
and Perrin.
Yeah.
Okay, I
He's
like
enjoying
this.
it. That makes sense.
No, that was a bit before, probably. I think.
I don't remember this. Do questioners go into combat?
No.
They don't.
And I also don't remember this because it wasn't in the book.
Oh no! No, don't tell me.
Don't you dare kill her.
You already know that Hopper dies. Like, I don't like saying it, but I mean, at least I know.
And the only good moment in the whole series is Hopper sacrificing himself for Pippin.
For Pippin?
For Pippin,
Yeah.
Perrin, Pippin, Peppy,
Basically the same, right?
Peter, Paul, Peringo,
Peter.
Pablo.
Yeah, that all sounds exactly the same to me as well.
Pablo Ibarro.
Oh!
They're like, don't do it. I'm like, you know what's gonna happen.
I would pay money for someone who's really good at editing to like have John Wick walk in next and just shoot
He
everyone.
has yellow eyes at least.
Well, why would you shoot them? That'd be no point.
Oh my gosh.
Or I mean, in the,
We're going Super Saiyan.
in the show, it'd be hilarious.
Oh my gosh.
We're going Super Saiyan.
Say, you killed Perrin's dog. You know.
It'd be hilarious.
Nice of Alda to just leave him.
Yeah. Also, they really need to build that relationship between him and Hopper more.
I tried.
I love that term. I tried. I'll give it to him. I think he actually did try. I do think he tried. I know he obviously wasn't successful, but I think he actually tried.
I mean, I don't disagree with this whole sequence right here, right?
No, this is
Like you got to
is a great-
accelerate and you got to have
this
this
is good.
moment.
Oh!
What happened at 4620? Is that when he kills Jeffrem?
Yeah. This is him smashing the axe in Jeffrem's torso.
Yep.
Okay, I'm for that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
That
You gotta
is
make sure Joffrem's baby was dead.
Yeah.
Huh? Jeffrem's baby.
He hit Joffrem in the same place he hit his wife.
Oh. Wow. Perrin, the womb killer, the womb slayer. But no, I don't like that they used Jeffrem to do it. I had this already with Sage. It was like I don't like that they
Specifically because it complicates the situation with Dane.
Yeah, it makes it even worse because the whole point with Perrin was that I didn't kill your father. That was his whole thing. Well, no, you actually did. And they're like, well, this is an acceleration. Anyone could have killed Jeffrem as long as
You know, Perrin didn't kill his wife either in the book.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
That is also true. But in that case, who's going to avenge her? Nobody.
Oh, by the way, 4625 is Matt standing in front of a army of
On the wall.
Xianxin with the horn.
good. Like,
Okay, that's a Matt thing right there.
yeah.
Charge.
But we didn't have enough time with Perrin or Hopper or Perrin's to earn the moment. But well, there we go.
40 is the horn. Yeah.
I don't really see what people were getting so upset about. Like, Sanderson hasn't said anything like super crazy controversial. Like,
Well, to them it is. It doesn't. I don't know if the So I don't know when
Anything
they
that steps out of line is heresy.
Sanderson's going and saying, "Oh, there's too many lesbians in the show," or "Man, I can't believe they have so many women."
No, he wouldn't say that.
He's not saying anything crazy. He's just saying this could have been written better. And I was just like,
Critique means you're
Yeah,
a book
the show
clerk, right?
fans, this is a perfect show.
My family specifically, my mom always is like, "Don't be so critical," and like I'm like, "Mom, that's not what it means." Like, it just means you're criticizing how something is or isn't, and that's it. It's not good or bad. It's like a consequence. It can be good or bad.
Who's going to come out of it? We haven't said the name Brigitte as far as I know.
I don't know if Brigitte's even in there.
No, we just say the name once in season 1.
I don't remember.
Brigitte, the doll that the little girl has,
Oh, yeah.
was named Brigitte. Right?
I do like the fact that we haven't mentioned Arthur Hawkwing or any of the legendary people. Yeah, exactly.
Trailer shot right here.
They try to make
Just
you
being
think,
because
"Oh, that's
of the
Arthur Hawkwing," the guy standing in full armor next to him, but you don't know.
This works. I
This
like
works.
this. This is great.
No, it doesn't.
Bring them
The
all
slow
together
motion.
in a
I
nice.
think the slow motion and panning to each of the characters, that is what
This
he
is one
means.
of the things I hate about the current modern cinematography thing. They line up all the heroes like a freaking goose formation, and they're like, "Oh, or it's a flying formation or whatever." And I'm suddenly like, they should just be like jumbled in a group in the back, like mixed and matched, so you can see a couple heads and like see past everybody and blah blah blah. Like they shouldn't be lined up in perfect formation in a V formation. Like they're not supposed to be like this. They're supposed to be like bunched up.
No, they're preparing for the charge, right, against the...
But you don't have to be
Random.
lined up like that to do that. That's my
No,
point.
but if you do a V shape, it's a wedge formation.
Only if you're cavalry.
Yes, but maybe they are equivalent. I don't know.
Maybe heroes with the horns are actually centaurs.
Yes, no, that could
Oh,
work.
Gwen's going to free Brand?
We just can't see behind them to see the rest of the horse.
Mhm.
Actually,
I mean, they're all blurry, right? So it's perfectly reasonable that it could be.
I remember seeing this D&D meme comic where basically it says, "I'm a like the character is playing a centaur, and they count as a medium-sized monster character.
Yeah.
Thing, like they take up medium space, but a horse is large. So according to the actual look of the book, a centaur can have their own horse to ride." And it's just
Yeah. No, that's great.
like,
And depending on some situations, you could also have a centaur riding another centaur.
well, they do have those situations. It's usually when they're making more centaurs.
No. Riding as in actually as you would normally if you weren't a centaur, I guess.
Dual-wield archers.
Maybe.
Oh,
And that could actually work, I guess.
Can't fight it for a second. Free Rand.
Yeah.
Donald tooted.
Donald tooted.
I wish the hunt and the horn had meant more.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Yes.
The horn didn't have any meaning the entire time.
They really needed like double the number of episodes.
Yes.
Yeah, we just need more time.
Then they could
That's literally what the quote unquote book folks have said the entire time is we need more episodes. So
Mhm.
stuff.
So they can fill us 75% of more stuff that's not in the book.
Yeah, but that's the other thing. So if you have more episodes, but you keep filling them up with useless crap and don't stick to the actual story, it doesn't matter how many episodes you give it.
Imagine how long the Carhane stuff would have been if they had twice as many episodes.
Oh, fuck.
Imagine how concise it would be if they followed the story of the actual books. Like, you'd get into Kyrian, you'd do all your things, we'd have our humorous situations, we'd have our sad situations, we'd have everything, we feel all the emotions, and then we'd get out of Kyrian and go somewhere else and do more stuff. Like, it would make sense. We just don't get that.
spend entire episodes with Moiraine and her family.
Who's going to come out of this?
No one we know.
They're going to see Uno and be cheering, I bet.
If you haven't read the books, what are you thinking right now?
What the fuck is going on?
Is that Uno?
It is Uno.
It is Uno.
Okay.
I did write in a whole bunch of my my replies to him, #save Uno. I think he may have done this just for me. Because when I read the last episode and it was there, I'm like, all right, fine. You can kill Uno.
Oh, by the way, Matt says, I am one of you. I have fought with your sides times beyond number. to the heroes for some reason.
That was Arthur Hawkwing who said
Is that Arthur Hawkwing?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got
Arthur
some.
Hawking says that to Rand specifically, but not the other way around.
Even mentioned at all in the entire series so far?
No, well, maybe once during
Did they mention,
some
like, when
discussion of the three oaths, perhaps.
Or something?
I think
his name has come up.
maybe in season 1 somewhere.
Yeah. I don't remember it.
But if he is brought up, it is specifically
Armor.
when it comes to the three oaths.
Maybe. But I heard people argue that that's not why the 3 O's are there. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, that it's not.
As people pointed out, Matt has never actually met Uno.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Matt hasn't what?
Matt has never actually met Uno.
In this show,
Yeah.
Yet they smile at each other.
No, but they all smile.
From nowhere. Nice to see you again.
I know you from another turning of the wheel.
Another turning of the script, actually.
Matt just got his book memories back.
Nice.
When he blew the horn, the memories that he didn't have into his head.
When was
Matt
he
now has
missing
future
memories?
knowledge. He's gonna just jump in front of every plot line now.
Even the Glad-Gawain fight would have helped
heroes-
set.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Maybe it took too long.
Well, no. I mean, you shouldn't have that problem. Why isn't it loading?
Maybe your internet died.
Even the Glad-Gawain.
Well, if my internet died, we wouldn't be talking right now.
Well, maybe only partially. Who knows?
Hold on. Let me refresh. We're
There's
at
probably like 1 million people watching it right now.
Probably not.
only 42,000 streams. No.
They never explain why Uno comes back with a shield ever.
Into the air, also. Like I want.
Shield. He has two
Yeah.
thingies. I think I read somewhere that he's supposed to be Guidal Kane.
Yeah, he's Guidal Kane.
What? Because he's short.
Uno was Guidal.
No, he's it's weird because it makes no
Rafe
sense.
has said, "Don't you reckon the book fans will recognize the two swords?"
Uno
He's
has
not-
two swords in this. What is it?
Oh, here we go. Are we up? Have you read back yet?
And also, by extension, that means Rafe is saying the actor that plays Uno is ugly.
You can't call people ugly nowadays.
Exactly. Which is maybe a bit problematic in casting.
There had
Guidal
to be
Kane.
someone on the set who was like, if you push the arrow through her leg, it's going to do more damage. Should we make my character break it off? Or something? No,
I
just-
think
just
you
go-
severely overestimate the
Well, you're-
intelligence of anyone involved in this project.
Yeah, I don't. It's a lot more complicated than people give it credit for.
Yes.
Yeah, we just need more time.
Then they could spend entire episodes with Moiraine and her family.
Who's going to come out of this?
Oh, damn, we went 2 minutes.
If you haven't read the books, what are you thinking right now? Is that Uno?
It is Uno.
It is Uno.
Okay.
I did write in a whole bunch of my my replies to him #save Uno. I think he may have done this just for me, because when I read the last,
Doesn't that mean he killed him just so he could bring him back for you? Like, why did he kill him at all?
Because reasons.
Thank you for clarifying everything.
Yes. No, I
There.
can't think of any good
all
reasons.
right,
So
fine, you can kill Uno.
it makes no sense. None whatsoever.
Is that Arthur Hawkwing?
Yeah,
Okay.
He's got some hawk wings on him.
Yeah.
Mhm. I don't know about that. I don't know.
Oh.
Even the Glad Gawain
The
fight would have
heroes-
helped set that up
The heroes better go like
hard.
but like into the air also. Like I want to see.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's not happening.
Nice, yeah.
That was good. That was
Why would
They're
they
just
go,
a bit blurry.
why would the heroes of the Horn be flying in the sky? It's not Ghost Rider.
No, it's because I think he's talking about the part where Birgit is on a horse, riding on top of the water, and then just nukes a Xiantian ship, right?
Oh.
So it implies that they can do things that you normally wouldn't be able to. So maybe flying would be cool, I guess.
Riding on water is like just making the water solid for you to go on to. It's not you going like
No, but they also, I think they start in the sky.
I don't remember them starting in the sky.
Matt blows the horn, and then they sort of get transported to Skyland or whatever.
No, what happens is they blow the horn and it fogs around them. And in that fog is the heroes of the Horn. Yeah, whip out that book, man. Whip out that book.
Yeah. We're going to check.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Actually, which chapter is that supposed to be?
That'd be the very end.
The grave is no bar to Michael. Okay.
Yeah, that should be that one.
It's a chapter of the book that Rafe didn't read.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he read it, like the first word or the last word, and then he called it good.
He's like, I could do so much better.
Just throw in a couple gay characters, lots of gay characters, add a couple extra gay characters. Oh, let's write a whole bunch of stuff that didn't happen. Yeah, that's so much better.
Okay, so it says Rand could not see the trees around them any longer. Matt had lowered the horn, eyes wide with awe, but the sound of it still rang in Rand's ears. The fog hid everything in rolling waves as white as finest bleached wool. Yet Rand could see. He could see, but it was mad. Form floated somewhere beneath him, its landward border black with the Xiantian ranks, lightning ripping its streets, blah blah blah. Form hung over his head. Their white cloaks charged and died as the earth opened in fire beneath their horses' hooves. And then blah blah blah, a lot of stuff, and then a Rogosh eagle eye first comes out for some reason. And they, well, this to me implies they're flying above Form, right?
Actually, that's not what it implies to me. It could imply to me that, like, because
Rand looks down and sees Form floating beneath him.
I know, but I'm saying that could be almost like seeing an image. Like, if you're standing in the fog's basically teleporting an image from an above viewpoint. So it's like a sky cam, essentially, like a drone. So
Yeah, okay, could be.
he's standing on a big screen, and the fog is projecting an overall fight from above. Because they were standing on the ground, why would the horn teleport them? Does the horn teleport over when he blows it? No.
Over? I don't
In the
know.
last battle, it doesn't teleport him.
Probably
Hand
not.
reaches in to pull him out. Like, it doesn't teleport him anywhere.
True. But that was also Sanderson who wrote that, right? It's not the same.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be writing at the same consistency. He allegedly read the book, so I mean,
good. Oh,
I wish we were seeing the night dagger do what it does.
Yeah, I wish it weren't the dagger.
Fair, yeah.
Mm.
I wish this fourth Apple series could go.
Let's see.
All of the attacks that Matt does should be like cutting through people
Oh,
like lightsabers.
parents now smashing into.
Well, it's a
Dr.
lightsaber, so it should be
body.
like, you know.
Yeah. How to add lightsabers to fantasy, right there, 101.
Just stick a dagger on
I
a
didn't
stick.
give it a glowing blade.
Perrin's just mutilating an old man.
Yep.
Haha, very funny.
Well, he did kill Hopper. I mean,
Oh no, I agree with it. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong.
Matt's face right there.
Oh,
Oh.
Yeah, the only person who could hold Perrin back is an Ogier.
yeah.
Well, not this lame Karen.
Yeah. This is the pacifist parent, remember?
this parent stuff is good.
Is it?
Apparently. If you have low expectations, then sure.
I swear I have to ask Rafe. I swear he did this just for me.
What?
Bringing Uno
Well,
back
I
as
was
a hero
annoyed
of the Horn.
by Uno dying because I kept him purposefully alive even through a lot of writing, and well,
He purposely kept him alive. That means no note was going to stop him.
Yeah.
now he can maybe have cancer. So
Oh, you do.
Yeah, you do
Wow,
see the
you do
dagger
see
a little
that
bit there.
little bit there.
But I always picture the dagger as just vile when you see what it does to someone.
yeah,
Oh, now we see Nynaeve being a terrible arrow remover, let's say.
Daniel's reaction was great.
Like,
He's like, "Ah."
Yeah,
Give them more.
this didn't go anywhere, right?
mm-hmm. Again, there's
another
just,
seat in medical school.
I think Daniel's never watched like Braveheart.
I
or
feel
any-
like
Yeah,
Nynaeve
probably. It wasn't even
have a lot to do.
visible.
It was like you heard for like pain, and that was about it.
Yeah, you saw literally nothing.
They didn't even do it right because they didn't like clean the shaft off before.
Yeah, and they also didn't break off the feathers on the other side.
Yeah, they just shoved the whole thing.
And that's what Wisdom in the Two Rivers do when someone gets out with an arrow.
Maybe that's why that's why Daniel was cringing is because like
That could be. Yeah. No,
That's
that's
why they all hated the Wisdom.
I was like, oh, I'm never moving to where you live, Nynaeve. Oh, that's terrible.
after the really cool White Tower scenes
Yes.
earlier on,
I thought-
which were fantastic.
Yeah,
Don't understand why they didn't
nothing happened.
in the books. I don't-
Nynaeve's accepted test.
Did he just go book on us? I don't understand why they didn't take the scene from the book. Oh,
Also,
Matt-
let's see what they say about the accepted test, because that was shit.
What was?
The accepted test shown in the show.
I mean, it was a lot more accurate than most things in the series.
What?
In some
No.
ways. In some ways.
Well, it had Nynaeve in it, so yeah. You know.
Okay, fair enough.
He went through some arches. Yeah, there you go.
But yeah,
Yes.
if Nynaeve let Egwene go here,
I don't understand.
then Nynaeve has something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's okay if I like that they're foreshadowing the block, but
What do you mean
No.
foreshadowing?
We already know it.
Have we- What have you been doing?
I mean, to be fair, he didn't watch the other episodes.
Oh, yeah, no, but he knows about the tower.
But he read all the scripts.
He read the scripts, but maybe he glanced over that because it was a very short, quick one. I didn't play any major role other than her showing that I don't do anything just because you say so. I'm going to drink dirty water because I'm stupid.
this is
Oh,
Not
Rand versus Shamel, or not?
simultaneous.
I understand, but it's not communicated very well.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, how dare you not like the show? Hashtag believe everything that showrunners write.
oh hey,
No, it's spear mats. Wow.
Don't give away your friend.
I want to see when
He just stabbed Rand with his spear from a distance. And
Oh!
precision.
that's a very Forsaken play.
Hmm.
Is it?
I was not anticipating the blade, the cut to Rand.
Why would he throw it? Just run up and stab him? Like, just swing at him.
Because he's stupid. and because the plot needed it to happen.
Yes. My point is that he's like, I'm gonna fling this thing. By the time he takes it and flips it up, he could have been right up there and just gone, "Wata!"
Also, why throw it in such a way that if he dodges, it hits Rand? Very silly mistake.
Yeah. Because Matt's known for those.
Inverse order.
So why is Rand not running away again? I don't remember.
Also remember that Nynaeve is still not angry enough to heal him.
True. So he's dead?
The question of how did he know that the bearer of the Ashandrai was going to appear and throw a spear through him?
He's real smart.
I mean, he
He
is.
saw the vision, right?
That's not how smart works. Smart does not mean omniscient. It's not how that works.
Well, no, it is for
He read the script. That's how he knew.
It's another turning of the script. Oh gosh.
Vision.
Smart
from
people in shows are often done by just knowing everything.
He just mentioned the vision from Min, which is totally different. It wasn't even the same. They probably had different directors, which is why it's even funnier.
Yeah,
But,
that's fair.
It's like, I'm going to show this guy getting stabbed. Like, in the back, for one. And then two, or wasn't it in the back? He was like right up next to him and he just shanks him. And I'm like, that's not the same thing as throwing a spear at somebody. Come on.
I assume he had manipulated.
And also, Min's like, you killed him. And I'm like, he just stabbed him. You can survive a stabbing. Like, come on.
Well, no, because it was the super evil dagger that apparently doesn't do much
She doesn't
anymore.
know that it's a special dagger. She just sees a dagger and him stabbing her.
I like how the dagger
No,
lightsabers
but she
through anything
says
that
with
gets
the
stuck in
dagger with the
Rand.
ruby hilt.
Well, I like the fact that the lightsaber doesn't go through him. It's definitely Disney quality right there.
That's what
Yeah,
I mean, though. Like it cuts through anything except hits Rand, and
Maybe it stops with the hilt.
The knife dagger stops with me, says Rand.
Rand's kidney is made of Quellandar.
That could be the case. Yeah.
Wendiar!
Related it, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Probably not though.
Do not tell me Egwene fights a Shamael and beats him.
Oh, well,
That's literally the whole point of this series, you nincompoop.
No, that's not gonna happen.
or is it?
She withstands him.
I would have been okay if he just drew up a shield and got her ass kicked for like she got up, she bought a few seconds. I would have been okay with that,
Yeah, no, that would be fair.
Or if she's like Elaine,
Right,
hit with me, and then Lincoln put up.
I don't know.
I'm saying I like the channeling.
Oh yeah, the
the
channeling's
channeling's
great.
The channeling battle is what I like here.
It's just
Notice they like the channeling battle, they don't like anything else.
And then they could have corrected their damage to Nynaeve's character by having her getting angry that Rand is hurt and healing him
And
to
go
go
sleep
to
with-
show logic,
no, because that's not possible anymore. Because we saw she was not angry when Elaine was. Maybe she doesn't care about Elaine. That's also a possibility.
When Egwene got captured, she wasn't angry when she was being cruel to Sita. They haven't been.
Well,
She hasn't been angry in any shape or form, like most of the series.
Yeah.
They need to have like Lan teleport and get his throat slit, and then she'll go crazy.
yeah.
Warren and Lan not being able to do anything.
Because they're on the beach all the way over in fucking nowhere.
Extendo claws.
No, it's extendo fire.
I mean,
She can't though.
what if the Shanchan?
Why can't she?
Where are we?
We're at Moraine blowing up some ships with fire after a prolonged interpretive dance movement.
But like, he's like, she can't. I'm like, why? She's been healed. Remember?
Maybe he's going to explain now.
I shouldn't say she's healed. She got the block removed, so she can. Why wouldn't she?
I bet he's about to go with the oaths.
Aren't those Shanchan ships? Like, are they that
Anytime
worried?
they need somebody to be, yeah.
Why is Land worried about Shanchan ships?
They yeah. And
And they're attacking the people she's trying to protect. Of course she can do it.
I mean, they just shielded Rand, obviously.
Yeah. But also,
That's immediately obvious from that distance, right?
immediately on the beach, you get all the Shan charging them on the beach for some random reason.
Yeah, and they also come from the
So they're
opposite side of the city.
Not
They're playing pretty loose with.
Well, and
With what?
Wishland
The
had
law?
more than, hey, suddenly
Storm?
there's randos on the beach. Like, yes, he can totally take these guys down, and it's cool, but like,
Why are they there?
Why are they randomly there? Not in the battle in the middle of the city.
They must have read the script too.
okay.
They were having a barbecue down the beach.
Yeah.
once again,
Once again, what? Come on.
Is he just toying with her?
Because Ishamael doesn't know how to break shields with pure raw power, which he easily has. He also doesn't know how to teleport himself behind her. Like, he can just open a gateway, shoot something through it, and it pops her from
You
behind.
can open a gateway right under her feet.
Yep. And she can't see the weaves either, so she wouldn't
And
know.
also, he just lets the others walk by because why not?
And
Yeah. Elaine's now healing Rand.
The non-healer is healing.
Mm-hmm. From the insanely unhealable death dagger.
Here, the
Lightsaber?
Elaine Rand meet up here.
hey, she's hot.
Wow. Isn't Sanderson married?
Yes.
That was a.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. You can still find somebody attractive, even if you don't necessarily want to do anything with them. But, well, what is this?
That was a theory from one of my friends that this was the scene. Okay, nice job, Jen.
I have 1,000 questions about what Ishamael's not doing.
Yes.
The best. It's like,
I mean, he's being overpowered by Egwene, obviously.
It's like, why aren't you destroying them? He's like, best I can do is throw them balls of fire.
Again,
Egwene is just too strong.
So
Fair, but he
Yeah,
can still
he's
do a
why
bajillion
not?
other things. Yeah.
Hayes decided that we can't corrupt Rand this time. He's got to go to a new lifetime. So
did they just show that she healed him?
Yeah.
Or this is
Well,
going to be the like.
this is going to be the wound, I think.
Yeah.
But
Right.
they had Elaine heal him. When
Oh.
What if she had healing?
Well, here you go. So we were talking about the cleansing before.
Mm-hmm.
Now they have to do this in reverse because she's stabbed.
and
by-
notice Ishmael stops blasting after the shield goes down.
Yeah. He doesn't do anything other than it. Like, that's a physical shield. He could just do stuff. He
Yeah.
goes around it.
We all know that. I'm just saying the
Yeah.
stupidity of the shield goes away. Ishmael stops blasting.
And also, a bit earlier, right?
Anyways, I
Nynaeve,
stopped blasting.
Nynaeve and Elaine pop up on the tower from the stairs, right? And so Egwene is shielding them. Let's do a top-down view, and they're coming like that way, and they then just sort of walk like that, and Ishamael just lets them casually walk to Rand without blowing them off the tower.
Yeah.
There's so many things he could do to absolutely wipe the floor with her. But also, I don't think she's strong enough to be able to do anything. Like, her power level's like a 3 compared to him being like a 9. So, like,
What you mean, Egwene?
yeah,
She shouldn't even be able to.
comparison to the two.
Well, she's also not fully up on her maximum power yet.
Well, she's not even trained. So even if she has
Exactly.
raw power, she doesn't have
Well,
skill.
no, she is sort of semi-trained by the Sultan,
yeah.
but
But even then, that's not trained because
no, but they force her to use the power, and so she learns how to do
I know.
that.
But what I'm saying is that like They're like,
And
do
it
this.
does sort of
Like,
kickstart
I don't know how to do
to
this
a
thing.
higher power
They would
level.
they'd have to have another Soldom and Damane show her how to do the weaves. Like, she doesn't know how to do them inherently, so you can't be like, do this weave, and she's like, I don't know how. Do this weave, I don't know how. Like, it's not what I haven't learned this. I don't know how to do this.
Yeah, no, but I think that in the books they are teaching her how to do that.
On the books?
Yeah, I mean specifically they teach her how to find ore and stuff.
Well, she has
And
an
then-
inherent thing. They discover that.
No, but they try that with all the
Well, I'm
mana.
talking like if the
And she's
Soldom.
especially good at it.
Well, like let's say the Soldom knows of the legendary traveling, right? Gateways and
Mhm.
stuff. She can't just put the bracelet on and say,
No,
"Use gateways,"
exactly.
and then all of a sudden they do it.
But that's why they teach her the things they do know already.
Yeah, which I guess they would be able to some extent, but they also found out that she's more valuable in finding metals, which makes her
Mhm.
way more valuable.
Yeah,
than
but they try that with all the mana to search for
Yeah.
ore, and then Egwene is just super good at it. The others can do it too, but not to the same extent.
To Earth that we like never see in the rest of the series again. It's great.
No, we see it when she does the Quendia stuff in.
That was Elaine, wasn't it?
No.
Or no. It was her, wasn't it? Yeah, but that's just
At some
trying-
point, Egwene turns the entire
the chain across the
chain into Quendia. Yeah,
But my thing is, how does that affect?
because Quendia is Earth-based.
I know, but like, you can find ores does not equate to you can create.
No, but Egwene has an affinity with Earth.
Yes, but that means any Ashaman that has an affinity to Earth can make Gwendiar
Yeah.
inherently.
Well, not everyone can do it.
Well, I know, but I'm saying, how would she discover that?
Keep practicing.
What do you mean?
Well, yes, but you have
What is she discovering?
How do you make Heartstone?
Oh,
She does-
that. I think.
Having an affinity to Earth does not mean necessarily that you just like, oh, I know how.
No,
to do
no,
this.
no,
Like
but she figures out how to do that by studying the metal stuff. I don't know, but at some point we see all of the Aes Sedai.
Maybe she
take
read
turns
Robert
to
Jordan's
make
notes.
Hearthstone.
It's another turning of the script. Yeah.
No, but
Fair.
everyone can do it. Just some people are better than
And-
others.
Well, not everyone can do it because not everyone knows how to do it.
No, everyone who everyone who is told how to do it can do it.
Well, it's like Balefire is mostly spirit, isn't it? It's just all spirit.
I don't know. There's probably some fire in there. Otherwise, the name's a bit weird. I guess.
Balefire isn't fire per se. It's like a spirit.
No, but it might be a mixture of fire and spirits as a weave.
Maybe
I'm
I don't
gonna
know.
look it up.
it's mostly spirit. I'm pretty sure because it reverses existence. That's a little different than just burning somebody. They say burning out of the pattern, which makes sense for if you call something Balefire, it means it burns out of the pattern, which doesn't have to be literal fire, I don't think. But maybe it is fire. I mean, for all we know, it's all 5 of the powers, but I was for
Could
sure
be.
it was just.
Weave to create balefire with Sidin uses fire and air,
No
not
spirit?
spirits.
What? How does that affect someone's existence? Spirit would be the
I
perfect-
don't fucking know.
know things, Sage! Why don't you know things? What are you here for?
Well, it doesn't affect their existence. It attacks the threads in the pattern.
Yeah,
I know stronger the Balefire.
I don't know why there's air in there, but I don't. It's fire made sense,
When you are
right? Because you
burning
burn
out
the stuff.
pattern, it literally will backtrack. So if you kill someone hit by Balefire for 10 minutes, all that you did in the last 10 minutes reverts.
Mhm.
That's Balefire.
Yeah.
It's literally
Maybe it's the air that's the time travel part. I don't know.
that's what I'm saying. Spirit would fit because spirit's a metaphysical thing, and the pattern
Yeah, yeah.
is a physical thing. So that makes perfect sense that spirit would be the thing. But
I don't know.
air and fire, and it's like, okay, so you're basically making like a hydrogen bomb, like what? Like air and fire, boil it up, and then pressure bomb everybody.
I
Like,
mean, you could argue that all of the one power is metaphysical,
well, it's magical, yes,
and thus can affect the stuff, I
But-
guess.
but Earth is not metaphysical. fire is not metaphysical. Water is
No,
not.
but the threads of the power are, right? They're not actual fire and air.
Well, apparently they are, according to the magical aspect. If you do a thread of fire, it's actual fire, but not physical to see. It's invisible or otherworldly. I don't really know. How do you describe it where no one else knows what's going on? You see two guys going, "Whoa!" and everybody's
Well,
like,
okay, so it says the weave to create balefire with Sidin with fire and air, but later
Oh, we
it
don't
says
know
there
how
are other
it's
types
with
of ways of
Sidar.
doing it. So Sidar probably has, some other way.
Maybe it's earth and water.
earth and wind.
No,
No.
because air is already inside him, right?
Earth, wind, and fire. That's a band.
Just so
anyway.
he could meet Elaine.
Although it'd make more sense to be all 5 powers than just 2 of them.
Yeah, that would make more sense.
All 5 is like you're
But hey,
using all of existence to do all the things.
I didn't make the rules, so
Why didn't you?
I
say
guess
two
not.
for you?
And it be important.
Well, because then it wouldn't be Robert Jordan's book,
Again,
right?
really cool scenes. I wish.
They had substance. Yeah.
And again, if I hadn't read the books, I don't think I'd have 70% of the claim.
Yeah, and that might be just a valid point, right?
Yeah.
We do have to accept this as its own thing,
Yeah.
and that's hard sometimes,
Very.
right?
Are they both turning into? Are all 3 of them turning into book cloaks before my eyes? Because they're like acknowledging.
No, I think Sanderson always was.
A book cloak?
Yeah. In season 1, he already dislikes it. He just makes he's too nice to outright say that it's.
But I still, even trying to accept it as its own, like, why is Nynaeve in this show?
Who?
Like,
Can you imagine me the live chat? Who's Nynaeve? What is this Nynaeve you speak of? Get banned live.
I only know of Egwene, right? All the other characters basically don't exist.
Dear Sanderson, who are these people you're talking about?
Now, Rand just stabbed Ishamel by casually walking up and then pushing it.
No. Say it the Dutkin way. Rand penetrated Ishmael.
No, I'd rather not.
Kinky.
Look at the facial expression.
Nope, don't understand that.
Yep. We have a heron on the hounds.
Or does he not understand because he grabbed the blade as he said. You'd grab the pommel and you'd push in. You wouldn't grab the blade.
There are types of sword where you have a dulled area on a blade where you could grab it. That's not one of them. It's like,
No, but half swording is also possible with swords that have the sharp edge.
If you duel that past the pommel, right? Like that's supposedly to help you grab it to shake. But if you grab the actual, like not the pommel, sorry, the crossguard. If you grab the pommel while doing it, you're going to be able to put the full force behind it.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
No, he's doing it like this.
No, he has his hand. Let's see, this is a crossguard. Here is the blade. One hand is here on the heron mark, and the other he's using it like that to push it.
But why not just have?
I don't fucking know.
because they forgot to put the heron on the handle. That's why.
Yes, also that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, that was cool.
Was it?
What a weird way to get there.
mm-hmm.
They're being so critical right now. How dare they? These book cloaks. You evil.
I feel like
men.
the characters are confused on how that happened.
The characters are confused. Yes. Because doesn't he? Well, I think he knows how to do a sort of fire by now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So I like that.
Ishamel turning to dust, I assume he means.
Some rain. Like
I think
kill.
Since when does getting stabbed turn you to dust?
Don't know.
I think he did something with the one power.
Think of all the people who get hit by fire bombs or fireballs.
I'm going to bet they're going to say at some point between now and next season that was balefire.
That would be
stabbing somebody in the
insanely
heart.
stupid.
Balefire?
I'm going to bet.
Maybe his sword got balefire powers now. I don't know.
I wouldn't even put it bad as like if this is the sword of balefire.
Wait, no, because he got stabbed with the dagger. Now he has the dagger's lightsaber power.
Oh no!
He hit it with the corruption of Shadar Logos.
The corruption of Shadar Logos is literally Star Wars powers.
Grant has the power of Shadar Logos now.
He's gonna be like he's gonna turn into Darth Vader in the middle of this and be like, it's like, oh, I'm surrounded by fear and dead men, and just start killing everybody.
He's dead. I don't know, but I think he's dead.
But why did that sword?
But we know Ishamael was dead, and he was brought back by the Dark One. That was the whole point. He becomes a Lord.
I don't think they're doing that in this show.
Nah, probably not.
But then you're just gonna get rid of the best villain you got. Although they think Lanfear's the best villain. Like, this is like getting rid of freaking Tom. Like, Tom's not.
She's no villain. She's against the other Forsaken. The Dark One doesn't exist, right? So it's
The best villain is Rand. He has the highest kill count. He's manipulated Lannister and Moraine to mass murder for him.
True.
He's like Charles Manson of the show.
To be fair, that is the best way they could show the patriarchy in this show.
Yeah. If you think about it, he has a cult of women.
Well, I like him.
I mean, wait till he gets the Maidens of the Spears, then he gets a really cult of me to kill it for him.
But
well, I mean, they already had. I thought they had shots of the Aiel men already.
Do they?
I saw a picture of them showing the Aiel, but I think that was them like recording.
I thought there weren't any male Aiel.
Well, they were. They were the ones who were dead in cages. Remember?
True.
Those are all the male Aiel. Only the women are left now.
All the male Aiel were so weak that they all died to minors.
I can see them turning the Aiel into a Amazonian type matriarchy with only women, right?
Clan leaders are women. All the wise ones are women.
No, but there are also no males at all.
Yeah.
Basically, the Gerudo, right?
They procreate by kidnapping Kyrian and men, and then
yeah, that sounds about right.
No, they have to go to Ruadan to procreate. Like the women go in there and come out pregnant.
Oh, they use Tirang Grial that make them pregnant? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, that could also work, I guess.
Oh gosh.
And the reason they don't kill blacksmiths is because the blacksmiths act male babies to death before they're born. So Karen becomes an Aiel.
It's not a sword, man. But isn't it sad that it makes sense if you look at this from a race perspective? It does make sense. It's like, oh no.
It's again like the question becomes, like
the questioners become what?
She took out all of their ships.
Yeah.
And none of their
ships.
The man stopped them.
Like
convenient.
No, because they're all spending all their power to hold the guy down when he doesn't need to be.
True.
Yeah.
Because they can't see, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Bennett crossed.
How did Rand's philosophy defeat Ishamael's philosophy?
Well, Perrin had a shield, you see.
Right. Like that's what I really look for in these sorts of things. How does who Rand is present a contrasting philosophy to who Ishamael is, and why does he deserve to win more than be capable of winning?
By the way, CGI Fire Dragon incoming.
Okay, so I want to point something out real quick. When we were talking about Padon Fane and his purpose and everything, what Brandon Sanderson's doing right now is what I was doing in terms of like we're looking at the piece from like just a storytelling perspective. How does something equate to something else? How does this match into this? Just like even if it's not Wheel of Time, like anything, whatever, whatsoever. If you look at his books, Terry Brooks, or somebody else, the Conan books or whatever, how does this get to this, and how do you have these things make sense in a story narrative way that a viewer can understand it? Like if a reader or a listener or somebody who watches the adaptation of it, how is it going to make sense to somebody who's doing this? Because if you just leave it in a specific way, then you get what the show does, and it doesn't turn out to a way that makes sense. And so he's looking at it from like, how does this happen in this way? Because it has to make sense, because that was the point of the writing to begin with. So if that philosophy is removed, then what's the point? So like he's doing the same concept because he's looking at the story and saying this was a philosophical victory for Rand's viewpoint over that of the Shadows. And how are we seeing that in this? Because it doesn't show it as a philosophical thing. It shows it as a physical manifestation of just, ooh, I beat the bad guy, which isn't just the whole point. Like there's other underlying aspects to it.
Yeah, I'm also wondering how the Trollocs at Winter Night were a problem for Moraine, if this is what she can do.
That's another problem. That's a big problem.
Yeah, good point.
They're probably going to say, oh, she's in the White Tower. She got her hands on an Angreal or something. And then that's how she could deal with it now as opposed to then. Even though she's holding nothing in her hands.
She already had the Angreal, right? The super one that she gave to Rand.
That's for men, though, remember?
But there's no distinction in the show, remember?
There are only women in the show. There are only women in beards and fake hair.
Mm-hmm. Also, how'd they kill the archer that was on the ridge if she's been focusing on this?
Yep.
Big fire dragon.
They're going to be really confused with this.
And I will say I've been waiting for this is totally just a book complaint. Been waiting for 30 years to see Rand in the clouds fight in one of the best scenes that Robert Jordan ever wrote, and I don't get it.
I'd like to say, welcome to the party, Brandon Sanderson.
Mm-hmm.
We've been waiting for so long to have a faithful adaptation.
But alas, we will not see it.
We're going to have to wait how much longer to get an actual other one? Like, will we ever get another one?
Probably not.
Well, you guys are young enough that you might. I'm probably not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not that young, sadly. I wish I
Are you in
was.
your 30s?
Yeah, but I'm probably going to be dead in about 2 years.
25 at the moment, so there's still some hope for me.
I'm still a baby.
Well, I'm 50 and not in good shape, so we'll see if I live long enough to see a Wheel of Time.
Dead as a state.
True.
That's okay, right? This has to be its own thing. I'm still allowed to be sad, I think.
Yeah.
What? No, you can't. You must consume.
You hater, misogynist, you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but this is exactly the sentiment that he also expressed for season 1, but maybe not as directly.
Yeah,
Basically, he has to see it as another turning of the wheel.
But that's the thing is like if you have to see it as something it is not,
Mm-hmm.
why parade it as something that it's not? Like, I literally don't understand because
Because it doesn't matter. Reality is whatever I want it to be for the people that say those things, right?
But that's the thing is like it's so what is it relative in every shape or form
Mhm.
that it could be literally anything and they just have to clap like seals.
Yeah.
Because anything that happens, and that was my
That's how this works.
my argument from the beginning was is if they followed the source material, people would like it.
Mm-hmm.
Because their argument was if you don't follow the source material, people will like it. I'm like, well,
But the source material is terribly outdated and has
Which they had
problematic themes in
everyone
it, right?
argues it's highly progressive for a writing for its time and day.
If they
Yeah.
had followed the
But
source material,
That's exactly the reason they say, oh, Robert Jordan would have written it like this if he were alive today, because he was very progressive, you see, and that means he's on our side and thus is all in favor of the current day thing.
if they had written it like followed the book more closely and just did like the race swaps or whatever, I could live with that.
Yeah, same.
If they could at least follow the main story, there are some minor things that I could say, okay, maybe. But being as hardcore as I'm about principles as it is, it would be still difficult for me because I'm like, how do I know who's from where, why, and what? Like the part of understanding places is that because the world.
Yeah, no, see, race swaps would have been fine if they did it consistently within specific regions, right?
Yeah, but it's the same thing where like, and this is the point I make, and I remember which video I made.
For example, make all of the Shinaran Asian, make all of Andor black, whatever.
Well, it would have been interesting
Or
all the
white
people of the Two Rivers become whatever Ed Greene's ethnicity is. The actress,
the
except
Indian. or
Indian.
whatever?
So all of them are Indian except Rand, who looks like an Aiel.
Hmm.
Would be interesting.
But he would stand out like a sore thumb because Tam is also supposed to be his dad.
Well, he's supposed to stand out like an Aiel
Well,
as a short them anyway.
His mom has red hair, and his dad is an Indian. He's going to
That's
probably
true.
not come out with red
That's
hair.
true.
He's going to come out as
No, but
non-red.
they know that Rand is adopted.
No, well, no. The most of the people
Some
don't.
people do. Only the wisdom, and I think maybe the mayor do.
Yeah. Well, maybe also one other person or
There's
something. I don't
maybe
know.
3 people who know he's not from there originally. All they know
He
is that
himself doesn't even know.
he doesn't even know that he's adopted. He just knows.
So if anyone else would know,
He has red hair. It makes perfect sense. So it makes sense that he was, but it's also the thing of like they're making everywhere diverse. But if everywhere
so
is
yeah, so that probably wouldn't work if you were to race swap Andor, because Andor is supposed to be similar in ethnicity to the Aiel, except of course the Aiel are bigger and have red hair and grey eyes.
well, it's like Britain is what they were kind of going for.
Yeah.
Thematic
But
for
indeed, so you need
like
at least some similarity between Rand and the Two Rivers people to
Yeah.
make it work.
Yeah, there have to be like when
But all the other places you can go crazy, right?
well no because
Carriel Thor was also not from the Two Rivers.
yeah, she's not from the Two Rivers. She was brought from outside. I
Yeah,
think
so
she was from Ilion.
No, Tam's.
Came one.
Tam was actually born in Andor, I think.
But
Tam's from the Two Rivers.
she has red hair, so they like if they had made all of them Indian.
I'm pretty sure Carrie is Andoran still, because
Okay. Well, I remember Tam went to Ilion, became like the number 12 or whatever of the companions or whatever, and like that he became like a lieutenant or something, and then when he goes to the Shining Walls during the was it the Blood Snow or whatever, and he finds
she's Andoran.
So he finds an Andoran wife,
But she
outside the Two Rivers.
She was born in Andor, but then her parents moved to Ilion, and there she met Tam, and then they both went back to Andor.
That makes sense, I suppose. Although I don't remember any of that being in the book, but yeah.
No, that's apparently from the companion.
Okay, well that's fine. I haven't read the whole thing yet because I just don't have time. But in terms of like her being an outsider means she's not from the Two Rivers.
Mhm.
She'd be Andoran. He's from the Two Rivers, so whatever he was, or whatever the Two Rivers is what he is. So if they're Indian, he's Indian, and the dominant traits would probably most likely come from his side if that was the case. But if they're both Andoran in terms of like somewhat familiar, but like Elida's like, hey, your skin is lighter or not, like the people of the Two Rivers are of darker, right? But his thing, because of who his mom is, being Andoran, he gets certain traits that are similar to Andor, and also similar traits to those of the Aiel, because his dad's Aiel. So they get a little bit of everything in that regard. So I don't really understand how you're supposed to pull that off where it makes sense, because like from what what is it, House of the Dragon. So House of the Dragon has the Valerians, and from what I understand, because I haven't read those ones, the House of the Dragon, the Valerians are supposed to have white hair, purple eyes, and pale skin.
Yes.
Right. But apparently they wrote the story in a way that made sense to why they're all black instead of white. And it's like, okay, if you're
there are black Valerians.
Well,
the character who they turned black was not a black Valerian, but in the lore way back there were.
Yeah,
black
but they
Valerians.
don't live in the same place, right? They're on the islands or
the
something.
family that I can't remember the name offhand, but that family were not black Valerians, but there were black Valerians.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Though, is like there was differences, and somehow I haven't watched the House of the Dragon yet.
Yeah, it's the same as say in Lord of the Rings, there are black people, obviously, in Harad and really far Harad. But putting them randomly in Numenor doesn't make sense. because they were all supposed to be the whites.
Well, there were some a little bit darker complexion Numenorians, but they weren't black. Like they just
no, they're more Mediterranean-like.
Olive skinned.
Yeah, which isn't black, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
Although, to be fair, one could argue that the Sicilians are more African than.
Well, that's because we have Middle Eastern blood.
Yeah, that's one of our fine traits, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And we're the only. I think we're one of the few actual Mediterranean areas that's completely covered by water.
Well, I mean, what do you mean completely covered by water?
Well, like Italy has.
Did you live in Atlantis or what?
No. I'm saying they have a mainland that's not like all of Italy. The northern border of Italy isn't covered by water. It's not an island. It's a mainland. It has a mainland.
Italy is connected to the mainland.
Yes, but Sicily is not.
Sicily is not, sure.
That's what
By
I'm
then
saying.
also ignoring Corsica, Sardinia, Mallorca, Minorca, all of the Greek islands, Cyprus.
We would conquer
Crete.
them. It'd be okay. We'll just slide it in there and be like, we're taking this.
Yeah, fair.
but
All of
then
the
again-
Croatian bits.
A little bit, but whatever. But I pointed out Crete.
There's massive amounts of islands in the Mediterranean.
Well, they're also really small.
No, there's
Isn't
a
Florida
decent amount of big ones as well.
I thought Sicily
Sure,
was
the tiny ones are everywhere. That's true.
yeah.
But
Those are-
Sicily isn't that much bigger than Sardinia
Sorry.
or Corsica.
I'm running out of my ability to sit in the chair, so let's see if we can.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair. It's also getting really fucking late here, so
Well, I wanted to get to at least the part where they
this is where the episode's done.
We'll cut it, and
Yeah.
then we'll pick up the rest when we have Otis and stuff or Gadfly.
Like,
We're all cheering
Sorry,
for the
The
dragon.
dragon
now.
was breathing hot air.
yeah,
It just was hot, shimmery
I
air.
think it's probably an illusion. That's
Yeah.
a Moiraine thing, right? It's
Like,
like
have it
like,
breathe fire.
Oh, sure, right, if you can.
But they don't know what dragons are.
Of fire, make it look like an actual dragon that breathes fire. That's an illusion. You can
But
make
they
it.
have no idea what dragons are.
Well, apparently they do. They had a really high detailed fire dragon, literally fire dragon.
Well,
We read the script.
Isn't it the turning of the wheel and turning of the script?
Uno. We're gonna get a last shot of Uno.
Mm. I can accept Uno. Like the idea is he always was a hero, right? He didn't necessarily do stuff in this
He didn't do anything heroic to do it though.
show that made him a hero, but he's always been a hero.
Can we just accept and
Yeah.
enjoy the fact that Lanfear made it? for
Yes.
this episode?
Mm.
Thank goodness. If it
but
wanted
why
to-
is everyone cheering for the dragon?
I mean, it's an appropriate place to kill him, right?
Yeah.
Like, even as him being my favorite Forsaken,
I guess one could consider Rand being on top of a tall tower as battling in the sky above Falm.
No.
I'm just saying, if they're taking it literally like they do Dark Elves, Black Numenorians, and everything else, Children of the Light, if there's like, well, how do we make him fight Balsamon, or in this case, Ishamael, over Falma in the sky?
If they took it literally, they would make a fiery banner that was on fire with his face on it and put it
In
the sky.
fire.
In fire.
Dramatically.
totally cool with
Instead of actually
Two
With
seasons.
some text
Gone.
on the banner saying, I am the dragon.
Totally okay with that. I wish the ending had presented a philosophical conflict. I wish it had been him versus Rand all through the season.
But that would require good writing, Brandon.
Mhm. And also, it's more that his battle links to the battle on the ground, right?
Well, it's like when he's winning, the good guys are winning.
Mhm,
When he's
exactly.
losing, the bad guys are winning. It's like,
And then
don't get any
a
of that.
victory for Rand being,
I mean,
Yeah.
we don't get anything
That's
from the
exactly
books at
Yes.
all. So
So they're trying to imply.
She's Lanfear.
she
That's what
does. She
happens.
tends to get what she wants.
Yeah.
does she though?
does she?
That was just the big spoiler.
No. We can just say Lanfear gets what she wants. Mega spoiler.
Well, she doesn't.
No,
they're,
Spiderweb.
they're finding Mogadine right now. Or Mogadine.
Mhm. Yeah.
You mean midget Gideon?
Well,
Right now, they come across her on the chair.
Short
in front of a bunch of things.
The fact that Lanfear can't overpower Mogideon is the funniest thing on the planet. Even he's laughing at it. The suspense is killing me. Not really. It's really not. But
I don't like this.
What's that?
I don't like this part.
No, no one does. No one with brains, at
Go
least.
too far sometimes,
he doesn't
and
like
get
it.
get
because
wrapped in some
Lanfear-
webs,
Yeah,
and then go make her own later on.
I mean, I like this part because it threatens the idea that maybe she dies here, but
Oh, okay.
I like the
idea.
whole scene.
I'm having trouble connecting this Mogideon with my head canon. But
Yeah, it is.
I need
It's
time.
impossible.
It's because they're not the same character. Mogideon
Exactly.
hides in the shadows, and her webs are literally plans. They're not literal webs. Again, children of the light are children. Dark elves are black. Black Numenorians are black. That's
On the list of like,
To be fair, Dark Elves being black is probably on D&D.
No, we're talking the dark elves from Tolkien.
Yeah, but D&D took that and thought Dark Elves, the black.
In D&D is fine because it's not Tolkien's world.
Yeah, but that's where everyone gets the Dark
Yeah.
Elves are black from.
Yes, but I'm
I do
saying
like the
they
display
reference
of different.
So they take D&D dark elves and then say this is how they are in Tolkien. When Tolkien came
Yeah,
out,
exactly. Yeah.
described them
They take
as
it from D&D. So D&D is to blame, not Tolkien, because he just says
orcs.
Moriquendi.
Orcs and Elder Scrolls and D&D are different than orcs and goblins in Tolkien's world. Like they're different because they're described differently. They made
Yeah,
them.
but also the Elder Scrolls was made much later, and they thought maybe, we should not link it too strongly to the other one, so let's do some changes.
But it is what it is. But
Weaves that we're getting here. It
Yeah.
seems like a lot more diverse.
Yeah,
one power.
that does add things. So they're playing loose and free with their own rules.
This is the first time we've seen Lanfear shaken,
Yeah.
and she
Which is
got
good.
stabbed.
Yes.
no, she didn't get stabbed. Well, yeah, she did get stabbed.
Yeah, by Moraine in the
Stabbed and your throat.
cabin in the
How on
forest.
earth is Ishamael dead? Get back up! Hi guys.
No, because I think they established that only Lanfear has the immortality power.
They established that because I did not pick that up at all.
No, they
No,
said that they
in
all have
some
the power.
scenes, no.
They
because
may have wanted the Forsaken or
I
Immortal.
think Ishamel at some point is thinking about maybe just killing Lanfear, but she's immortal, so he says, fuck, let's not do that or something. I don't know. It's not in those words, of course, but
If the Forsaken were actually immortal, how confusing would that be for the Forsaken trying to stomp the other Forsaken? They wouldn't ever get to accomplish anything because if you took one of them out, guess what?
yeah.
Come back. And then it, it makes it pointless.
That's why I'm pretty sure they mentioned that only Lanfear has gotten the gift of immortality.
But that's what I don't get. Is like, how?
I
Does it-
don't know. Nothing makes sense here. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm saying, how do they get to the idea of relativity, where like it's relative, it's not objective, whatever, and this is all okay? I'm like, but
I mean, I think the word you're looking for is subjectivity, not relativity, right? It's a bit different.
Let's not go there, gentlemen. Let's not go there.
philosophical versus science, good sir. Philosophical is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, in terms of that, if can they create problems for themselves through their own story is the real question. If they can't, then nothing will make sense because it's causing obvious problems. If they can, then they should recognize that they're in trouble and need to figure something out. But it's probably going to be like Rings of Power Season 2 where they're like, we're going to go more accurate to the books because we listen to the fans like you did the first time.
Wow.
Do they still teleport?
Yes.
Yeah, they teleport, right?
It looked like
Wow.
a fold, a little.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
First of all, great ending. Good ending.
Good ending.
Good ending.
No, not really.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. So
Where to begin?
We're gonna stop it there. That's a perfect spot.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna get rid of that nightmare. Okay.
We end where you begin.
Lovely.
There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of my torment.
Mhm. But there is a beginning and a end.
It started with
In our script that we read, we end here.
Exactly.
Well, we don't have a script. That's the best part.
Yeah.
We're 100% raw. That came out wrong.
Yes, that did. I disavow.
Oh,
Yeah, we only do it naturally. We're not raw.
I'm the only dad here, so I guess that makes sense. But anyway, we're giving you the honest, blunt opinion / fact, because I mean some of this is fact. Don't have a say over that. So we're very objective about this, or at least I am. The other two, not so much. But anyway,
No, I'm objective always.
no, you're not.
I am an unbiased.
Exactly. Yeah. See, it's in his name.
By nature. Truth is
Well,
very.
he's only biased for his neighbor.
Oh well, that's true. That is true.
Oh yeah, but that she's in the real world, not in the computer. You know.
Isn't she though?
Wait a minute.
It's all a simulation, as King of Green says. But yeah. So this
Can I take a blue pill and get out of it so the show goes away?
You can try.
put you into the world where they would be, or what? Like I gotta remember how that works. It's been a while since I
No,
watched
but
it.
I mean, the simulation is supposed to be better than the real world, right?
Is it though?
I don't know. The Matrix version seems very terrible outside of the.
Outside of your pod.
Yeah.
I would say this is going to be, what is it? Part one. I don't know. You said there was more than just the next, what is it? However many time.
Well, there was a version of this that had like a 3.5 hour run length, but I think what that was the initial stream where the pre-show and this was one big chunk. So then they separated the pre-show into its own chunk, and so we got the hour and 45 minutes.
Is that what this
Okay,
is?
so we still have part 2, which is the remaining bit of this video, and then maybe part 3 is the prequel.
Let's avoid the prequel because there's no Brandon Sanderson in it.
Yeah, well, there's probably not going to be much into it. I'll have to watch it probably at work while I'm at work one of this time this week. But whenever we make the next one, whenever Gadfly's there, and hopefully Arturian will be able to pop in at least in comments over time, or at least if he wants to just listen in and type stuff into us, we can say it for him. But I think, I mean, if 30 minutes is all we got, because it's about what it is, we're about 31, 32 minutes away from being.
That would mean we have a 4-hour video from that at least.
Well, if we have Gadfly here, it'll increase the time. So
Yeah, everyone take a benefit day at work. Get your food ready. You know,
don't forget to take your painkillers because it's gonna hurt.
Wow, no.
I'll drug the old lady so she doesn't knock on the door during our time plan.
In Minecraft.
You want a cup of tea, Terry? Don't worry about that pill I poured in there. It'll make you feel good.
You're supposed to pour the pill in it. You're supposed to take the pill and dissolve it before you give it to her. Anyway.
Yeah. Otherwise, there's evidence, and you don't want that.
Do it right, at least. Come on. But yeah, we'll see. Part 2 will be basically us covering the last 30 minutes. It's after the show where they get into a verbal sword fight, hopefully, and see what they agree and disagree with. It's been really weird. They've been like phasing in and out of Book Cloak to Show Sworn back and forth so much. I can't tell what they actually think, but I think that Sanderson's closer to Book Cloak and the other two are still closer to the Show Friends or Show Sworn, we call them. But they showed multiple signs of book cloakiness, so it's going to be interesting.
So heresy, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Destroy the heretics. Avenge me, brother. Sorry. Good old 40K cartoons. Can you imagine if they actually had a Cartoon Network series of Warhammer 40K?
I mean, I don't think
Henry
that
Field's
fits
making a live action
in
version of it.
That'd be hilarious, though. They had enough little things with the furries and everything that was hilarious. But yeah, so if you haven't watched it, it's great. But yeah, we'll hopefully have Gadfly Fiction back for after his long hiatus of trying to ignore the world that is the Wheel of Time TV show, which is more Wheel and Prime, which wasn't really a TV show as much as an abomination or aberration.
TV show, Abomination, basically the same thing, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're different aspects, though. And, yeah, it was a. And maybe Arturian will grace us with his presence, depending on whenever we record it. But you guys have like 7 hours of content. You'll be fine, I think. At least in that time period. So, Matt, you got anything going on here soon?
This Tuesday on Jacob Ironside's channel. I have something to have a calendar. Give me a second, guys.
Hopefully, this is up by Tuesday. These things are really long to take to put up.
Yeah. So Tuesday, this Tuesday is the 17th. Yeah. So Jacob Ironside, we'll be talking about the 1932 Mummy. Then on Roma and the Empire, 8:00. These are both 8:00. Favorite horror movies. That's Thursday. Next week, same Tuesday, Jacob Ironside. We're talking about the 1931 Frankenstein. And then the Thursday, the 26th, will be Roma and the Empire, talking about the movie Army of Darkness.
I wish I was half as popular as you. Although, actually, no, I take that back. I don't want to be that popular because I don't have time for what we do as it is. So.
Yeah, no. 7 hours. Wow.
Well, this is basically like when I'm not doing this, I am working on my podcast. I'm working on music. I've got all of this that I keep collecting and a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, but this here is 7 hours you can't use for that.
For my YouTube? Yeah.
No, for the other stuff you need to do.
Well, yes, what I'm saying is that whenever I'm not doing one, I'm doing the others. It doesn't end. Like, I go to work, I come home, I have a couple things I got to do, I go to bed, I wake up, I do the same thing the next day. It's just every day. I don't have time. So unless...
Well, to be fair, you have only yourself to blame for that by
I do.
Going for long form stuff.
Dude, I can't get away from it. It has to be done, and I'm like, I must do it. But I will say, if I ever become a billionaire, I'm going to cut down on a couple things and have more free time to focus on one of these. Well, I guess if I can finish the podcast, which I got another like, how many? I got what? How many? I'm in book 4. About 11 more years.
So
12 years, I'll finish the podcast. But I could shut that down if I had money to stay home to actually focus on them. I could probably do in like 4 years instead, by doing more per week or whatever. And then obviously YouTube would have more content, but you guys would also have to have more free time. So
yeah, no, that's
I would be able to afford an editor and put out a lot more videos, which would be nice. What else? Yeah, music I just do because I like it. I enjoy it, and music is fun.
That's fair.
Yeah. So thank you, gentlemen. I mean, Sage, what do you got going on? Nothing as usual?
Nothing. No.
Yeah, I figured. I don't even want to ask you anymore. But yes, thanks everybody for watching. If you made it this far, you are awesome. If you didn't make it this far, you're not quite there at being awesome yet. Finish it, and then you'll be awesome.
But if they didn't make it here, how would they know that you said that they had to try?
No, that's my point, is that they can't be awesome until I say so, and they can't say so if they don't go all the way through.
If you made it all the way through this video, I will drink this Pepsi in your honor.
And then you will get that sponsorship, baby.
Well, one can dream.
I know, right? One can dream.
I do. Even if they would send me one bottle of Pepsi a month, I would do it. Like, Pepsi sent me this bottle, I'm drinking. You know.
You can go to like the freaking Walmart parking lot and find enough change for that. Check your couch, man. Just have people over sitting there and just coins dripping out of their pockets. You find it at. I mean, one a month would be what, like $50 a year or something? Like, it's not that much.
Yeah, probably. But
Anyway.
Probably less even.
We'll let everybody get out of here, and we will hopefully see you guys for part 2 of whatever shenanigans this is referred to. Probably like the controversy involving Brandon Sanderson, because apparently Twitter was not very happy. So,
Is Twitter ever happy?
yes, when the show was released, they were extremely happy. But when people talk about it in a non-favorable light, they're not happy. So,
But were they really happy?
I don't think anything can make them happy because they're normies and they're okayists, as we call them, and
Exactly.
all that jazz. So, anyway, thanks everybody for watching, and remember, walk in the light, my friends.